Welcome to Valheim in Reverse, an entire movie and playthrough where I play the game backwards, starting from the very last boss and coming all the way back to the first one, without killing any bosses before the ashlands. How I solve every single problem getting through to that point, and how everything goes down without the ability to process late game materials is the entire challenge of the video. Before we get started, I am currently trying to make it to 5,000 subscribers, and if you guys could help me get there, that would mean a lot to me. Also, this is a very long, drawn-out video of an entire playthrough, so get a snack, sit back and relax, or watch it in multiple sessions if you can, but no matter what, thank you guys so much for watching. Also, just one or two quick things before this goes in. This is a bunch of episodes edited together, so please let me know what you guys think. Would you rather have the episode format or the movie format? And also, because it is a bunch of episodes edited together, there are some odd points where the video may fade out in weird ways, just trying to fix the transitions, because some of these videos are very old and had a little bit of problems in the post-editing. So I apologize for that, but other than that, I hope you guys enjoy, and thank you guys so much for watching. A lot of resources that wouldn't either be breakable or obtainable from me normally, as well as I can use later biomes to get things from biomes that I may need. So as you can get iron in the ashlands or the mountains, I don't necessarily need to kill the elder, but I don't necessarily also know how I'm going to get all the way to the end. I don't have a fully fleshed out plan, so we kind of just get to do this together, and you guys just get to kind of watch me figure it out as I go through it. One of the first little tricks I hold up my sleeve is the ability to build a finewood bow without really going into the Black Forest much at all, and even if you do, you don't have to kill any bosses for it. Now, there's a few ways to do this, but I got kind of lucky here when I started. So I was able to find this structure. Well, it had a beehive. This structure also contains core wood, which is, pretty much half of the finewood bow recipe for the wood that I'm going to need. After getting core wood, you can do one of two things. You can either roll birch logs into each other, which allows you to not have to leave the meadows. If you want to do this, all you got to do is knock trees down onto a birch tree or roll trees into a birch tree, and it'll eventually break. The other thing you can do is get a troll to help you break both the core wood and the finewood, as well as get metal later in the playthrough. But either way, you will end up with a finewood bow without killing the first boss, which will be honestly something that you can use deep into the playthrough. Unfortunately for me, I only got 9 core wood, and I need 10. I did get 10 finewood, but not 10 core wood. So I think the best idea for me right now is to just go ahead and pick up my camp, pick up my beehive, and start heading towards the Black Forest, as I'm probably going to have to anyways. And then there I can break down a pine tree, set up another little camp, and start looking for a troll for the next phase of my plan. Okay, I have found a Black Forest. I've killed a few skeletons, as well as gotten my deer hide. I have a dungeon right here that I can come back to later, and I can start actually getting my core wood, assuming that nothing too terrible attacks me. Now, before I even found core wood, I found the elder, which, while I'm not going to do it right now, I will still need it at some point when I start working my way back through the series. And then I did find the pine tree that I needed, a couple more dungeons, a bunch of skeletons that were willing to fight the great orcs that were chasing me, and on top of all of that, I found the savior that I would need from the Black Forest, a troll. This troll would provide my base armor set all the way up to pretty much the mountains, and help me break things like the pine trees for core wood, as well as I needed it to get any source of metal, because I could not mine because I did not have any source of pickaxe, and I would be able to use that to get a bronze pickaxe and keep progressing. However, on top of all of this, I also need some way to kill it, because at some point I'm not going to need it or want it anymore, and I'm going to need it out of this area. But unfortunately, I have trapped myself in this dungeon, so I need to sit here and try my best to make things do while it's, stomping around outside. Now, at first, this troll did not want to let me place anything. It just kept whacking my workbench, but placing a few walls outside kept him distracted for just long enough for me to make my finewood bow and about 100 arrows, and that way I would be able to kill him and a bunch of other stuff once I was done. On top of that, I decided to move it out a little bit further and also place my bed in here so I would have a respawn point nearby in case I screwed up what I was about to do. And while using a troll isn't inherently dangerous or unusual even in a normal playthrough, for me right now I have no armor. All I pretty much have to fall back on is a finewood bow. So I need to make sure I stay safe while using this guy to get enough copper for at least my forge, if not more, and then I can kill it for troll hide, which is what I ended up doing for my first piece of armor that would keep me a little bit better protected. After sleeping for a little bit and getting through to the third day, the first order of the day was to make a little area so that I could also have a crafting bench as well as my bed on top of this little dungeon. And while this isn't the most ideal building thing I've ever built, I need to keep myself tight and safe while I'm in the Black Forest, because at this point in time I still have no armor, and the only weapon I have is a finewood bow. Now, while I was successful in getting the troll hide I needed as well as a bunch of the copper that I needed, I still don't have anything to smelt the copper with, so it's pretty much useless at this point. Luckily for me, I have this beautiful dungeon I've built pretty much inside of, and I haven't actually explored it yet. Now, obviously, my first run with naked in here was extremely successful. Now, in all reality, these really aren't that hard to do naked. I was just getting pinned in corners and rushing it, but all jokes aside, that actually was a really good dungeon because it gave me enough cores to at least build a kiln or a smelter, which I could just build the kiln, get some charcoal, break it, build the smelter, and I would have some copper. Now, while this isn't the most efficient way to smelt metal, as seeing as I get to do either charcoal or metal, not both at the same time, sleeping in between pretty much made it the same, and I could explore a little bit while I was waiting, which is exactly what I did. At first, I was just trying to find some tin, another troll, and possibly destroy all the great orphan nests in the area so I'd be a little safer, but I don't know why this will never happen to me in a playthrough where I want to play for multiple months on end, but I was able to find the trader, which is pretty awesome. Like I said, it'll never happen to any of us in a normal playthrough because I can almost never find this dude, but fortunately for me, I do have it and I will be able to get a belt pretty early, so I get to mark this off my checklist for things to try and do. Also, along my journey, I found a pretty decent looking base spot, but I didn't have time to look at it because it was becoming night and I had to head back. But when I woke up in the morning, I was greeted with something beautiful, another troll. And this time I knew where tin was, as well as I could get more copper with it, and anything else I might need it to break for the moment. And on top of that, I could kill it and get more troll hide for when I was going to build my troll hide set, which would much better prepare me for the Black Forest. And while everything was pretty much going to plan, I had something a little crazy happen when I went to go drag this guy to get tin. We had another troll, which I was not necessarily prepared for, but it was not going to hurt me because, again, I needed troll hide to prepare me for the Black Forest and anything else going forward, as well as the first one was pretty much dead, so I just went ahead and killed it and continued using the second one to help me farm tin and other resources. And the only thing that really screwed me here for a second was that I did not have enough arrows, but I was able to hop into a building, break apart some stuff, and hunker down for a second to make some more arrows, and I was able to pull off the rest of it by just killing the troll after getting a bunch more tin with it, as well as some more copper. I could look at the base spot I was looking at earlier a little bit more, but I now had everything to build pretty much the entire troll armor set. I wouldn't get the sneaky buff because I didn't have the cape yet, but I had the armor, which was the important part to me at the time, and I could start going on to phase 2 of the building plan, which was my pickaxe. I started upgrading my workbench that was closer to the building spot that I wanted, and then since I already had most of the troll hide on me, I went ahead and made 2 parts of my troll hide armor. The other part of the troll hide was still on the ground because it was too heavy for me to carry, so as soon as I made this, I went back, grabbed it, and made the last piece of the regular set apart from the cape. Because I already had this over here as well as my metal and a bed to sleep through the night, I figured why not just go get my stuff out of the Black Forest and move over here, because the Black Forest is really not where I want to live. Ideally, I live in a meadows so I can stay away from as much combat that I don't need to deal with as possible. So I went back over to our old base, grabbed the honey from the beehive, picked up pretty much everything, and came back over. After placing my kiln, I headed to a nearby dungeon as there's tons around and just had to get a few more cores so I could build my smelter and get started on actually building the pickaxe and building up our new little camp. And after that, it was pretty much just a waiting game. Wait for copper to smelt and just keep getting wood to fuel it, sleep when I could, and build up our little camp when I could again, but most of the wood I wanted to go towards smelting until, at least for now, and I had specifically made sure to get enough for the forge as well as the pickaxe before I killed the last 2 trolls, so literally all I had to do was wait, and then after that was done, I could actually go get some more metal, start building the base up, and figure out where our next moves were going to be. And after a few in-game naps to pass some time and a bunch of wood harvesting, I finally had 10 bronze, and all I needed was some more core wood. And lucky for me, while I was getting core wood, I found a friend, and while I did contract him for a little bit to get me some more core wood, my main interest was getting more troll hide so I could either start working towards the cape or upgrade what I already had for more armor to keep me more protected as I started to figure out, again, where I wanted to go after this, because this was about as far as I had planned into this playthrough. However, while I was planning my next step, there was still a lot of different things that I could do. For one, I could definitely go get more tin and a lot more copper because I was going to need it for a lot more stuff in the future, like, I don't know, at least a bronze axe, a boat, and probably a bunch of other different things that I would just need it for, and there's no reason not to make it. On top of that, I also went hunting for a bunch of animals and built a copper knife with some of the metal that I had gotten. After that, I found another troll, and as I hadn't spent my troll hide from earlier yet, I could make my troll hide cape, granting me the armor set bonus, allowing me to be sneaky, which would probably help me when I got into the further biomes, because I would need to hide from pretty much everything if I wanted a chance at surviving without being progressed to that biome. After that, I just started clearing a little area for a base. While this playthrough does feel a little bit more like a speedrun, it doesn't have to be. It's probably going to be, actually, I can guarantee you it is going to be a lot of hours put into this, and so I may at least have a small little base to enjoy while I have it. Nothing crazy, but something to enjoy. On top of that, I definitely needed more storage because the 2 chests I had outside were not cutting it, and like I said, there's no reason to not make it look nice, get a little shelter, and get some more comfort so I can have a longer rested bonus for whatever might become me in the future. future. I spent the rest of this first day building up my base and smelting a bunch of metal so I could decide when I got on tomorrow what I would want to do. And when I got on the next day, the first thing I did was take a bunch of the metal that I had and turn it into a bronze axe and start getting to work on the birch trees right outside my base, as I wanted to clear the land, but I also would need it for a boat so I could start progressing towards the swamp and figure out what I was gonna even possibly do about the iron situation. Now, while we get some more wood, let's talk about the iron situation, what I'm even referring to. You see, getting past the first 2 bosses was pretty easy. I mean, I guess you can consider it the first boss, but getting pretty much through the Black Forest was really easy. All I had to do was find a couple trolls to help me, and everything was pretty much doable with a wooden club, so there wasn't much that was going to be difficult about this first section of the playthrough. However, like I said at the beginning, I had a small plan and some ideas, but I had not tested any of it at all, and I just kind of took my thoughts and ran with them. And the biggest thing that I could acknowledge while thinking about this series was, what am I going to do about iron? I cannot get into crypts. I don't want to use glitches, even if I know them. Now, if there comes a point in the series where I absolutely have to use some sort of bug or something like that, we can cross that bridge when we get there, but I don't see that happening. But at this point in time, I had about 10 different ideas for something that could be used to get iron, but I didn't know that any of them would necessarily work. A bunch of them involved really rare things, really niche situations, or a bunch of really time-consuming efforts, which is what this ended up being. But we'll get into that more as we actually get close to it, but I'm going to refer to the iron situation as one of the biggest problems in the series as we get close to it, so I want you guys to know what I'm talking about. However, not having a plan, as scary as that seems or as odd as that seems, because like I said, at this point, do I really know that this is possible? No, but I was actually really excited because Valheim is really fun, but like every game, you get kind of used to it, and so to get something really challenging, really hard, and to know that I was probably going to learn some new stuff and go through a lot of cool struggles and record it all and document it for you guys was actually really exciting. So I headed back to base, moved my crafting area so it kind of fit more with my house, and I set up my first portal. This portal was named Swamp, and that tells us where we're going very well to go to the swamp this episode and actually start to deal with the iron problem. Now, if you guys don't remember, I talked about the iron problem in last episode, and it is, well, how am I going to get iron? Because I don't have the swamp key, and I don't really want to use glitches for this playthrough. So I cannot bug into the swamp crypts, and I cannot get into them normally, and that is really the main source of iron. So we're going to prepare and get ready to start sailing there, and on the way, I'm going to talk about the many different ways that I think it's maybe possible that we can get past the iron block in this playthrough. Before we head out though, I wanted to make a stake wall, and in the process, very early on, I got interrupted by a troll. But that is okay because we're still running troll hide, and we absolutely need more to upgrade it to keep us safe because we are about to go into some biomes that we are not at all equipped for. After taking out the troll really quickly, I continued building the stake wall because I kind of want this to be like a little camp and kind of keep everything else out because the Grey Dwarfs are getting quite annoying, and while I will need the eyes, I do not want them constantly in my base messing with my stuff. After that, I spent a little bit of time getting more copper, more tin, and just generally getting the stuff for a portal and preparing to go to the swamp, anything that I would possibly need. Built our boat and then got some arrows ready as well as the stuff for a portal, and then we headed out, which went obviously extremely smoothly, and I did not place my boat in a lake and get it beached. Okay, after digging myself out of the lake that is my base, that I didn't realize was a lake though, it was pretty smooth sailing and we were able to find a swamp very quickly. After finding it, we set up a quick camp with a portal back to base, leaving us the ability to freely explore and start to test out some of these iron farming methods that I had in mind. And upon entering the swamp, I actually got very lucky. I got a lot of the resources that I knew I would need aside from iron. I got turnip seeds, and I also found a wraith during the day, but that's besides the point. And I was able to kill it for chains, which would unlock some of the cooking stations later down the line, as well as an upgrade for the forge. But while I start to explore the general area of the swamp to see what I'm working with, I want to explain the many different ways that I have theorized at this point in the playthrough are possible for me to get iron. Because those are very important, and the word theorize is very important because I want you guys to know that I haven't tested any of them. However, from playing the game, I have one guaranteed one that I know for sure, while it's not fast, will get me iron, which is killing oozers. Oozers have a chance to drop 1 iron and spawn in the swamp at night, as well as in the day in front of some of the crypts. That's not a very fast and efficient way, so while I'm waiting for nighttime, I might as well try the other methods in my head. As far as the swamp goes, in my mind, I think I can use a stag breaker to see it say too hard underground. The problem is it also does that with the ancient breakable trees, and that kind of stops you from finding it. But there there is also a chance walking around the swamp randomly or digging randomly that you find scrap iron in the ground, as muddy scrap piles do not only spawn in the swamp crypts, they're just extremely rare outside of it, and you normally need a wishbone to find them, which I don't have. Now, on top of that, we can start looking at other biomes. See, if we go to the mountains, which we'll be in next, because all we really need for that is a frost mead, we don't have much else we can get to progress to there other than the frost mead. We can go to the mountains for our Fenrir armor, but we can also go for the doors inside of the frozen caves. The doors inside of the frozen caves also have a chance to drop iron, and the iron is already pre-smelted for us, which is pretty nice. This means that while we're there, as long as we break every door inside those frozen caves, we have a chance at getting even more iron. Now, past that, we get to the really difficult high death situations, but ones that are probably more likely high yield. The pots in the ashlands inside the caves drop iron, bronze, and even silver, and can drop a lot of other little pieces. However, I need iron, at least some, to get to the ashlands using my plan, and I would like some to build stone builds there with a stone cutter so that way I can keep my portal from burning. So that's kind of out of the question for right now, but it is possible later in the playthrough if we don't have enough iron to fuel what we're trying to do. Now, besides that, I can go to the Mistlands, and I think, I'm not 100% sure, that I can get the Seeker Soldiers to break the iron from the Mistlands swords, as well as some copper, and then bring that back and smelt it. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that they should be able to do that. And then on top of that, my plan for all this iron is to eventually build Crom, which is just iron and bronze in the Black Forge, as well as the Arbalist, which is also just iron. But for the Arbalist, we're also going to need roots. So our first thing in the swamp to hunt for, besides iron, is also roots, which is what we're going to do now. We're going to try and find an abomination, get some roots, as well as explore this swamp for some iron. Now, upon the first things that I found inside the swamp was bone mass, and I found some Surtling spawners, which actually saved me because I had a bunch of stuff chasing me, including a wraith, that just burned to it. Now, the next day when I came back to get my stuff, I was greeted with an abomination next to the spawner, which is exactly what I needed because I could use it along with my arrows to help me kill it. And that's exactly what I did. I stacked it on top of the Surtling spawner until it started running with minimal health, and then finished it with just some basic wooden arrows, dropping me my roots, which I could use for a few different things. One, I could use them for better armor if I really wanted to, but I'd have to find a few more to kill them and decide whether I wanted that armor set or not, or if I'd like to keep my sneaky buff. And on top of that, I'd be able to store the roots for an Arbalist and the Guck for a Draugr in the future, which was great progression as far as everything else. From here, I began my first attempt at looking for iron using my Stagbreaker, and discovered very quickly what I meant by the ancient trees will confuse you by also saying too hard, and I tried it for a while, did not find any. But I came back to base, built a little cooking area inside our house, which we already had, but I improved it with a cauldron, and very quickly I figured out that inside the house was not going to work. I was going to have to move it outside because we were going to need more stuff soon. We were going to need improvements, a mead kittle. It was just not going to all fit inside. And I was going to need a lot more metal too, which is what I headed out to do next, because not only would I need metal for the mead kittle, but I'd also need it for a fermenter and for a cultivator, as well as a couple other things, which meant I was going to need a lot, so why not just go get it? And in the process, I discovered that swimming with all this metal back and forth constantly was extremely annoying, so I built a little bridge. And then I came home, built the mead kettle with the first metal that I gathered, and then all I had to do from there while I waited for it to smelt was get a bunch of fine wood and core wood, so that way I could build the cultivator and the fermenter for the mead bases and the farm that I was going to build. Now, I have two options for what to put in this fermenter. I can either do poison mead and keep going around the swamp, and I know you guys didn't see it, but I spent a lot of time looking for iron with just running around, couldn't find any oozers, did not find any sticking out of the ground, and could not find any with the Stagbreaker. So I'm kind of inclined to go with a frost mead base, frost resistance mead base, so that way I can go to the mountains and look that way. On top of this, I also built my cultivator and started planting the turnips as well as a couple carrot seeds I had right next to the fermenter. That way, in a few days, we'd be able to build the spice rack as well as some better food, or at least start planting more seeds for a better garden in the future. I then spent so many hours in the swamp, I don't even want to talk about it. Day and night, death after death, no oozers, no iron, no even possibility of getting a single piece of scrap, and I resorted to something much different, a portal to the Mistlands. Now, as I mentioned, I bet I could do the Mistlands by getting there and getting Seeker Soldiers to break the swords. At least I, at the time, was theorizing that I could do so, and it was not gonna hurt me to go look, because at this point I had spent probably 5 to 6 hours in the swamp, day and night, death after death, had found a few oozers, but no iron from them, and was getting absolutely desperate for any sign of iron that I could find. So I went back to base, upgraded my troll hide as much as I could with what I had collected, and headed out on a journey to the Mistlands. Now, obviously this journey is going to be quite far, as even the farthest thing from our base, the swamp, is very close, and we have not really been very far from spawn, as well as I need to be very careful because I am still in troll hide and have no chance of surviving anything in the Mistlands or any of the other biomes that are probably around it. And I continued to sail and sail and sail even further than I really thought that I'd have to. But finally, I came upon a Mistlands. And a serpent. Luckily for me, I was able to dispatch of the serpent fairly quickly, and on top of that, I also got a decent amount of meat. However, the scales sunk to the bottom of the ocean as I was not dealing with trying to keep those above water or jump in after it. And then it was time to make landfall on the Mistlands at night, which is extremely dangerous. I picked the first island I could that I could see myself getting up that was small and that I couldn't see any enemies on top of. And as quickly as I could, I got down my workbench as well as my portal, and then got ready for my first run into the Mistlands to explore. Before making that run though, I went ahead and slept through the night, and when I got back, the frost resistance mead that I had made before that I had started making before I left was ready, as well as a bunch of the plants were ready to be harvested, which would give me a ton of new resources and the ability to make a spice rack, which I was able to get stuff for fairly quickly. And along with that comes a bunch of new recipes to check out and a bunch of more stamina foods and stuff like that I can make. And then I went ahead and replanted the extra stuff for seeds, and then it was time to head to the Mistlands. Now, I would be stupid if I think I had a chance of surviving in the Mistlands, so my best bet at this point in time is to go completely naked with just some food. That way, I don't have to chase back anything if I die, and I'm able to get as much information about the surrounding Mistlands as I possibly can, chart it down on my map, and then go back with whatever preparations I may make. And it was not long before I ran into some seekers at an infested outpost. However, I did unlock a decent amount of Mistlands, as well as found some resources and other things that were interesting that I would be able to go back towards in the future when I was a little better prepared. On top of that, I purely spent as much time as I could just unlocking more map, more Mistlands, and seeing more things as I could. And I also wanted to check, I didn't think this structure was a mine, and I was right, but I did just want to check just to be sure, so I didn't miss out on any possible loot, because I cannot afford that right now at this point in the series. Now, I spent about probably 2 hours in that Mistlands trying to just map it out and maybe get a yawl to break a sword, or use a cart to knock against it, or find a seeker soldier, or maybe even get a diverger upset at me to break it, and I just could not get anything to work. Now, I want you guys to remember, yes, there are ways to do this, but at this point in time, I'm trying not to really look anything up, do too much research, and honestly, that was a mistake, but at this point in time, that's where I'm at, and I did not know any better, so I just tried to work out as many ways as I possibly could, and after spending about 2 hours there, I decided to go to a new Mistlands. And at that Mistlands, the first thing that I came across after finding some swords and doing some basic exploration was a diverger camp, which I was going to use to protect me, as this is the first one that I had really found, other than a couple rogues. On top of this, I did actually find a sword, but I got a seeker soldier to bite it, saying too hard. Now, as you guys probably know, it hitting it is what breaks it, not it biting it, but again, at the time I didn't know that. So I started a new possible idea. There was another Mistlands as well as a mountain nearby, and that would allow me to test the mountain theory about possibly getting iron from the doors, as well as have another Mistlands, so there was no reason not to set up a portal there, and I also had my frost-based meads, so that is what we're going to get into next episode. Today, we're going to be venturing into the mountains a little bit. Last episode, the Mistlands was a little too hard, and also I was not getting what I wanted from it, and it did not seem like that was going to be the most efficient way. On top of that, there were still things I could do in the mountain that would make the Mistlands easier, as well as I did have a chance to find some of my beginner iron here, which could help me greatly as well in making it through the Mistlands to getting a lot more iron later in the game. So I'm going to test that first. Last episode, a couple of you guys informed me that looking for iron using the too hard method in the swamp, I was not doing it right. You're actually looking for zeros, which makes a lot more sense to how people are doing it, but I can use the too hard method to try and find silver, and you don't even have to do it with a stag breaker. So we're going to be trying to do that a little bit, gather some just general mountain resources, because we haven't really gotten any of the recipes from the mountain yet, because we haven't really killed anything. But the main thing that we're looking for as we make our way up this mountain is frost caves, because that has the iron possibility as well as the possibility for better armor for us, assuming that we get a couple wolf kills as well while we're up here. I also may try and establish a couple portals, or at least some beds, to make sure that I don't die, because I don't have that many frost meads made, and making a bunch of runs up the mountain is not going to be fun if I'm using corpse run. And right away upon entering the mountain, I had no problem finding a couple of creatures to kill, so I'd at least get some of the recipes. Some freeze glands for possibly some future ice cream, as well as the wolf hide for my possible new armor set, assuming that we find some frost caves, were both things that I needed, and the wolf trophy would give me the option for a wolf cape later if I really wanted it. On top of that, I would also need to find dragon eggs and hopefully the motor location, because I don't need it right now, but I will eventually, and having it marked on my map will make that endgame section a little less annoying. Something that I'm worried about getting to with this series, and while it wouldn't be the biggest inconvenience, would be getting all the way to the ashlands, finishing it, and then actually having to worry about everything backwards, because I didn't do the work to find it while I was in those biomes. So as we progress here, I'm definitely going going to try my hardest to find everything that we need for each biome, including the bosses and the stuff that we need to summon it. That way when we get to the end, we can kind of just run through all the bosses backwards one after another. And in literally less than 5 minutes of being on the mountain, I got extremely lucky in finding a frost cave right off the rip. However, I needed to make sure that one, I marked it in case I needed to get back to it, but two, that I put a bed down outside because I'm severely underprepared for this cave. And unfortunately for me, I forgot to get wood and bring it with me, which means I'm either going to have to harvest it and risk alerting a bunch of stuff that could kill me, or just mark it for now and go back down the mountain. Now, because I'm already up here, I'm just going to opt to go ahead and get the wood. However, it did obviously attract an extreme amount of attention from nearby drakes, but luckily no wolves or stone golems for now, so I'm pretty much safe because the fine wood bow, while weak, is not really that weak compared to the drakes. And in pretty much no time, I had my wood ready after a little scuffle with the drakes outside, and I could set up my bed. And this gives me two things. One, a quick respawn, so I don't have to worry about it too much, but two, this means that I will not have to use any of my frost meads if I do die, saving me a ton of resources and time, and now I can somewhat safely venture into the cave and hope that nothing breaks my bed while I'm inside. Obviously, when entering the cave, I was greeted with bats, because what else would you find in these frost caves other than these useless freaking creatures that just annoy you while you're trying to get through? However, let's go over what I'm looking for in here so you guys can tell if this has been a success or not before we even get into it. We're looking for, honestly, a lot right now. Anything that we can find is good. The motor location is decent because we will need it at some point. A couple wolves would be decent because we would be able to get some wolf fangs in order to build some of the stuff like in the future, like the spear or anything like that we may need. But the two really big things that we're looking for is the hair for the armor set, a lot of it at that, because we are going to need a lot for an armor set, especially an upgraded one, because that is going to serve us far into the ashlands if my calculations of what I'm going to be able to build are correct. On top of that, we need wooden doors that contain iron. Now, they don't guarantee the chance of iron, but they do have a chance of dropping it, and they drop ingots, which means we wouldn't even have to smelt it, we'd just have to get it back to base. And if we could find a bunch of those in a bunch of these frost caves, we may not even need to go get iron from the Mistlands because we'd have a ton from here. So we need to look for all of that stuff as we start to venture in early, and obviously we'll find a bunch of other things like obsidian, which is useful, and other like little trinkets that we may be able to use later in the series. And while down the first path was fairly uneventful, we did get some hair, which unlocked our recipes that we would be needing, and the rest of that path was pretty much completely empty. So I decided to head back up to the main entrance, and at the main entrance, instead of taking the right path, I would decide to test out straight, which was also empty, which kind of made this cave feel not too lousy because I hadn't gotten on the next path yet, and I didn't really know yet, but I had not found a lot of what I needed, and the potential to find enough hair to make my armor as well as other stuff was getting pretty low. But I did get, as I descended down the left path, very lucky, as I found my first wooden door. Now, there's no guarantee that I'll get iron from it, but I get to at least try and test and figure out if it's possible, because as soon as I get one iron ingot from this, I'm going to run with it, as well as there was a ton of other stuff in here, which implies that I will get more hair and a bunch of the other stuff that I may need. And on top of the hair and other stuff, I will also need a cultist trophy at some point to make my Fenrir armor, which means that I need to kill this thing. But like I said, it also implies that there is probably more hair in there, as well as the opportunity for some decent loot. And the opportunity for that loot got much stronger once I realized that this was not just a single room, as I could see at least 3 cultists just alerted by the sound alone, which did not include all of the sleeping wolves that were still in the cave and whatever else couldn't hear me, which did give me a lot of hope for how many resources I'd be able to collect from this cave. And being able to just stand on these stairs and farm them, as long as I had enough arrows, made it pretty easy to get through them. And finally, after a few minutes of fighting them, I had killed everything and cleared everything from inside, and in the process they had actually broken the door, and it did not drop me any iron, but I was still going to hold hope for that for later. For now though, it was time to go investigate what I had found, and unfortunately for me, it seemed like some of it was bugged inside the wall, which was no big deal because I was still able to pick up at least a little bit of it. But on the other hand, there was actually only one room, which was odd because like I said, there was 3 cultists, so I really thought there would be more than that. But there was also clearly another downstairs area that we could go to after we collected this. And inside this single room, even though there wasn't multiple, I got pretty lucky as most of the little Fenrir hair things were pretty much full, and there was a bunch on the stand, which is getting me pretty close to at least being able to make one of my pieces of armor when I get back, which will protect me from the cold, keep me a lot safer, make the mountain biome quite a bit easier, and allow me to explore more, as well as give me a ton more armor, and allow me to progress to making the whole set. And upon looking downstairs, I guess I had figured out where the rest of the cultists came from, as there was a bunch more, and it seemed like a ton of rooms down there. Unfortunately, they would not get stuck on these stairs and would come upstairs, which made it a little bit harder for me to kill them. However, after they were dead and I got downstairs, I realized this cave is an absolute jackpot for hair specifically, which is exactly what I need. So we're gonna grab all this, head back to base, and get some of our stuff organized, maybe reset our spawn down there, and then decide what to do from there. Okay, so it seems after going back to base that I need more wolf hide and maybe even some leather scraps, but the wolf hide slash pelt is going to be much more important and a little bit harder to get. So I reset my spawn at base and slept so that way it would be daytime, and all I need to do is head up there and find a couple of them. Alright, so I did find some wolves for the wolf pelt. However, I'm out of arrows, and I did end up catching a nice stray little death on the bottom of the mountain. It wasn't hard to get my stuff back. However, I did kind of waste a frost mead with a bunch of time left on it, but I got the wolf pelt I needed, and I can go back to base, get some leather scraps, and make the Fenrir armor, at least my first piece. Okay, it did take me longer to get the boar hide than I thought it would. However, I can make the Fenrir coat now, which will keep me warm in the mountains, meaning I won't really have to worry about my frost meads unless I get really screwed for one of my bodies. I have almost enough hair for another piece, but I don't have enough leather scraps, as well as I will probably need more wolf hide for upgrading it, so I'm gonna head back up to the mountains with what I have, try and find some more stuff, caves, maybe even a couple stone golems for a couple other things that I'm going to try, and they can also help me get wolf pelt. So we're going to just head up there and see what we can find again, and keep our hopes high for that possibility of iron. And very quickly I was able to find another cave, which is the best way for me to get iron, as well as I got to explore a lot more of the mountain because I have my frost resistance naturally, which is much nicer than having to worry about using my frost resistance meads. Now, I was a little stupid with this because while I did have my spawn set lower on the mountain, I had not set my spawn at this one, which was kind of terrifying. But just upon peeking in the entrance, I can see that there's a red glow at the end of the cave, meaning that even if we don't get iron or anything else out of this, we are getting the motor location. But we do still have a very high chance of getting the other stuff that we need as well, because we also need more Fenris hair so that we can make more pieces of our armor set and start getting them upgraded, so we actually have a chance at staying alive. And not too much further in the cave, we got kind of lucky. Another door. And will it give us the iron piece that we need? I really freaking hope so, because I'd like to get this iron journey started, but this one was not our door. But luckily for me, this cave was pretty huge and there was a lot of doors to destroy. However, I just wanted to start clearing everything out around these before I started breaking them so I wouldn't get whacked from the back, because as I said, I do not have a spawn point at this one and I really cannot afford to die. On top of that, I am getting a ton of Fenris hair. As long as I can get this stuff back to base safely, which there is definitely a couple of close calls, as long as I can get this stuff back to base safely though, I should be able to build my full armor set, assuming I can get the wolf hide as well as the leather scraps and anything else I might need, and I may even be able to upgrade it on pretty early on if I keep getting hair like this. Unfortunately for me, partway through clearing the cave, I ran out of arrows again, and I needed to start heading back at least for a second just to recoup for a minute. However, on the way back, I was able to find some onion seeds, which will help me because I already have my garden set up in my cultivator, and I will be able to use that for recipes, assuming that I get my cauldron more upgraded, but this will help keep me alive in the mountains and the further biomes, as the more food and the more stam that I have, the better. After this point in time, I went to the swamp at night just to see if I could find any oozers, and while I did not get any to drop iron. However, I died, and that led to about an hour-long charade of me realizing that I had left my stuff on the mountain, not feeling like resetting my spawn, and trying desperately to get back down and back to my stuff in the swamp, which took a long time, but it was not very entertaining. It was just a lot of death. After that, I walked to a nearby mountain that was a little bit closer, that was up near the trader, to try and find more frost caves, as I was not finding any more on the mountain that I had a portal to, and if I could get them over here, I could just walk the iron back to base a lot easier. And while this cave was huge and actually amazing for a lot of the things that I was needing, I got tons more hair, got to kill a bunch of cultists, was upping my bow skill by quite a bit because of how much I was using it, and like I said, it was just a ginormous cave, but I was still getting extremely unlucky. I had broken like 4 or 5 more doors, and at this point I was honestly losing hope for being able to do it. But the only piece of hope that I had in the first place was the fact that the wiki literally states that you can get iron from this and that it drops iron ingots. So I still held out hope for a little bit longer, simply just because it was listed directly on the wiki that this was a feasible way to get iron. After about 30 minutes of clearing, I had broken almost every door, cleared almost every room, and I was starting to lose hope for this being a feasible iron method, because even if I got it at this point, it still wouldn't be very good for lots of iron, but I just needed one piece to help me get the hope. And there it was, finally a piece of iron, an iron ingot, and I was close enough to run it back to base. On top of that, I had more wolf hide, Fenris hair for Fenris armor, and I was going to be able to do this, even if it took me forever through these ice caves, or I could go back to the Mistlands and try it. But I had a bunch of options now. No matter what happened at this point, I now know it is technically possible for me to at least get the iron I need for Crom, the Arbalist, and make it into the Ashlands with the boat that I need the iron nails for as well. So, that being said, now it is just time to find as many of these doors as I possibly can, and as many of these caves as I possibly can, try and get as much iron as I possibly can, and get all of it home so I can start using it on something. Now, lucky for me, though this mountain seemed really small at first when I started looking at it because it was so close to spawn and so close to my base, it actually had a second cave up the hill from it, and this one had more doors, more cultists, and more stuff for me to grab, which was awesome because it was more stuff that I could run back to base, assuming that I got another piece of iron. And not only in that entire cave did I get 1 iron, but I actually got 4, and this was still the same cave that was very close to base, and on top of that I got all the hair I could ever want for my entire set, and I was close enough to run the iron back to base. And while I couldn't make anything like a pickaxe yet, I could make a stone cutter, I could make a cooking area if I wanted, I could make some upgraded stuff, and pick what I wanted this iron to go to, and maybe make it into something else later. But for now, I do have iron. It is feasible to use this method, and next episode we may even go visit the Mistlands with a similar one, to try and get as much as we possibly can, build our iron pickaxe, and move on to the silver stuff. But that is going to have to wait till next episode. So in the meantime, I have made the iron into a stone cutter for now. I probably won't keep it like that, but that at least allows me to make the cutting stone for the forge, meaning we get another upgrade for free pretty much. And on top of that, I was able to use some of the Fenris hair to make pants, which means I have a little bit more armor now. Unfortunately for me, I do not have enough wolf pelt to make the hood of the Fenris armor. However, I do have my cultist trophy, so all I really have to do is head back up to the mountains and get a little bit more wolf pelt so I can go back and make that and have my full set. And the full set will grant me with a few bonuses, one being resistance to fire damage. And while that doesn't seem insanely important because I won't be facing it for a long time, this will probably be the set that I will enter the ashlands wearing. Ideally, I would like to be wearing the silver set when I am actually fighting the ashlands, as well as a bunch of silver weapons and even Mistlands weapons, but for the way that I plan to get there, I'm probably going to need this set on, which means that some fire resistance is definitely not going to hurt, and on top of that, it's a lot more armor and fairly easy to upgrade. And while we make our Fenris hood, let's talk about what we're going to do today, because while I do still have a bunch of plans to progress and get more iron, which I will totally do either this episode or next episode, I do on top of that definitely want to upgrade the armor that I have, and also I need to make the base a little bigger. I know this isn't necessarily a speedrun series, but as far as base building, I'm not too into it because I'm not going to have a lot of the stuff that I want for base building, and there's no reason to spend a ton of time on it, especially because in our next modded series, we're going to be building a ton of stuff. The modded series is already underway, so I can tell you guys there are some insane builds going on, and that's probably more of a fitting scenario for those to be in. But I do need to make the base a little bigger. I need a lot more storage. I need a little bit of a better cooking area, and I'm going to start to have a lot more portals, as well as I just am tired of stuff running into my base and starting to break my stuff. So I'm going to do that. I need a little bit of a bigger farm as well. So I think today I'm going to expand the base as well as try and get more iron, and then we may even start to dip into some silver stuff, because I do have a plan to start getting silver after I get a little bit more iron. More upgrades for our armor first on the list, though, means that we are going to need a lot more wolf pelt, which is not going to be too hard. It's just going to be another trip back into the mountains. And on top of that, I'm going to start collecting freeze glands, because here soon, hopefully, I will be able to craft up some ice cream, as well as maybe frost arrows, but I'm going to need some freeze glands, so there's no reason not to keep them. And on top of that, I have a little plains over here that I found beside the mountain, which I may actually dip into just to see if I can get a bit of lox meat or even lox pelt for a lox pelt cape, which would be a lot easier to support because I do not need the wolf trophy in the event that I don't get it. And after a while of spending some time in the mountains, I was able to come back with enough wolf pelt to at least upgrade one piece of my set, giving me a little bit more armor. And while I'm going to need a lot more wolf pelt and leather scraps in the future, I still have enough Fenris hair to probably upgrade the entire set, and for now I'm just going to keep working on it slowly. But I am running out of stuff to do in the mountains that I have, so the next day when I got back on, I ended up going to Motor because I have it marked on my map from last episode's cave, and I know for sure that there will be a decent sized mountain there with probably tons of frost caves, a good amount of silver if I can possibly find it, and a bunch of other opportunities, so there's no reason to not head over there and put a portal down now and see what else I can find. And it was a decently long but fairly uneventful sail. However, when I landed on land, it was night, which was not good for me. So I decided to put a portal at the bottom of the mountain, which is something that I suggest all of you do playing any sort of solo, but especially in these challenges when you have no opportunity for help. Make sure you get portals down and beds down on different continents, that way you don't lose your entire body with no way of getting back to it. Anyways, I put it down, headed back for the night to sleep after connecting it, and then came back the next day to go up to actually head up the Motor Mountain and see what I could find. Luckily for me, like I figured, not far up the mountain I found my first ice cave, and after surveying the area a little bit and setting my spawn outside, as well as marking it on the map in case I needed to get back to it, I was able to easily head in, and lucky for me, this one had a decent amount of wooden gates, and after spending quite a bit of time finding all the ones that I could, and breaking all of them down, I actually got a couple iron ingots, allowing me to leave this cave with 3 total iron ingots in total, and to head up the mountain to find more caves, because like I said, I figured that there was going to be more because this was the mountain that Motor is on, and it is likely to be pretty large and have a lot of caves. And I was exactly right. There was another frost cave, and luckily for me, once again, this one had a lot of wooden gates. But not only did it have a lot of wooden gates, but I was getting quite lucky with the iron drop rate, and I was actually getting enough iron from this to give me a decent amount of hope that while I don't really want this to be my only iron farming method, it is a viable one that is giving me a decent amount of iron. On top of that, I got more hair and other resources from these caves that were going to allow me to progress even further. Things like obsidian to make arrows, as well as the workbench upgrades, were going to give me just enough room to be able to do what I needed and to keep on progressing, even if it felt slow. And upon getting out of this cave, it was nighttime, so I headed back down the mountain to deposit the iron that I had found in my boat so I could take it back to the base later, and I had found 6. And again, while that doesn't sound like a lot, I really only need 20 for the first decent bit of the playthrough. I need just enough for a pickaxe. After I get a pickaxe, I'm going to be mainly focused on trying to get as much silver as I possibly can with the method that I have in mind, and then after I get all the silver that I can and I build my silver armor, my Draugr Fang, and all that stuff, I can go back to focusing on getting enough iron for a boat and an arbalist as well as a crom. But for now, that really doesn't matter. All I need enough for is the pickaxe, and 6 out of 20 is not doing too bad, considering that I can also visit the swamp at night for oozers, as well as I still have another Mistlands method to retry out after a couple episodes ago when I failed it. But for now, I'm going to stick to the mountains, so I made a little bit more food, headed back up, and decided that it was time to put the portal up a little higher on the mountain. That way, in the case of death, I would not have to use my entire corpse run or die at the bottom to get an extra corpse run to try and get just up the mountain in general when I have a decently safe spot to put the portal. I then spent the next couple days after setting up the portal, the next couple in-game days were all spent just running around the mountain and trying to find more ice caves, trying to kill more wolves, drakes, just farming a bunch of resources, but also just trying to get as much of a bearing of this mountain as I could, because surely there were more than 2 frost caves on it. And it was mostly just me killing wolves, drakes, and exploring, because I really did not find much more than that. But my patience did later pay off, because after quite a while, like I said, 2 in-game days of walking around the mountain and finding pretty much nothing other than resources, I finally did find another frost cave, and I quickly set my spawn outside in case something went wrong inside and headed in. And this cave, compared to the other 2, was fairly big and a little bit bigger than the last 2 that I had been in. However, for the cave size, there was not that many of the wooden gates, and it seemed that my luck had kind of run out for these wooden gates, as I was not getting any iron at all. So I headed back to base to work on a couple base things that I had been neglecting a little bit. The biggest one being that I was running out of farming space, needed to expand it drastically, and as I mentioned earlier, I need to just expand the base in general. So I flattened out a decent size area and got off for the night, but that would be my start for tomorrow. Because this base needs a lot of expanding, I'm going to need to do a lot of different things, but I need to kind of put it all into one cohesive project. It doesn't have to look great, but I just have to get it all to work. And I had to obviously start by getting some resources and also just clearing the area around the base, getting rid of all the rocks and trees, because I was going to make it quite a bit bigger. The first part and most important part though is making the garden bigger, because I have onions now. I have a lot more plant seeds because I've been planting the seed plants over there in the tiny one, meaning that I now need that, and as well as that I'm going to start needing a lot better food as I progress into the really late game biomes, because I'm going to need as much health as I possibly can. After building a little section for the garden, I started building out the gate, and I think I'm just going to build it all the way out to the water, or as far as I possibly can, build up the ground around it, and just try and keep a nice little square or circle little foundation going for us. And like I said, kind of just close in a little area. It doesn't have to look amazing, but enough area to get portals down, chests down, keep our farm safe, keep anything else we might need, and just get all of that set up in a nice little cohesive area, so that way I don't have to worry about anything getting hit by great orcs anymore. And also on top of that, I can expand the pieces of my facilities that I need. I also decided on picking a specific corner for just a bunch of roofs, or a specific side. On this side, I can do things like the cooking station. I can move those over from over there. I can put portals down if I want. And the biggest other thing that I need to upgrade is the storage. So I spent a little bit of time designing a new storage area that would serve us at least decently far into the game, much better than at least what we have in our base right now. And we can leave some of what we have in our base right now for extra in case we want it. After getting most of the fence done around the outside, other than the gates, I needed to actually start planting my stuff, so that way when I went to bed, I would be able to forward the timer on them a bit. But while those grow, I do have something else to plant. I've harvested a ton of wood today, and it's getting quite far of a run from my base, and on top of that, I need more fine wood growing next to my base, so I planted some birch trees as well as a bunch of the beech saplings that I had. Hopefully in a few days they'll grow into a nice forest around our base that we can keep harvesting for wood for any base upgrades or anything else we might need without having to run too far. One of the biggest things I'm still getting used to is going from modded to a vanilla series, especially a vanilla challenge series, where I don't have anything like multipliers applied. It makes it a lot harder for things like weight as well as inventory size, and running that far with only a couple hundred wood has been absolutely painful compared to the modded experience I've been having. So I decided that I needed to make it almost one of my highest priorities to keep trees planted around here, so I don't have to keep wasting time doing that. Another part of this series, besides that part of the modded that I've been meaning to talk about, I just haven't had a chance to yet, is that I really did not expect how hard it is to play without power-ups. Even at this point in the game, I really wouldn't have anything too significant other than maybe bone mass if I had gotten there. Playing without the power-ups is just so weird. Even the first power-up is so useful, and there's so many situations where I find myself pressing my power-up button on my keyboard just for nothing to happen, or seeing that empty slot next to my health. It's very odd coming from a series where we have really high multipliers and crazy power-ups to this where it's, you know, back to vanilla, but it's just interesting, and it's something that I really didn't pick out as being one of the challenges of the series, though it is one of the ones that I've noticed at least this far into it. And in that time of me yapping, we have actually done a decent amount of finishing the base. I do still have a bit more storage to do, as well as I might actually label them with signs. I don't really know what all categories I'll have to use yet, but I'll just kind of have to look at my inventory and what I have, and then I'll start moving stuff from the main base over here, organizing it and kind of getting it set up. And on top of that, I may make or move the little cooking area that we already have, expand it a bit and move it over here under these roofs. That way we have a little bit more room around our entrance to our actual little house, and we can get that its own little area next to the storage where I can actually store the food and keep the ingredients. Okay, so I got the storage completely built up, everything labeled, and everything is getting moved over from the main base. Now all those chests have been destroyed over there, except for maybe the two under the bed, but I kind of want to use those for something like a throne or something that will give me more comfort. That way I can use it. The plants are growing good and the base is expanded. I think I will, maybe after I move the cooking area. I do have to get back on the iron grind because that's pretty much my only path of progression right now, and while I did need a base upgrade, we're pretty much done with it for now. And like I said, it doesn't look like the best thing ever, but we do need to get back to the iron farming because it's probably the most important thing we can do right now. Now, I do still have a few more options for the iron grind. I could go back to the mountains, I could go to the swamp and make any last-ditch effort, or I could try and do what I know is probably going to be the most profitable, but also probably the most annoying, is go to the Mistlands. And I think I'm going to save the Mistlands for tomorrow, because I only have a short amount of time left in the day to play, and I think the easiest thing I can do, other than looking for frost caves, which I've already done a ton today, is go look back in the swamp and make sure that I'm not missing anything before I just completely give up on it, because pretty much at this point I've gotten no iron from the actual swamp, only from other places, and most of my ideas are starting to think of other places, so I'll give this one more chance before I try it. Now, on top of going to the swamp for iron, I also need to go for more cores for more portal sets, but on my way there, I don't know how I've missed it walking past this so many times. This is the path that I always follow, but finally, I caught the glimpse of light in the middle of the daytime. There was a muddy scrap pile sticking out of the hillside. Now, this is something that I had strategized as a very situational but possible thing that could happen. With steep cliff edges around swamps, there's a possibility that the muddy scrap piles that spawn under the ground spawn sticking through the ground in a way that you can find them, which is exactly what happened here. And I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but after uncovering the whole thing and mining out the entire thing, making sure that there was none left around it, I ended up with 3 iron, which again, I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but if I can get 1 or 2 more from an oozer, that puts us at halfway to where we need to be for our pickaxe, which is the only iron we really need to be worrying about right now. Next episode, we'll probably try out the Mistlands. We'll probably try out to get the oozers, and we need to start bringing the iron back so we can actually use it, because if you guys do remember, we also have, I think, 4 back at base from the stuff that we ran, meaning we're getting very close to our pickaxe, being able to do the silver section of our plan, and actually getting some valuable weapons that we can start to take towards the end of the game. But that plan, as well as all the other shenanigans that I'm going to get into for this series, are going to have to wait till next episode. Swamp, I also ran over to the Sultran core spawners right before I got off to grab a few more cores as well as some coal, so hopefully that'll help us smelt some of the iron when we bring it back, as well as we'll have some stuff for some more portals. But like I said, we need to, whether we're using the same iron methods or some new ones, we need to get enough iron for that pickaxe today and try and progress into the iron silver era, because we're kind of stuck right here and we've been in copper and bronze for a while, and I need to start pushing into the next era. So that's what we're going to try and do our absolute best to do today. Before we go anywhere though, we're definitely going to need more portals, so I headed out and got some more fine wood for portals, as well as I got some birch tree saplings from the birch trees, so I brought them back and planted them. And also, as you guys can see, the trees we planted last episode in a little ring around the base, so that way we could be lazy for getting wood, has grown greatly, and now we can have a ton of wood around our base without going very far. And like I said in the last episode, I'm very used to modded with higher weight and stuff, so it makes it nice because we don't have to walk as far with a ton of wood every time we need it. On top of that, our plants are pretty much ready, so we can start harvesting them, and we should be able to actually make a decent amount of the decent recipes rather than just running around with honey and berries in our food slots. As great as that is, we definitely are going to need more as we progress into these harder biomes. Once we get anything near the Mistlands or the plains, we need to be running the absolute top of the line stuff that we can for even a chance of being able to run away from the stuff, let alone take a shot or get hit by anything. So we definitely need all of these plants to keep growing. We need to replant them and keep as many as we can going, because that's going to be ultimately our gateway to survival in these final biomes. And with a little bit of of food as well as the stuff for another portal, I headed back to the mountains, but not to stay on the same mountain that we were on last episode. There's one clearly across the water, and the mountains have been doing us pretty good, as well as we've been getting ingots, so we don't even have to smelt it once we bring it back. And also this mountain across the water seems to be a bit closer to our base from this one, so we can kind of just catch it on our way back. The iron's already in the boat from last episode, and we can leave this portal up here in case we need it for silver later. But for now, we're going to take a new portal over to that next mountain, sail over there, see if we can find some caves, and hopefully some wooden gates to drop us iron, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get as lucky as we did last episode, be able to take home a decent amount of iron and actually build our pickaxe very soon, as well as maybe some other iron supplies, because we are definitely going to need it. Upon arriving at the bottom of the mountain, I definitely need to make sure that I have my spawn point set, because I am in no position to be super confident about me being in the mountain, considering the fact that I'm still half in Fenris armor and half in troll hide, as well as I only have a 5-wood bow, so I definitely need to keep it on the safe side. And straight up the mountain, I found a frost cave pretty close to the bottom, which was a great place for me to set up my portal. But not only did I have a frost cave for me to explore and hopefully get iron from, as well as to set up a portal at, but somewhere along the way, I had gotten close enough to unlock the Bog Witch, which was pretty sick, as I could now build different meads for speed and stuff like that, as well as some decent foods if I wanted them. But just finding a second trader in our world was pretty freaking awesome, considering how little of the map we've explored so far. But we need to head into the frost cave and see what we can get. At this point in time, all I'm looking for in these caves is these wooden gates, and for them to drop iron. Some more hair might be fine, maybe a couple trophies to hang on the wall, but really I don't need anything else. And this cave, for that front specifically, kinda sucked. I did get a little bit of hair, but mostly all I got was abused by cultists and wolves, and there was really not much in here for me. The one wooden gate that I found did not drop me a piece of iron, and there was no more to be found, so I just picked up more hair for me to bring home. Didn't even pick up all of it though, because I really don't need much more. I did get some entrails and a silver necklace, which is fine, and I also did find one of the frozen lakes to get a fishing rod as well as some fishing bait, which is cool, but I do have the trader, so if I really want it, I can go buy it. But again, all we really need is those wooden gates, and I need them to drop iron. So without this one dropping it, we can leave our portal here, but we absolutely need to head up the mountain and find as many more as I can, because that's our biggest hope for iron right now, unless we want to start exploring the Mistlands, which at this point in time, I'm not 100% against. But lucky for me, this mountain was actually pretty generous, and I got a Howling Cavern, which should be, in my opinion, a little bit bigger, but I do have to watch out for the boss, and it may put an end to me, as well as there are starred creatures in here that I also have to look out for. But also, there was some wooden gates. Now, while the first one, still, I think I got very lucky last episode, because the first one did not drop me any, but the second and last one that I found did, in fact, drop me a piece of iron, which is great, but I did run into the boss pretty quickly and had to dip up the mountain even further. But again, very generous mountain. I was able to find another frost cave right away, so my chances for iron continued to grow. While this cave did contain quite a bit of wooden gates, I was definitely confirmed that yesterday my luck was extremely high. Also, I got absolutely assaulted when opening some of them, just getting absolutely destroyed by cultists, and this one was pretty much more of a maze than it was a helpful wooden gate one. All I got was another piece of iron, as well as a chest with some obsidian. At this point, I decided to take my stuff back down to the boat, go hang out with the Bog Witch for a little bit, and kind of rethink what I was doing. See, the mountains were not terrible for iron, especially, like I said, they give you ingots, but really smelting them is not that big of a thing, so I don't know why I keep saying it. All you gotta do is throw it in the smelter. But what I do have is I have one more mountain on the map that I can think of that I should go to, and the reason I'm going to go to this one is because if I don't like the outcome of this one, like I haven't on the last one, there's a Mistlands right there, so we can go try the Secret Soldier thing again. I'm pretty sure it will be better, but it just is going to lead to a lot of deaths, and it could be really annoying if I get my stuff stuck in there, and it could lead to me having to pretty much restart and lose my body, so I have to be knowing of that risk before I take it. But I can try that mountain out. If I don't like it, we'll already have a portal to Mistlands, and we can go test out that strategy as well, so we're going to head over there and try that out. But before I left this mountain, I did find one more frost cave that I decided to run, and I got disappointed a little bit more. I pretty much just got a bunch of wolf fangs, red jute, and some more Fenris hair, which I really do not need any more of, and I did not get a single piece of iron from it. However, it was nighttime when I came out, and I decided to go stop by the swamp just in case I could get lucky like I did yesterday. And while I didn't get lucky in the same way, I did get an oozer to drop a piece of iron, which was extremely helpful because that's one of the other methods that I've been talking about, and at least getting to see it work once was kind of cool because it is another way to get iron. So when I bring those ingots back from the mountains, I can also come by and grab the scrap iron I mined yesterday, as well as some of the stuff I'm getting from oozers, so that way I can have a decent amount when they're combined, and maybe I'll come check out the swamp at night a few more times to see if I can find some more. And after my tiny little swamp victory with another piece of iron, I went and grabbed the boat and headed down towards where I knew there was Mistlands and another mountain, but it was pretty uneventful. The only eventful part was the fact that I was going to have to try and successfully land on the plains as my docking point with Deathsquitos visible, and hopefully not die, because I do not have a portal or a bed over here. And and they challenged me very quickly. They did not even let me get close to the shore as well as I was trying to drive the boat, and they were trying to attack me, but that's okay. Drop me some needles if I get lucky, and like I said, if I clear these, I should not have too much of a problem trying to dock, but they definitely did challenge me as soon as I got close to it. After making successful landfall and running partway up the mountain though, I could see the mistlands on my other side, and I put my portal down. Now I do think it's worth mentioning, I do have 2 boats, and we'll get into why that's important in just a second, but because I'm on this mountain, and though I don't think it's the best method right now, it is kind of safe, and I can kind of do it pretty easily, so I ran up to try and find a few more frost caves just in case, and I found one that did not drop me anything. There were plenty of wooden gates in it, I just got no iron from it, but then I also found a second one that did drop me 1 more piece of iron, and I had 2 from earlier, which leaves me with 3 from over here. Now the reason that it's important that I have 2 different boats is I put this 3 on this boat, but I also have 8 more ingots on another boat that is still over by the bog witch, so we're gonna bring this 8 back to base, as well as we still have some in the swamp, and we still have the stonecutter iron that I ran back from a different mountain. So we're getting pretty close to the pickaxe without even going to the mistlands, but we will still probably go there because we are going to need a lot more than this. Nonetheless though, we're going to bring this back to base, and once I got it back to base, we threw it in the storage, and then I went to the swamp because it was nighttime, and I got 1 more piece from another oozer, bringing our count in the swamp up to 5, so we have 5 plus 10 at base, plus the stonecutter, which is another 2, so we have 12, 17, and we have 3 in the mistlands, meaning we do have enough for our pickaxe, which is great because we can bring that back soon and make our pickaxe and actually progress into silver, as well as maybe find some other ways to get iron if possible. I then got off, but got on later for a very quick session where I pretty much just spent most of the session using a stag breaker as well as a stone golem that was following me around to try and find any silver in the ground, but unluckily for me, this first time I did not find any, but I'm sure we'll get some eventually. On top of that, I did find 1 more cave at the motor, which I didn't explore right now, but I'll come back to it later because, well, it's still not my best method, and I know that. There's no reason not to because they're fairly easy, so I can still try and get a little bit of iron out of this. And as soon as I logged back on later that day, I was right back in that cave as that's where I logged off at, but unfortunately for me, this was not a lucky cave where I got any iron, and that's okay, because when I got back on, I was using my stag breaker and a stone golem again to try and help me, and I was also getting screwed up by a bunch of other stuff, but as I was trying to fight a wolf, I caught the glimpse just out of the corner of my eye. I swore I saw it say too hard in a very open area where there was no chance he was hitting anything else, and so I decided that why not go ahead and try and run past him and hit a couple digs in the ground, see if there was any silver, and if there was, I could go make sure that I had enough iron for my pickaxe, come back here and actually progress into the silver section of the game, which will be probably one of my last armor sets before I start moving towards the ashlands. And luckily for me, after I got him away from it for a little bit, I went back to the area where I saw the too hard, and there was a silver vein, meaning I now had silver right next to my portal, as well as I could bring my boat back over here, and I could get this back to base fairly quickly as soon as I made that pickaxe. Also, while running around the mountain for that long with that golem chasing me, it killed enough wolves for me to be able to upgrade my coat 1 more time to a level 3, giving us even more armor and even more survivability. Also, while I was back at base, all of my stuff was ready to harvest, so I figured, you know, why not go ahead, pick it up, get as many seeds and stuff as I could, and then also replant as much as I could, because as I mentioned, I need as much of that good food as I can get. I then ran over and moved my portal a lot closer to the mistlands, renamed it, and in the meantime, I had made a Ratask mead, which means I was able to get through the mistlands a lot quicker, able to run a lot faster, and hence why I really wanted the bog witch, because this made a lot of stuff a lot easier in the mistlands. Right away, the first structure I found was an infested mine, which, while I really can't do that right now, I'm a lot closer than a lot of you guys may think to dipping into this kind of stuff, because as soon as I get the iron, I need to get black quartz for my arbalist and my crom, because that's going to be the weapons that protect me all the way into the end of the game. I also was able to mark out a lot of friendly diverger structures, as well as run around and put my portal down right above one of them. I also ran as far as I could and found as many and marked out as many swords as I could, because those are what we're going to drop the iron. The swords in the battlefields are what drops the iron, and after a few nights in the mistlands, I found a seeker soldier right next to one, and all I had to do was find out if it could break it. And right away, I was seeing a bit of damage on the sword, which meant that if I was right that these were going to drop iron, which I knew earlier in the game playthrough, I just couldn't get it to work because I was being a little scared and a little lazy. It was actually working. It was breaking it, and it was starting to drop a little bit of iron. And all I had to do now, no matter how many times I died, no matter how many times I went back and got my stuff, all I had to do was get it to break as many of the swords that I had marked out, a bunch of the black marble structures, and some of the Yggdrasil trees if it could, giving me the ability to make a black forge in the future as soon as I got the cores, as well as all of the iron stuff I could dream of, and everything I could possibly need, as long as I could get this thing to work for me as I thought I could. And I dragged this thing absolutely everywhere. I dragged it through the mistlands, up one spot, down another spot, through that original sword, I got it to break most of it, down to another sword, got it to break most of that one, up to a third sword, sword, even through a fourth sword, getting it to break as many of the parts touching the ground as I could, even trying to break up full swords at points in time. I even went and tried to find as many structures as I could and get it to break literally as many things that I couldn't break as I possibly could. I even lured it into the plains to kill some locks for me so I could get some lock spelt and needles and anything else I could need. I got it to break black marble structures, I got it to knock down Yggdrasil trees, I got it to break through the stumps and break it all the way down for wood for me. This thing was doing exactly what I needed, and through the process I even found more of them that I chose not to kill, and because it was daytime I knew that they would probably stay there because they were not nighttime spawns, meaning that as long as nothing killed them, like divergers, I would likely have multiple that I would be able to run back and forth to for as many resources as I possibly could. But then began a very large problem. I died, and I died a lot of times, and I ended up accidentally unmarking my body, and even at one point getting my portal broken and almost putting us out of commission. I was able to watch back the footage, find my body, and get the iron back to the boat. But getting the iron back to the boat, getting the boat back to base, and getting all of the iron put away, turned into a pickaxe, and doing all of the silver stuff will have to wait until next episode. And next episode should be a little bit longer. I know a lot of you guys have been asking for it, and I'm trying to figure out the format to where I can keep it like that. But next episode will be longer because we'll be going through all of the silver stuff, all of the iron stuff, making a bunch of stuff, upgrading the base, upgrading us, and even maybe doing some of the infested dungeons, as well as exploring the Mistlands a bit more. So we should have a ton to do next episode. So like I said, last episode we made an absolute ton of progress. We got a little bit of iron from the mountains, which is what we spent most of our day doing, but towards the end I decided to dip back into the Mistlands because while I was playing, I was sitting in the Discord call with one of my friends, Nathan, who you guys probably saw in the modded series, and Nathan was going through how pickaxes and how axes and all that kind of stuff works in Valheim, and the way that it pretty much works is each item has a chopping value or a pickaxe value, and different things take a different amount of like pickaxe value or chopping value to break, and some things might have different amounts than you think. Like loxes can't even break birch trees, but yet a stone axe can break an ashwood tree. It's very odd, but we were going through all of those things, and he didn't, like I was telling him about how I didn't think the Seeker Soldier from a few episodes ago was working on breaking the swords, and he told me that yes, absolutely they can. It says that their pickaxe rating is definitely high enough to be breaking those swords, as well as the black marble and the Yggdrasil wood, so I should be able to do it. I just need to get it to do a certain attack and not the bite. So pretty much what happened in this series is I got unlucky, and instead of doing this right from the get-go, I thought it didn't work, but it turns out it does. So last episode we got a ton of iron, we at least enough to get where we need to go, and we also found silver, so we're going to be able to do pretty much all of our silver stuff today, I think, or at least most of it. We'll be able to get a silver set of armor as kind of our heavy set, and we'll keep our Fenrir set as our light set that we can run around in and explore in and do all sorts of other stuff in, especially when we get closer to the Ashlands. We're definitely going to need 2 sets, but we'll have a heavy set for something like the dungeons or the infested mines, which we are going to be going to very soon. However, there is only one problem. I still have to get the iron back to my base, and I did something kind of stupid. I died last episode, and I unmarked my body, and it was to the point where I literally had to go back and go through the video to figure out where I died. Luckily, I was recording because I died in a completely different spot than I thought I did. But after I get my body back, get the stuff on the boat, we're going to start heading back and bring all the iron back, see what we can make other than just the pickaxe. Maybe we can make a long ship, or maybe even 2 if we have a bunch of extra stuff. We're going to need one for the Ashlands at least, and then we can also look at making like some better cooking stations for the serpent meat we have and the seeker meat. We could get a bunch of stuff done once we get this iron back, but I got to go find my body first and get that stuff on the boat, and then we'll start heading back. Okay, it took a lot longer to get my body back than I thought it was going to. My recording's been going for almost 2 hours now. It's an hour and 48 minutes I've been looking for my body, trying to get it back, and dying multiple times to the plains and the mountains and almost getting my bed broken, all for 14 iron, which might sound ridiculous, but if you guys know that I've spent about 20 hours trying to get iron already, you would know that this is actually pretty solid. 2 hours for 14 iron is pretty much perfect. Now, 14 iron doesn't sound like a lot, but remember we already have some back at base, and I kind of just did the math and realized that all I really need is a pickaxe, because the arbalist, crom, and everything else, is like the boat, is probably going to be made on this south section of the map, which means that if I really want all of that stuff to be efficient in the first place, I'm probably just going to build my black forge as well as a pretty small base in the Mistlands in general. I can bring smelters over and smelt my iron and any of the copper and tin that I might need for my crom or anything else that I might need. Or I can bring my black forge and maybe even a regular forge over here, and I can do most of the rest of my stuff in the Mistlands. All I need for now is just to get a pickaxe back so I can have a silver armor set so I can at least somewhat stay alive in the Mistlands. All I gotta do now is try and get on my boat. Luckily for me, in case I do die here, I just set my spawn point at the top of the mountain, so if I do die, I know where my body's at now. I won't unmark it. All I have to do is get on my boat and get out of here because I am ready to get this iron back to base. Alright, we are on the water headed back to base, and I just realized that I'm pretty sure there is still a decent amount of iron at my swamp portal, and that's kind of on my way back, so I'm going to go back and try and grab that as well. That way I should be returning home with about 20 iron, enough for my pickaxe, and then I'll have the extra 12 I think that I have at base base right now, as well as I will be able to bring back more if I really need to, but I think, like I said, mostly what I need is enough for a pickaxe and some basic stuff at base, and everything else I can use inside of the Mistlands. I can get it there, keep it there, smelt it there, and I can just use it there. So I shouldn't really need much more than what I'm bringing back now, but we'll look when we get back to base at everything we can make, and then I think we're honestly probably getting to the point where I can go grab silver. I haven't marked out, I just need to get up there, make a little base camp, and start mining it, and then figure out how we're gonna get that back to base as well. Alright, we are about halfway back to the swamp to pick up the rest of our iron, and we have got another serpent, which as long as it doesn't break my boat, I'm not really going to complain about too much, because the meat is definitely going to help us, and soon we'll finally be able to cook it. I don't know if we're ever going to get to the point where we'll make too much like serpent meat stew or anything, but we can definitely have the cooked serpent meat as something that helps us later in the game. And like I said, for now, it doesn't really bother me as long as this thing doesn't break my boat. It is getting a little bit damaged, but we're about halfway back to the swamp, so we're going to kill this thing, and then we will get back there. Doc will probably sleep so we don't get any more serpents on the way back, and then we will grab all the iron, count how much we have, and get it back to base. All right, we are pulling up to the swamp. Like I said, we have 15 or 14. I think we have 14 that we're bringing from the Mistlands, and on top of that, we have another 5 in here. So we're gonna take that back in just a second, but first I'm gonna go back to base and sleep because I really do not want to mess with another serpent, and we're getting pretty close back to base. We are pulling back up, and finally, after 4 episodes, the iron problem, one of the biggest horseshoes in this entire series, is almost done. We can finally clear it, get past it, and move on. So let's get in there and see how much we can make. And also, I realized this while I was pulling up, but while I do have all this raw iron that I can smelt, I also still had some ingots from the mountain biome over there as well. I think I had 3 on this boat. So we have those ingots, we have the ingots that came back from the other mountain biome, the ones we ran down, the iron scrap from the swamp, as well as the iron scrap from the Mistlands, and finally, after who knows how many hours of trying to clear the iron problem, and learning a ton along the way. You guys have given so many different ways, but what I want you to know is most of this series was recorded before the videos drop, so the chance of me being able to take your advice is fairly low, which, you know, is that a good call? I don't know, but I've learned a lot of stuff, and future series are going to have a lot better ways of getting iron, but for now, we've spent our hours, we've figured it out, we've learned a lot of stuff along the way, and we are finally ready to solve this iron problem and move on with the series. Oh, finally, after so long, I think we are ready to make my iron pickaxe. We got everything back at base, it's all smelting up, we've got everything kind of stored, we're gonna make our iron pickaxe. Finally, I've been waiting for this for a while. Did we do it the most efficiently? No, but we got it done, and like I said, we learned a bunch of stuff along the way. Everything at base is still smelting, and I can pick which silver I want to go for. I can go for the one that I already know, or I can go for one closer to base, but honestly, that one on Motor Mountain is not that far. I have a portal right next to it, and I can boat it back pretty quickly, so I'm not too worried about it. So what I'm gonna do is head over here, try and dig down next to the silver so that nothing can hit me. I'm gonna try and uncover the entire vein so I can, one, sit in this hole and stop getting whacked by things other than drakes. Drakes will still be a problem, but everything else should pretty much just get stuck above me. I'm gonna try and mine out the entire hole, and then hopefully I will be able to break this silver vein in one hit, store it all in a chest, get it down to a boat, and start bringing it back. Or maybe I'll even take the time to go find another silver vein or 2, so that way when I go back with it, I know that I will not run out of it, because silver armor is going to take a lot to fully upgrade. On top of this, I have a stone golem sitting above me while I'm doing this. The noise from me mining is attracting wolves. It's killing them, dropping hide into the hole. Yes, it's killing me a few times too, but hey, that's alright. It'll happen a few times, we'll be alright. Like I said, we're gonna uncover this, see how much we can break, get it in a chest, and then decide if it's enough or if we want to go for another one. And then if it is enough, we'll get the boat, bring it over here, and start loading it up. So I have a problem. I was gonna try and mine out the whole thing. Still am, because 1, I don't want to lose the vein, 2, it breaks a lot quicker like this. But I mined under the stone golem and he fell, and now he's stuck between the silver vein and the wall. He's still defending me from wolves and drakes, but that's not the ideal spot for being able to break this entire thing. So hopefully when I get over to that area, I can either knock him deeper into the hole, or I can somehow get the entire thing to break to where he'll just fall in. I can put the chest up here and he can just be stuck in the hole. I'm a little sad though, because that was kind of my silver finding golem, and I kind of wanted to use it to find another vein in the case that I needed another one. So we may have to go find another golem if this one gets stuck in a hole, or we may have to build it a way out or get it unstuck in some way. But for now, that's going to be kind of a pain, because he's going to be sitting over there on top of one of the main. Normally these veins form in like little like sets of 3 with like a little center point, and he's going to be blocking that entire branch off of it. So hopefully I can get him unstuck one way or another so I can get all of the silver without having to leave part of it there. And also, like I said, I want my iron golem back so I can go find more silver in the event that I need it, because looking at how much silver I'm going to need for just the armor, not including any of the weapons or anything that I'd like to make, including like my bow and stuff so that I can do the infested mines easier, I'm going to need a lot of silver, like a ton, probably 2 or 3 veins. So ideally we get him unstuck, but for now we're just going to keep mining this out and see what happens along the way. Okay, we have a chest down. At the time being, the golem is still stuck, but honestly, I'm just going to leave it there until I get to that section. We have a chest. We're filling it up with stone as well as silver. We'll probably bring the stone back in case we want to build anything at base, but for now, I didn't even mine out the entire thing. I probably will get one good satisfying break from one of the branches, but otherwise, this other one was about half broken, so I figured I would just go ahead and do it. But at the time being, we almost have probably 20, 25 silver, with what's on the ground, maybe even 30. And honestly, before I even make the silver armor, I mean, I will make it when I come back, but I'm honestly more concerned about making the Draugr bow, because this finewood bow, once we start getting into the Mistlands, is absolutely not going to cut it, and it's going to be significantly more important to get a good bow rather than okay armor, because realistically, if we think about it, silver armor is not going to protect us that much in the Mistlands, and being able to do more damage and just keep stuff away from me is going to be a lot more helpful than the armor. Not saying I'm not going to make the armor, I'm absolutely going to need it, and it's going to be, like I said, once I get towards the Mistlands and Ashlands, it's going to be absolutely necessary that I have it to even survive one hit. But I think ideally I'm going to spend as much time as I can getting stuff for the Draugr Fang fully upgraded to level 4 before I even worry about silver armor, because in my mind that will keep me a lot safer in a lot of these end biomes. But hopefully in a perfect world we get everything for everything that we need. But from this one vein, we're gonna see how much we get. But like I said, my priorities are kind of hanging towards the Draugr Fang as I'm up here in the mountains thinking about the Mistlands. That's definitely where it's going to be. So we'll see how much we get and make plans for it, but I just want to let you guys know while I'm mining this out, that's kind of where my mind's going rather than towards the silver armor. Alright, so after a while of breaking at least 2 of the branches on my silver node, I'm at the point where my chest is pretty much full of stone and silver, and while I can bring the chest of stone back through the portal, I'm going to go ahead and start bringing the silver down to the water, and I opted, because I had the extra iron, to go ahead and make the long ship, and then I can have it at base. I can pick it up if I ever need it, but we're going to start getting as much down there as we can. And let's go also look at how much we have in general. The rock golem is still stuck, which means I still have that entire section I can mine out if I need it. But I'm going to take this that I have back to base and see as far as it gets me. I may get a little bit more before I head back to base, but I at least want to see how much this gets me. However, I can only carry down about 17 to 20 at a time, depending on how much weight I'm carrying. So it's just going to be a lot of trips running down to the boat, which I'm going to spare you guys from watching unless anything very exciting happens, because I'm just going to be running up and down the mountain. Okay, after a few times of running up and down the mountain, I've definitely decided on making a set of portals from the bottom to the top. Now, while that doesn't make much sense because I can't take the silver through it, what I can do is run down and then teleport back up, which will at least allow me to, for now, make this like 3 or 4 times faster. And I probably leave it there because I think I am going to get another silver node. After doing the math, even if it's not right now, I'm going to need at least double what I have. So I will at least need 1 more silver node because I still have the 1 branch I can break that the rock golem is stuck on. But other than that, I'm kind of at a point where I want to at least bring it back and get the Draugr bow made, because while you guys don't really see it too much, I'm getting absolutely destroyed by a bunch of drakes and stuff that are trying to bother me, and I don't feel very safe in the snow. So if I could get a little bit of silver armor as well as an upgraded Draugr Fang, I'd be a little bit more secure in being able to go get more silver and being able to go a little bit further from my portal. That way if I die, it's not as big of a deal. I do also have one more idea in mind to keep me from spending as much time bringing silver down, as well as to keep me a little bit more efficient in the mountains and the further biomes. But I gotta head back to a couple of regular dungeons for a little bit to pick up some stuff for the trader, because if I can get my belt, that will make this stuff go by a lot faster and make me a lot faster and more efficient for the rest of the game. All I need is a couple more things for the trader. And after getting my couple of things for the trader, I went ahead and bought my belt, which is going to allow me to get so much more stuff up and down the mountain. So we should be able to speed this up, get everything down to the boat. And honestly, I've mined enough, I think, for my first little set of stuff. I think I'm going to just start bringing that back now. All right, everything is down on the boat. We're ready to head out. I got 4.5 stacks of silver, which will account for at least plenty of the Draugr Fang on top of probably some basic silver armor. So I'm not too worried about that, but we will obviously have to come back for another trip, especially if we want fully upgraded silver. We'll need stuff for the butcher block so I can have a higher level cauldron. We're going to need a lot more silver, because we also are probably going to make more weapons than just the Draugr Fang if we want anything somewhat helpful, because I still have a copper knife and a bronze axe. Obviously I can't make an axe, but I can make a way better primary weapon as well as my bow. So we'll probably be back for another trip soon, but first let's go home. Let's go ahead, get this stuff home and figure out what I'm going to make with it, and figure out how much extra I'm going to have to put out to other things after the Draugr Fang and some of the armor. Alright, after a pretty long but fairly uneventful voyage, we had most of the wind with us the entire time, and honestly the bigger boat was a little quicker, so it didn't take too long. Pretty uneventful daytime, no storms, no serpents. So we got back, we got the silver. Like I said, we're gonna get all of this into the base and then figure out what we want to do with it after what the main plans are, because I don't know how far this silver is going to get us. Well, I was trying to get the boat in a better spot to bring everything in so that it would be a little bit more efficient for me to run it back, and I've seemed to have gotten the boat stuck in a horrible position that I will probably have to break it out of, or damn near dig a canal, because this thing is completely beached. Alright, I have gotten the boat somewhat close to the base. This thing will probably have to get broken to ever move out of where I've gotten it stuck at, but we can actually get everything inside now and start processing it so we can progress, because holy crap, did this boat actually sit here probably longer than the actual journey to get the silver back. Alright, and we are firing up the kiln as well as the smelter. Let's get all of the silver processed. It's probably going to take a ton of time to actually get it all processed, but I've been gathering the wood and stuff, storing all of the ore, and pretty much we'll just be able to sit here and swap all of it out. We got all of our recipes for all the silver stuff that we're going to be able to make, and like I said, I'm just going to kind of have to sit here as long as I can. I'll probably just stand around, maybe go to sleep when I can to try and skip through the days, and keep harvesting wood to turn into coal, but other than that, we're kind of just going to have to hang out for a little bit. Now, while the silver is finishing up smelting, though, I can go get the extra recipe stuff that I need for some of my things, main one being ancient bark for the Draugr bow. I probably also need deer hide, but the biggest thing is I already have the guck as well as the silver, so we need that. Alright, we got the Draugr now, baby, let's go. I will have to do probably a bunch more harvesting and stuff to get it upgraded, but for now, we're doing a decent amount more damage. I feel a little bit safer already for going to the mountains, and we still have a bunch more silver that we can use, whether it's to upgrade this or make other stuff. Also, I do just want to say that seeing this in my inventory finally after being stuck on iron for so long, and knowing that this plan that I have for this entire series is actually probably going to work, at least I'm seeing it get put into action a little bit harder now, is very nice, and I'm glad the days of running through the ice caves looking for iron are over, and that I can make a little bit better decisions. But also, like I said, I'm just happy to see my plan actually kind of going, because probably very soon we're going to be in the Mistlands, which is, like I said, I didn't know if this series was technically going to be possible or work, and I still don't, but at this point in time, I'm feeling a lot better than I was at the beginning, so it feels really good to finally see this in my inventory. However, again, I am kind of back to waiting, so I'm going to go get the stuff that I'm going to need to upgrade the Draugr as well as probably make some more stuff. I'm kind of looking at the Wolf Fang Spear because it's really cheap and does not take many hard to get resources, so we can look at that here in a second, but I just need to get, pretty much the last bit of ore processing. It's almost all processed and put away in a chest. At least it's getting fairly far along, and on top of that, I can upgrade my Draugr one more time. Now, after this time, I'm probably going to have to find some more forge upgrades because I don't have that many, but I can try and find one of those to do and see which one would be easiest for me to make, so that way I can upgrade it at least one more time and get it as high as I possibly can for now. Okay, I have chains. I was missing the bellows, which is going to give me the ability to upgrade it at least one more time, and then we'll have to figure out what we want to do for the next time. We may have to go get some more iron or bring something else back. Maybe we'll do copper because we don't have the cooler yet, but for now, even if we only get it to 3, even if we don't get it to 3, this is much better position than we were sitting in before, but we do still need to upgrade the forge at some point, so that way we can upgrade all of our silver stuff, not just our bow. Okay, after looking at all the forge upgrades, it's obvious that the probably only one I need to be making right now is the forge cooler, which is literally just 10 copper and some fine wood. And luckily for me, there was a troll hanging out in the Black Forest when I went to go get some, so I was able to mine it pretty quickly. And I have some extra troll hide if I need it for any reason at all. On top of this, I was also kind of just hung out in the Black Forest for a little bit. My biggest detriment, honestly, on getting portals up has been eyes. For some reason, I live right next to the Black Forest. I think it's because I'm used to different. I normally, whenever I play Valheim, I play on 2x rates. It's just normally like what's tolerable to me, but for this one I'm on 1x rates, and I think that may be what's causing me to feel like I have absolutely no eyes all the time, but that's been the biggest detriment. So I honestly don't mind spending a night or two in the Black Forest, and I've even saved one of the Great Orc spawners because every time I need to make portals, I swear that's the only problem I have. Anyways, we're gonna head back and get this smelted up alongside the silver, so that way we can make the forge cooler, and then we should be able to get our Draugr to level 3, and then if we really want to get it to 4, we can find another one, but we'd probably need more iron for that, so we'll decide if that's worth it or not in just a minute. Okay, we're out here grabbing deer hide and fine wood real quick for the forge cooler, but I did realize I forgot that I made the bellows and had upgraded my Draugr again, which has actually got it to 3. So now I'm just sitting at needing some more deer hide and maybe a little bit more ancient bark, and I should be able to go ahead and make it to 4 once I have the fine wood and stuff set up, meaning that I'll be done with my bow upgrades and I can start moving on to armor or other weapons if I want to, and we still have a lot more silver left over than I thought we were going to, which means I'm going to be a little bit further into the mountains than I thought I was. Also, it looks like I'm going to need more guck, so I might have to go grab that as well. Also, finally, my birch trees are growing, so I don't have to go very far for fine wood anymore. Planting trees around your base is honestly a fairly underrated thing. I feel like people don't do it very often. They just kind of throw the seeds in a chest and never use them. But honestly, this has probably saved me a decent amount of time because there are pretty much no fine wood trees left in the forest around my base, and replanting them is the only way that I'm going to get them anyway efficiently. Okay, we are taking a quick trip to the swamp real quick because I do need more guck. I'm also at ancient bark, and if I want to make the Fang Spear at all, I'm going to need more ancient bark, and on top of that, I kind of want to build a little bit of healing meads or maybe some more frost meads. I kind of just want blood sacks to keep at my base, so I may get some more of those as well. But like I said, I need a couple more things from over here to upgrade my Draugr to its last little bit. Alright, we got our forge cooler built, the silver in my inventory, and everything else that I need to put this Draugr in my inventory. And just so you guys know, it may not feel like we're getting that far in the series at this point, and like it may feel like it's moving a little slow up to this point, but just for your information, and if you think it's going slow, this is the last bow that I will make for the entire series. I know there's still a lot to do, and there are still a ton more episodes, but I'm getting closer to that final set of armor and set of gear for the last fight and for the last section of the game than you guys may realize. Of course, we'll still have the opportunity to build tons of good food from the ashlands and mistlands, as well as get some upgraded like arrows and stuff, but as far as our gear goes, we're getting very close to having what we're going to have for the rest of this playthrough, which doesn't mean we're close to the end, but as far as the farming and stuff, it's a little bit close to the end, which means after that, we're just going to be at the point of trying to progress with what we have, and it's going to shift from more of a grindy perspective into trying to progress perspective to more exploration and trying to actually complete the challenge with the gear that I have on me, because we won't be making any more gear. Pretty much after we get past mountains, motor screws this entire challenge up for a long time. Literally, the arbalist and crom that you can make in the Black Forge are the only things that save the even idea of this playthrough. Because of motor, you can get no black metal, no refined iter, no flame metal. You can't get any of that stuff, and you can't do anything. You can't make most of the weapons or armor from any of the last 3 biomes, which means you're going 3 to 4 biomes ahead with your weapons to fight a boss, which is normally not something you do in any part of Valheim, let alone the last boss. So like I said, motor kind of screws this, but this is like our biggest challenge was getting up to here, and then we just have to see how far that we can get this gear to carry us to the end of the playthrough. But like I said, it's going to be a lot more exploration after we get all this put together, because we're almost done with making our whole set for what we plan to use. Also, because we are smelting so much silver, and because I have come to the conclusion that even though we do have a lot more left over than I thought, that we are going to need a lot more than I thought because of the armor, I'm going to go ahead and make another set of kilns and smelters because we're going to need it, as well as we also may bring back some more iron. I don't know how much, but maybe a little bit. As I said, our Black Forge and stuff is going to be in the mistlands, as well as we'll probably rebuild our boat down there when we pick it up. But for now, we're going to have this set up at our base, and we may take one or both of these sets of kilns and smelters with us when we go to the mistlands to build our base. However, I'm getting pretty close to the end of this episode. We're getting, I mean, this entire episode, we pretty much just conquered the mountains. We're going to get the stuff for our, we're going to probably get another silver node next time and get the stuff for our complete armor set, or at least our heavy one. But then after that, we're going to pretty much skip plains completely. We'll get it for fire meads eventually, but we're going to just kind of dip straight into the mistlands where I already have that portal set up, build a base over there, and start exploring the dungeons to get our Black Forge set up, along with our crom, our arbalist, and anything else that we can manage to get, like food and other gear that may help us towards going towards the ashlands and eventually completing the challenge. For our plan, pretty much what we need to go do, we need to finish smelting our silver and get as much as we possibly can. We need to go back up to the mountain biome and finish mining our silver node, and we can worry about how we're going to get it back in a little bit. But I think the goal is going to be to try and mine the one that the rock golem is stuck on top of currently. And so we'll go get the stone golem off of it, or at least try. We'll get that one mined out, and we may even go try and find a second one. And then once we have all of that or most of that mined, we can bring our boat back over, bring a whole nother batch of silver back, and make everything, including the armor and stuff, that we could ever absolutely need. So this is the first problem we're going to have to deal with today. There is still a bit more silver over here to mine, and that's fine, but this stone golem is still stuck, and I really don't know how I'm going to get it out without me dying at least 100 times, but I honestly think if that's what it's going to take, that's fine. I'm just going to have to run up here, hit once, possibly get killed, or see if I can turn around, because he can hit all the way through that. But if I can just get this stupid stone golem out of here, then I can mine that silver under him. On top of that, I still have a little bit on one of the other branches that I can still mine, but I also really want that stone golem out, not only so I can mine the silver, but also so that I can go ahead and get him to find me another one, because like I said, ideally I get to bring 2 of these back if I can. That way I don't have to make more than one more boat trip back from this mountain. Alright, we got him out of the hole. I just got to make a little barrier so he can't come back down here. He has broken a shit ton of my chests and a whole bunch of other stuff, as well as just caused me a big pain in the ass, but I should be able to keep him out of here now. Take him over towards where there's a bunch more flat spots on the mountain, and hopefully there will be another silver vein over there close by the portal, and then maybe get him stuck somewhere else again, or dig down far enough to where he can't come down, because after I mine this, I do not want to have to deal with this stone golem anymore. Okay, literally after only 10 minutes after leaving the other one, I am over here. I've already found another one. Now it's partially underground and partially inside this rock, and because I still have a rock golem chasing me, I don't see a reason not to at least try and get him to break some of it, because he's going to break this rock a lot faster than I am, and he's going to be trying to hit me over here the whole time anyways, so I might as well try and get it to help me. But after I get this rock around it broken, I'm going to try and dig down as far as I can so that way they can't come out again, and again I'm going to try and dig out the whole thing so I can get a single break on it from breaking the center, dig out around it, and then I'll run probably all of this silver either back to the other chest or make a chest here, and then we'll have to worry about the whole boat and everything and how we're gonna get it back, or if that's even gonna be enough silver to support, because I still may need another vein after this one if I really want fully upgraded armor. Well, the rock is getting broken fast now. I got 2 stone golems over here that both have the... So if you guys don't know, I'm sure almost everybody knows, but there are 2 options for stone golems to spawn with. They can spawn with like almost like, I'm gonna call it like a drill hand or a hammer hand, and these ones both have the hammer hands. And if you guys have ever tried to jump on their head and kill them with a pickaxe, these ones with hammer hands are much harder to do that with because their AoE is a little bigger. So I don't know that I'm ever gonna be able to kill either of these ones without the help of some wolves and stuff. So after I get them to break this rock, I really do hope that I can dig out under them without... I can either dig them into a hole or I can dig out under this silver vein where they can't get down to me, because I really don't think I can deal with 2 of them, especially after I couldn't deal with the first one. I'm taking a little break from the mountains though, because I got the silver vein mostly exposed and I want to take a break from that because it was nighttime for a second. I ended up going to the swamp and getting a bunch of ancient bark, and I have some crystal as well as some silver, and we're gonna make our next really good weapon. We're gonna have a host of silver weapons for most of the entire playthrough, because like I said, after motor, for as far as progression goes, it gets real fuzzy on what you can really use, because there's not a lot of stuff that is made to be made without the artisan table, or at least the artisan table's help. But the crystal battle axe is one that even in the ashlands, because of its ability to do a little bit of spirit damage as well as a decent amount of knockback, is not actually going to be that bad, and I will probably use it at least in certain scenarios, even up to the ashlands. So I'm going to go ahead and make that, but because I'm not in the ashlands, this thing's going to be strong as hell for a while in the mountains, plains, and even the mistlands, depending on, like I said, the situation that I decide to use it in. On top of that, I'm probably going to make at least a primary weapon, and then see what other stuff I want to make with the silver before I make the armor, because like I said, this is probably where most of our weaponry is going to stop at, because other than Crom and Arbalist, I really can't make much more. For now though, I just went and got ancient bark, because other than that, I had enough silver to at least get my crystal battle axe to level 2, and if I want to take it higher, I definitely can, but I have to remember that I do have a limited amount of silver, and that's kind of my limiting factor right now. From this, I probably need to go back up, start getting all of the rest of that silver mined out, get it in a chest, and then figure out if I need another node or not. And if I don't need another node, I can worry about bringing it back, and if I do, then we're going to have to go through that whole process again. But for now, I just want to figure out if we're going to need another one or not, because if not, we're probably pretty close to having all the silver stuff we need and moving into the mistlands, because we're pretty much going to skip the plains. Okay, I've decided on trying to tunnel under this piece of silver. I'm back over here. There's still the 2 stone golems, and I need to get under here as much as I can. That way they just really can't kill me. Mine out the whole thing, and maybe I'll get a nice satisfying break this time, but this one's also kind of inside of a rock, so I don't know if I really will. While I mine this though, and I figure out how much silver we're going to get from it, let's talk about where we're going after this as far as progression, because we are working our way pretty close to being out of the mountains, and we may even end up somewhere else this episode. From here, we're going to have to go to the mistlands, and we're going to spend quite a bit of time there, probably building a separate base there. Not one that will be our main base or anything, but we're going to need at least some sort of base there for smelting stuff and building stuff that is for the mistlands specifically. So, and also it'll be quicker like that. On top of that, if I can get a base that's close to the water, when I do go to move towards the ashlands, I'll have a spot to do so, and I'll be a lot closer, so that'll make that journey a lot quicker. But from the mistlands, we need to get our black cores, we need to build our black forge at that base, and then from there, we're going to have a seeker soldier mine us all the stuff we need for Crom and Arbalist, and we'll keep it down there and smelt it down there in the mistlands. On top of that, we can try and get them upgraded. I think we can get them to upgraded to level 2 with what we have for the black forge upgrades available, but after that, that's pretty much our set. We'll have our silver set, we'll have our Fenris set for running from things, which there will be a lot of running from things, and then we'll have Crom for close range, Arbalist for long range, and then we'll be able to go to the plains to build some fire resistance meads and stuff, and then we can build any of the speed meads or the lightfoot meads, any stuff like that we can build. But past that, that's pretty much going to be our gear set. There won't be much more that we can get. From there, it's pretty much move to the ashlands, figure out how we're going to get to the ashlands, get another base set up there, that way we have a safe portal spot and all that kind of stuff, and then get the bell fragments, summon the boss, and start working our way backwards. Now that's still going to be at least, at minimum, probably 3 or 4 episodes out, but that's just the plan. That's the general idea. There's still some things to work out, like how am I going to deal with getting through or even to the ashlands. After I get to the ashlands, how am I going to even deal with getting the bell fragments, because I can't build the battering ram. I have a lot of ideas for all this stuff, but it'll kind of be like the iron. I have a feeling I know how this will work, but there are a couple side ideas in case it doesn't work, and if maybe those ideas will work better. So we're going to test all the different stuff that we possibly can, but for now, that's kind of our progression path. We're getting, I'm not going to say close yet, but I can see this happening now. I can see the entire way that this lays out. We may even end up in the mistlands this episode, so we're going to try and get all of this silver mined out. I'll come back with the total number for you guys, and we're gonna try and get this moving, because I am super excited for you guys to see how this this late game is going to go, and I'm super excited to try and figure it out and test all the ideas that I've made, because I know some of them will work and that some of them will be genius, and I know that some of them will be total hilarious fails, so I can't wait to figure out which ones are which. Alright, the silver mining is going fairly well, and we were getting a lot of it done, but the golem just fell in the hole and the other one's on top, so I came back out of a second of just frustration and trying to take a second, and I wanted to make a fang spear because I need another weapon, because this copper knife is not cutting it anymore, and we have the ability to. So I went and grabbed some more ancient bark, took a second from getting silver, and honestly, this fang spear is one of the cheapest weapons that you can make in the game. It's literally like 4 silver to make it, 1 or 2 to upgrade it. It's very cheap, so that's really good. Just take some wolf fangs and ancient bark. We'll bring this back up there, and then we're almost done mining our silver. I'm trying to get it all back to our original hole, so that way we can have it all in the same chest, and then I will worry about how I am going to get it back here, because that's going to be a whole different thing. Or maybe I even want to take part of it to the Mistlands with me, so I need to figure out how I want to split it, if I want to split it at all, and where it's all going to go, and then we'll get a boat down there and start bringing it back. Silver vein is almost completely mined right now. This is the problem I'm facing, though, is this guy will not get out. I cannot really do anything to him, and I can't get him back out. The only thing I could maybe do is raise the ground, but honestly, this is so annoying. I need to get rid of these stupid things. But other than this, it's going pretty well. I should be able to get all that back into the chest, because this is pretty much it. And honestly, I may just leave the last little nub of this on here so that way he can't get out. All right, I have enough of it mined to at least take back. I'm starting to drop it at the bottom of the mountain. I will probably sit over here and build a chest so I don't just have to drop it. And then I'm going to go back, and I got to destroy my boat because it's still currently beached at base, and I'm definitely not going to try and get it out and sail it back, as well as it'd probably be quicker to just carry it through the portal. So I'm going to go ahead and break it, and then I will get it back over there. And we got it placed down. And so now I just get to show you guys how much silver I have. We'll get it all on the boat and we could take it back. Now, I don't think it's going to be enough for an entire fully upgraded silver set, but it's definitely enough for a full armor set, at least upgraded to level 2, as well as some more weapon upgrades. And for now, that might be enough to carry us into the Mistlands, because I want to see how that armor treats us and if it's even going to be worth upgrading. If I'm getting one shot by everything, there's no point in upgrading it, because by the time we get to the Ashlands, we're going to be getting one shot by everything no matter how upgraded we have it. So we'll see how it works, and then if we need more upgrades, and if we do, we'll come back and find another silver vein, and at least we'll be Mistlands equipped by then, and it'll be a little bit easier. After getting that in the boat, though, I headed right back to base, got it in my boat parked up. I did not want to beach it again this time, so I parked it right next to the other one, went ahead and slept so I wouldn't have to run this stuff back in the night, and then started running the silver back. Now, luckily for me, I got a lot of the coal made ahead of time and just have some extra from the last time that we smelted silver. So what I'm going to get to do is pretty much just run this back. As I'm running it back, I won't have to sit here and make wood like I did last time. So instead of having a really long cycle of making wood and then into coal and then smelting silver and waiting there for a long time, I'll probably have more of a cycle of running the silver back. Once I get back, running a load, then the first one will probably be done. I can put a new one in, especially because we have 2 smeltish now, and I should be able to get all of this smelted pretty quickly, as pretty much just as it comes back to base. And then we'll look at how much we can make with it, if there's any weapon upgrades that I want to make, any base upgrades, anything that I want to take to the Mistlands, which I don't think there is. I don't see a reason to take silver specifically to the Mistlands or the Ashlands, so I don't really need any of it with me on that south part of the map. And then I think we are going to, after that, head to the Mistlands. We're going to look for more of the infested mines and then explore the 1 or 2 that I'm pretty sure I already marked out. I don't remember if I found one or not, but I'm pretty sure I got 1 or 2 marked out already. So we're going to do that. We'll get them marked out if we didn't already, and if we do already have some, we're going to go explore them, and then we'll start getting stuff for the Mistlands, start finding a little spot to build a base, and get another decent little push into the progression section as we move out of the silver section of this playthrough. Alright, after about 20-30 minutes of just kind of sitting here, letting everything smelt up, making a little bit more coal, and just separating all the silver out to figure out what I want to make it into, we have now our full set of armor, our crystal battle axe, a fully upgraded Draugr Fang, a partially upgraded Wolf Fang spear, and pretty much everything we're going to need for the Mistlands. Now, I still have a bunch of silver, and these are all still level 1 pieces, which means that I can probably upgrade them at least once or twice, but that last upgrade is going to be very expensive and not something that we have the resources for. And on top of that, I can upgrade the Fang spear and the crystal battle axe again if I really want to, but again, that's more silver. Or I could just save it until I get deeper into these biomes, because realistically right now I don't know if I need more damage, more protection, or both. Well, yes, it'd be nice to have both, but I don't know which one I absolutely need yet. So I'm going to upgrade whatever is the cheapest to upgrade right now, try and use our resources and spread them as thin as we can, and then I will, on top of that, like I said, we'll probably save a decent amount of it just to see where it'll put us in the Mistlands, because again, I don't know what I'm going to need more of. Maybe I'm hit hard, plenty hard, but I get 1 shot. All right, I'll come back and make the armor. But if I'm not getting 1 shot, I just also can't seem to kill anything, I'll come back and worry about my weapons, and if I absolutely need both, then I'll go on another silver run. But for now, I think it's time that we make sure we have everything in order, get anything built up that we can, like food, arrows, all that kind of stuff. And then I think it's time for us to head, actually, not just for iron, go actually start progressing into the Mistlands. Find some infested mines, start to get through them, find anything that we absolutely can, because the Mistlands brings a whole new host of things that we can build and make, and then we should be good to go. We should actually start getting our best weapons that we possibly can. And having the Arbalest, like I said, as well as Crom, even if we need to come back up and get more silver, will help us a lot in doing so, because I won't feel so screwed in the mountains. And even now with just having this armor, I already feel a lot safer in the mountains than I did. The biggest thing though that I need to take with us that I have not harvested really much of yet is obsidian. I want to make as many obsidian arrows as I possibly can. Normally I just rock wooden because I don't know, they're cheap and I'm lazy, but I'm gonna need every piece of damage I absolutely can for me to be able to even have a chance in the Mistlands. So I'm gonna make probably like 200 obsidian arrows, and then again make sure that I have everything in order. I'm making some food and stuff right now as well, and then that's gonna be it. And I looked at my map, I should have an infested mine marked out unless I marked something incorrectly, so I can head straight to that. It's not very far from the portal, and we can actually look for our first black cores. Hopefully we find 5 of them in our first dungeon, and we can actually make Crom and Arbalest. I'm so excited to have stuff that does high damage, so I can even just come back to the mountains and absolutely destroy everything. Because again, keep in mind guys, and I know this is the point of the series, but I have not killed a single boss yet. I do not have anything yet. I don't even have, part of like what I said I think earlier in the series is I don't even have any of my abilities. I can't even use my bone mass buff or the motor buff or anything like that. I can't use any of those, which is really odd. It's something that you don't think is going to be that hard, and most people probably don't use them to their full extent. But things like the bone mass buff, the Eikthyr buff, and even the motor buff when you're sailing are freaking insane, and not having them really sucks, especially when you're already down trying to do something like this. Alright guys, it's time. I got everything that I need. I'm back at my portal in the Mistlands. I have a little outpost right here, but I'm pretty sure right up this hill is one of the mines that I ran into for safety earlier in the series, because that's what I have it marked as. So if it's not, I have no clue what this is up here or where the mine that I ran into previously is at. But I'm pretty sure this is the one. I'm pretty sure I already led all of the seekers to the divergers over there, so there's not really any left. And I may even put a bed down in here just so I can respawn a little closer to my stuff. But this is it. We're finally actually heading into this infested mine, and we can start looking for black cores, which is our main goal. We don't need anything like the seal breaker yet. Obviously having it is whatever, but I don't really need it because all I need is the weapons for now. So we're gonna keep dealing with the stuff that's inside and outside, try and clear this dungeon out, maybe even make this into our little base that we need here, and then try everything we can to get those black cores set up, get this made into our base. Like I said, this is not a bad spot. It's already pre-made, so I may use this. It's pretty close to our portal, as well as protection from divergers, and then we'll start worrying about other stuff. But for now, we need to figure out how many black cores we get out of there, if we're gonna need another dungeon or not, or if that one's gonna be enough for us. Something I am noticing really early on though that's very nice is I can take a couple hits from seekers and this silver armor, which doesn't really surprise me because I'm only 2 biomes behind with this armor and it is partially upgraded, but that's not too bad. And as well as that, the Draugr Fang doesn't, with the obsidian arrows, doesn't do bad damage either. So I'm not actually too worried about upgrading either side right now. Now obviously my Draugr Fang is fully upgraded, so it wouldn't matter if I was, and I could definitely do more damage and take more hits, but knowing that I'm not getting absolutely one shot by even the most basic of things makes me feel a little bit better about being in the Mistlands. I feel like I've done a little bit more work than I may have thought I had, and I am a little bit more comfortable than I thought I was going to be, because yes, I can take like maybe max of 3 hits from a seeker. I could take a couple of ticks from a tick, and I could maybe even take a hit from a yawl if I had a fire resistance potion on. So this is feeling a little bit better than I thought it might, and I am feeling a little bit safer than I thought I might. Something odd I also have realized coming through this series, and I know it's going to affect me a little bit here, is I am used to playing this game on 2x. I don't know why, I just feels more comfortable like that, and that's how all my friends have always wanted to play, so I have no problem doing that normally. But it does feel a little weird, because normally with anything like black cores or even regular cores, it's kind of a feeling of like you only need 3 because, you know, you get 2 of them, and so it makes it feel like you can get it from one dungeon, and I kind of forgot about that until now, because I'm realizing I'm gonna have to find 5 black cores in one dungeon, which is a little odd. Now I don't think I would have hurt anybody's feelings if I did it on 2x. I think it would have still been just fairly as impressive, but I mean, I just think having the base game for a challenge like this, if you're gonna do a challenge, do it the way the game was meant to be played. So that's how I did it in my mind, but it is gonna be a little weird for me because I'm not used to it. On top of that, this crystal battle axe, as you guys might see, is kicking ass. This thing has so much knockback that I can just pin everything in the corner. The only problem I'm gonna have is there is a seeker soldier down below, and that might be a problem, but I do have a little way to get around it if I can. Hopefully it gets stuck down there for now, but again, I'm just gonna sit here with a bow and arrow and my crystal battle axe, keep poking things until they die. I will probably die a few times as well, but for now, we're not doing too badly. Or on top of this, we're getting a bunch of seeker meat and stuff, and we finally have the ability to cook that So I may be able to go back and make some really good food as well, because right now I don't even have very much health. Having some cooked seeker meat and maybe even some cooked hare meat would probably be a good idea, but the more we stay in here, the more of it we get to cook. So I might just stick down here for a little bit, see how much I can get, and then maybe we'll even go back and make some more food. All right, I'm not gonna lie, I've died a shit ton of times, and I'm still kind of trapped in this entrance, but using the corpse run as well as just being patient, sitting up here, understanding that I'm probably gonna die a bunch more times, and dealing with both of these seeker soldiers that are absolutely pressing my patience right now is probably the only way that I'm gonna be able to do this. But the other thing I can do is I can check out more of the cave, try and get them off of this main little section that I'm trying to stand on, and also see what I can possibly find, because I don't necessarily need to kill everything in here to get what I need. On top of that, I don't know if you guys saw it running back and forth here for a second, I did find the queen location. Now I don't have it pinned yet, but I did see the stone down in one of the holes, which means that here in a second I will have the queen location, and that leaves us with only Yagluth and the Emerald Flame location, which is pretty sick. That means that when we do go to do this backwards, we're going to be pretty much on track to kill them all one after another. And another thing also that I haven't talked about yet is how hard Queen's going to be as well. I know the biggest thing is going to be, and the challenge that everyone wants to see for this, how like the hard part of this, the clickbait of almost the clickbait of this entire thing is going to the Ashlands without killing any bosses. But the Queen's not going to be easy either. Queen has a lot of health, and I'm still going to be in very underprepared Mistlands gear. Now, after we get past probably Yagluth, this is going to be a very easy playthrough, and I will probably rock through it in a few minutes. But the Ashlands is not going to be the end of the difficulty for this. So I've just kind of been thinking about that while I've been doing this, realizing how hard the Mistlands is even with just this armor set and these weapons. And I don't know that Crom or Arbalest will make me that much stronger, and it definitely will not make me die any less quicker. So this is something to think about as we get close to the end here. But yes, I have made a decent amount of progress. We've gotten a decent amount of stuff. All I need to find now are those freaking black cores, because that seems to be the only thing I can't find in this dungeon. Okay, I have been in this dungeon for over an hour now, which I know you guys haven't seen it, but it has been extremely frustrating, mostly just deaths, and they're not even funny ones. They're just me getting slammed by the seeker soldiers over and over, but I finally got my first one dead. It is starting to clear out a little bit. There's still some ticks and another seeker soldier left, but I can probably just jump over the seeker soldier and run, as it'll probably get stuck on stuff. So other than that, I'm getting decently far. I can throw this fang spear I figured out as well on this little ledge and stop things from killing me and kind of keep them knocked back a little bit. But other than these last couple ticks and the seeker soldier, I should be able to at least get off of this starting platform after over an hour of dealing with it, because really the only time that I've been able to get off this platform has been either to go lure things back to here, or that one time that you guys saw me jump over both seeker soldiers. On top of that, they also keep coming up on the platform, which is not making it any easier. So yes, this has definitely been very frustrating, but this last section of the playthrough is gonna be like that. There's gonna be a lot of death. I have even considered downloading a mod after the entire playthrough is over, one that we've used for our modded series, and after the entire playthrough is over, after all the boss heads are on, download this mod to see how many times I died, because I think it will count it even after the fact, because it is probably close to a couple thousand at this point, and I am losing my mind because I've probably died over 100 times today just sitting on this platform. But again, as long as we're patient and understand that, I'll probably be okay. I probably won't lose my mind too many times, and I should be able to actually poke through these last couple seekers and make a little dent into this mine, where hopefully I get my black cores. However, how far we make it, how many black cores we get from this, and if we're going to need another dungeon is going to have to wait till next episode, because I am absolutely losing my mind today on top of this one. On top of that, we'll, like I said, probably get this space set up as a little base, get our general progression into the Mistlands, probably get a bit more exploring done, and get going on this final part of the series. So that will be pretty fun. But for now, that's going to be it for this episode in this same infested mine, trying to break our way through and get as many black cores as we can, as well as progress our way into the Mistlands as we near our way towards the end of the game. But before we get started, I want to thank you guys so much. We made it to 2,000 subscribers, which was my goal. We'll talk about another sub goal at the end of the video, but I want to dedicate this little beginning to just saying thank all of you guys who have supported me so far. And if you guys are new here, thank you so much for watching. And for all of you guys, I hope you enjoy. Last episode, we did work our way fully into the Mistlands. We've got our silver set pretty much completely set up, and even literally everything that we're probably going to need other than the weapons that we get from here on. But what we need first is black cores, and we tried to get them last episode, but I have spent probably the last 4 hours of the playthrough, not just in this infested mine, but just dealing with the Mistlands in general, trying to get my stuff back from the mine, trying to find spots for a base, trying to clear the stuff around the area so that I can get food and resources, and then also, yes, dying to this mine for a lot of that time. But we're getting close to breaking through literally everything in the mine. It kind of just seems like the entire mine was open, dungeon, and that everything could hear the fight and just kept coming up, which means that pretty soon we will be down and pretty much free to explore the entire infested mine, where hopefully we will find some black cores and anything else that we might need for our playthrough. But the main focus is that we get 5 black cores. As soon as we get those, we'll come back probably outside that dungeon and start setting up a base right there or nearby, because we are going to run everything for the Mistlands from over here rather than try and get it back to base. Okay, so it's taken me almost a countless amount of deaths, but we are getting to the point where I can almost freely walk at least out of this freaking entrance area, which is kind of insane that it's taken this long. But these seekers are really not that strong. The stuff left really is not that powerful, and they're not overwhelming me nearly as much as they were before. So hopefully, as long as there's no more crazy pathways that I can open up that have literally hundreds of things in them, I will be free to explore most of this. Now, I'm sure there's going to still be some resistance from stuff in here, but it seems like most of it met me at the entrance. So hopefully, now that everything's mostly cleared, I'll be able to walk around and just kind of check out. Again, we're looking for black cores, but there's a lot of really good stuff we can find in here. We can find good food, we can find potions, we can find absolute tons of coins and a whole bunch of other stuff, as well as just getting the stuff from the mobs in general will give me a lot more stuff to upgrade any of the weapons and armor that I can make from the Mistlands, as well as give me a lot better food. That is part of the reason that I'm getting so wrecked in this dungeon, is because I really do not have very much good food back at base. So hopefully something like the cooked seeker meat and stuff will give me a little bit more life, but running the Mistlands with just silver is gonna kind of be a challenge no matter what kind of food we run with it. But we're gonna keep looking around. There is seem to be a couple more layers to this, though there is some more stuff trapped behind these walls. I should be able to take care of it fairly easily and just explore. It does look like it's a decent sized mine, so hopefully there's at least a couple cores in here. I don't expect to get all of them from this first one, but if I can, it'd be pretty sick. So we're gonna go down there after we clear the area and check out what we can find. Okay, we are finally headed downstairs. Everything else is cleared. There really wasn't much else up here, but this bottom room does show some black cores, as well as there's another seeker soldier, but I can also see a hidden room, which means that we may actually have the chance to get all of the cores that we need from in here, or at least a decent amount of them. At least I know, at bare minimum, I am getting at least one. But I gotta take care of yet another seeker soldier. This is freaking insane how many of these I've had to take on this for just this one mine. I feel like it's a little unusual, but it's alright because we can take care of it. Hopefully we'll get some mandibles to upgrade our spear. I don't even know if we need those, but we need them to craft it, so I assume we need it to upgrade it. And also, yeah, we can get this thing to break some black marble for us down here as well. So we're gonna get this thing taken care of, get any of the other seekers taken care of, and then pick up that black core, as well as check what's in that back room, because even if there's no black cores in that back room or that hidden room, there will probably be at least some decent loot. So we're gonna kill this and then go check that out. Alright, seeker soldier is down, which is absolutely amazing. It actually was not that bad. It got kind of stuck in a spot where I could just whack its weak spot over and over and over, which is pretty sick. But now it's time to actually look at what we got, as well as what we do grab this first black core, as well as check out the other rooms around us. I can hear some more stuff in the background, so we got to be a little bit careful, as there might be some more seekers back there in these other sections, but I want to explore a little bit and see what else is down here. On top of that, I just did think of something. So I'm complaining about not having very good food, which is obviously going to happen. I'm not going to have the cauldron upgrades that I need to make this the best playthrough ever, but with the black marble that I just got that seeker soldier to break for me, I am probably going to be able to go ahead and make the mortar and pestle for the cauldron, which is pretty sick because that'll give us access to a little bit better food. On top of that, we only got one black core. We didn't get anything else from inside of there, which sucks a little bit, but I'm going to head back to base because I really shouldn't be messing around with any of this stuff without a little bit better food, at least for the time being, because it does look like I'm going to have to go find another mine. And again, I really shouldn't be doing that without the food. I at least would like to be able to have the stamina to run away from things, even if I can't survive a single hit, but that's at least what I would like. So we got the mortar and pestle made. We'll have a little bit better food in the cauldron, and then I also will cook up some higher health food. Again, it's nothing compared to what I should have in the Mistlands, but it's better than what I was running just now. So I'll keep this stuff on me. We'll make a little bit more food. We'll get anything else that we need to be prepared, and we'll start to go back and find another one, because we only got one core from that first room, and unless I miss something, there's nothing else in there. Luckily for me, while running around trying to mark out swords to get iron originally, when I was down here the first time, I had marked out anything that I thought in the distance might be a infested mine or something that at least looked like one. And while disappointingly the first 2 or 3 that I walked up on were just abandoned structures with seekers in them, one of them actually did end up being an abandoned mine. And after I take care of these seekers outside, I should pretty easily be able to head into this one. It's not very far from our other one, and while I will probably die quite a few more times, I do have a little bit better food, so maybe I can survive, and hopefully there will not be 3 seeker soldiers poking me at the entrance as soon as I get in here. So maybe I'll have a slightly better chance at doing this a little bit more effectively than I did before. But even if not, we'll power through it. Even if I die 1,000 more times, we'll power through it. We'll get down here, and hopefully we'll find 4 black cores to complete our black forge. But if not, we do still have a couple more marked out. So either way, we should be able to get it done. I just do not want another dud of one where I go through a couple hours of going through it just to get one black core. I'd like to get at least a couple from this one. So we're gonna get the first little section cleared out. We'll run in and see what we can find, and then hopefully, like I said, hopefully this one will be a little bit more successful than the last one, but if not, we'll be alright. Spoiler alert, the last one was not more successful than the previous one, and I'm not even going to make you guys suffer through watching me die that many times. I spent probably another 2.5 hours in that infested mine over 3 play sessions, which I'll explain why in a second, just getting absolutely wrecked, just spending most of the time trying to get my stuff back, and it did not give me anything, which was a big problem. But that's okay, because we found another one not very far away once again, and hopefully this one will be a little more promising. Now, the last one didn't offer us that much resistance, but I mean, obviously it did, because it took us a few hours, but it wasn't like another insane amount of stuff inside. There's just a bunch of ticks hopping on me and killing me, which, yes, you can roll them and stuff, but I could not. And then so many seekers, not even like, again, this one wasn't like a bunch of really hard to kill things, it was just way too many things. And yeah, again, I got some food and some coins and some potions. I didn't come out with much more than that though, so that was a bit disappointing, but it's nothing too bad. We'll still live through it, but it did break my spirit a little bit, and it, like I said, it was over 3 play sessions because I was at this point getting a little frustrated with the Mistlands. Obviously, this is a really big part of the playthrough, is getting these black cores, and being able to do this with just silver weapons and stuff is one of the difficulties of the playthrough. But that doesn't mean that just because it's an expected difficulty that it's not still frustrating when it's happening. So yes, I spent my time doing that one in a few different play sessions, but hopefully, actually this time, this one is better than that one, and hopefully, even if it offers us multiple hours of struggle and death, that we set up our bed outside so we'll be able to respawn very quickly and get through it a little quicker, and hopefully, again, we will find our stuff inside. But if we don't, just like before, we will persevere and go for more. We just need a few more black cores, and then I want to move my portal down below next to that where our first dungeon was at, and then set up a little base in there, because I think that's the best little pre-build structure around where we're at right now. But all I need is a couple black cores from this place, and I will be so much happier and in such a better mood than I am now, because like I said, I knew this was going to be hard, but that doesn't make it any less frustrating while it's actually happening. Okay, I did make a slight mistake. Looking back at the previous footage, I actually did find 2 cores inside that dungeon, but when editing, I was reliving the despair of how I felt through this, knowing that I had spent about 3 or 4 hours in that last one just to get nothing, when in reality, I did actually find 2 of them. So we have 3 at this point in time, and I just found a 4th one in here, as well as I can see one behind this seeker, which puts us at the 5 that we need. Like I said, I was so depressed over like reliving this while editing it that I completely missed it. So we do actually have all 5, and like I said from the last dungeon, with those 2 cores that we got from the last crypt, or from the last mine, we did also end up with a bunch of food and potions from those little secret rooms. So I have like 100 sausages as well as a bunch of coins and stuff, but that puts us at the amount of black cores that we absolutely need. Now, if we want more for anything else, we can look at that, but for right now, this is all we need. We need 5. If we need to make anything else, then we can break our black forge for a second, but this is all we need right now. We have our 5. We're gonna move, I think, our portal down to that little dungeon area, and we are going to be able to, if we can get the iron and stuff, which we'll talk about that whole process here in a second, we will be able to make our arbalist and our crom and hopefully get them even maybe upgraded at least a little bit. All right, we are getting this first infested mine set up as our little Mistlands base. We have moved our portal down here, and we have a shitty little door to block it off for now, but hopefully it'll keep things out in general. But we got to go head back to base to get everything that we need for our black forge, as we finally, after 3 dungeons and probably 12 hours of despair trying to fight through them with shitty silver weapons, we finally have exactly what we need, and we will be able to actually build it. Now, on top of that, there's still going to be a whole process that we'll go through partially in this video and partially in the next video, where we're going to have to move a whole bunch of resources and other things from this base over there. We're not moving over there permanently, and that will be a very small base, but we need the facilities to do things like smelt over there, unless I want to bring the iron all the way back, smelt it, and then bring it back down there, or unless I want to bring the black cores here and worry about that every single time, which doesn't make sense, which means we're probably going to have to bring smelters down there, expand it a little bit, get some flattened area, build some gates around it, actually turn this into a little bit of a base, because just purely the production amount that it takes to build iron and stuff like that doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're setting up a new base from nothing, it does take a decent amount. So like I said, we're going to need to get some other stuff set up, so that way we can actually process enough iron and enough bronze, as well as get the scale hide and stuff, which isn't as nearly as big of a deal, but just process the iron and bronze to make the crom and arbalist, as well as we need to bring the roots and stuff down here. Now, the one problem I will have, it's not going to be a big problem, but we will have to do a little bit of sailing to a black forest nearby, is that we do not have any tin to make the bronze. We do have the ability to get copper and to get iron from down here, but we have no ability to get tin. Now, the way that we're going to have to get the 30 iron and 20 bronze that we need for the crom, as well as the stuff we need for the arbalist and to upgrade both of them, is we are going to have to use the seekers to get iron and copper for me, just as I did before. Now, if you guys weren't here and haven't seen it, first of all, go back and watch the series, but second of all, we are going to have to pretty much get a seeker to follow us around to all of the swords, and for copper, the armor locations, and break all of them, and then once we feel like we have enough, we can kill it or leave it alone, stone in case we need it later, and we could head back here and smelt it up and use it for that stuff. But like we said, we also have to bring smelters over here and everything else that we need to possibly process this stuff. We need to also build a forge over here so that we can craft the tin and copper into bronze. We're gonna have to have a little bit of a production over here, no matter how small we want to keep it. But before we do any of that, we're gonna have to go find another seeker soldier, mark out some more swords if we run out of them, and also find some more armor spots, get all of that stuff brought back to here, set up some chests so we can store it, and then we'll start working on actually being able to produce that into things like the weapons and anything else that we may need, like a boat to get to the ashlands. While I get out here to try and find a seeker soldier though, I have thought of another thing that I can possibly use, but I don't know how good it's gonna be. I didn't really realize that there was also the ability to make a carpus spear. I don't know if it's because normally in playthroughs it's not used very much, and maybe there's a good reason for that, or the fact that when I was looking at what weapons I could use, mandible didn't really come across my mind as an easily obtainable resource. But either way, we have them, and once we get a little bit of stuff going down here, we will actually be able to make the carpus spear as a fairly cheap and easily upgradable weapon that will at least be something more powerful than the fang spear we have, and even if it doesn't help us here, it may help us in other biomes. So I may consider bringing that as well, because it'll probably help us, and like I said, it's fairly cheap and it's stuff that we've already gotten, so I don't know why we wouldn't get that. But I saw that as an option when I was looking in the Black Forge, and it honestly seems like a pretty good option. So we're going to look at making that as well alongside our common arbalist, and we'll see, maybe I'll discover some more little weapons I didn't think of possibly using. Even if they're not from this biome, there may still be some stuff I haven't thought useful yet that might be. So we're going to go find a seeker soldier. We're going to get it to start breaking stuff. Like I said, we're also going to mark out some things. Oh, okay, we found a seeker soldier. We're going to mark out some things, get this guy to break some stuff. Try not to die too many times, but I'm sure it'll happen, and then we're going to get a move on making some of our weapons, because I'm tired of dying in this Mistlands, and also I am ready to start progressing into the Ashlands as soon as I get this stuff. We have a couple other things to clean up, and we definitely won't be going there this episode, but it could be happening very, very soon, and I'm getting pretty excited to go there, and I'll explain why in that episode. But there's a lot of really cool things I'm excited for, so we're getting close. Like I said, we're getting pretty deep into the playthrough. We need to get this guy to break some stuff, and then we'll be back to talk about where we're going after this. Okay, I may have died while getting him to break some of the stuff, but I did have enough iron from the first little handle being broken to where I could actually build the arbalist. So I went ahead, built a little smelting area. I just threw a kiln and a smelter on the outside up, went back and grabbed the roots, and I can now make the arbalist as well as a couple bolts, which will probably save me a decent amount of deaths when I'm fighting off the seekers and other things trying to help this guy kill me. And I can also kill it when I'm done using this, which will be pretty good, but we do still have to go back and get it to break a lot more. While I'm getting this guy to politely break some stuff, let's talk about a little time reference of how long this series has actually been going. So it just hit day 100, and days in Valheim are 21 minutes and nights are 9 minutes, making a 30-minute day-night cycle. Now, obviously, I have slept through some of the nights, but assuming that a 30-minute day-night cycle, or approximately that we slept through, or even say that approximately we slept through half the nights to be like conservative about time here, we've been playing for 40 to 50 hours, and we are already in the Mistlands. And the only other thing that I've seen of people playing this is that it takes around 120 to 150 hours to beat this entire playthrough on reverse from other people's experience. Now, obviously, there are not that many people that have played from the Ashlands backwards for great reason, but that's the only timing that I've seen, so I feel like we're on track to do pretty good. Now, the Ashlands is going to take a lot of time. There's a likelihood that the Ashlands takes as long as the entire series has taken so far, as well as episodes and stuff. The Ashlands is going to be really hard and require significantly more like little tips, tricks, and little resources that we can use along the way, and it's going to be a lot longer of a piece of the series than even probably this entire first 6 biomes. But it makes me feel like we are on track to do this pretty quickly compared to, like I said, the only other times that I've seen, and I don't feel like I'm doing too badly no matter how many times I've died, which even doing this a few times I've died, so it doesn't surprise me. But that's about how long we've spent on the series. We just hit day 100 before we got this guy to break stuff, so that gives you guys an idea of how far we are. And I kind of want to give little day updates like that in this series and other series, just so you guys can tell, like, one, how much time it's taking, or how quickly, like, kind of just get a reference of how quickly the series is going, or how slowly it's going. That way you guys can kind of tell, is it even impressive or not. If it was day 1000 at this point in time, that wouldn't be that cool, but day 100, it's not too bad. I'm feeling pretty good about that. So I wanted to kind of do that in all of the series from now on. If I can, if I see the day time while I'm editing, I can kind of throw in, like, this is how much time it took. That way you guys know. So yeah, for now, we're at day 100, and we're gonna get this guy to break some stuff. I've marked out like 10 or 12 different iron and copper ways, like armor pieces and swords that he can break for me, and a lot of them are right here next to each other, as well as I've marked out some black marble and other stuff that I can get him to break. And assuming that all of that goes well, I'm sure I'll die a few times doing it because I'm getting absolutely whacked right now, but assuming that all goes well, hopefully we'll get enough stuff to at least build up a reserve where we can build Chrome later, or maybe we'll get enough to build it now. But I don't don't necessarily need it anytime like super close, because I do still have a couple other things I need to worry about, which we'll get to in just a second. But for now, if we can get enough for Crom, that would be pretty sick. Alright, well, unfortunately, we're gonna have to kill this Seeker Soldier. I did get it to break a decent amount of stuff for me, but it kind of came down to, did I want it to die as well as the mages around me to die, or did I want some friends in case I needed backup to stay alive and just go ahead and help them kill the Seeker Soldier, because he would likely get them low, they would probably die to something else, and then I'd be out a Seeker Soldier and some friends. So because I know where another Seeker Soldier's at, they were getting into a fight, I just decided to kill the Seeker Soldier with them. And also I got a decent amount of stuff for now, so I can head back, throw the stuff in the smelting section that we made, maybe even show off the smelting section a little bit. Like I said, it's really nothing special, it's just a kiln and a smelter on either side of the platform that I had to kind of mellow out for a sec. I just had to kind of flatten out for a second, but we'll throw the stuff in the smelter, maybe show it off when we get back there, and then head and go. I do know where another Seeker's at. I don't know if I'll have to drag it over here or if I can just have it break stuff over there, but either way, I know where another one's at, so it's not that big of a deal, and we'll get some more stuff set up. And we also have, well, at some point have to worry about the tin problem, but we'll get there when we get there. While I've been smelting and grabbing stuff, I've also been, one, I made the Carpus Spear, which is pretty sick, but two, I want to mention that I'm also trying to kill as many hares as I can, one for food, but I also need the Scale Hide for Crom pretty badly, and for the Lightfoot Mead, which I'll need at some point, so we're gonna need quite a bit of that, but I've been just trying to get it as we're just sit here and smelt. We got a little chest set up, we got some other stuff set up around here, we have our smelters outside, so we have a little base here now. This is all we're really gonna need other than the forge, and that's honestly where that first set of copper is gonna go, because I don't really need much more than that, but I do have almost enough iron to at least make Crom, and then I'll have to worry about the bronze, and like I said, the tin problem, but that'll probably be next episode. We got pretty far in this one, but I want you guys to know that these are gonna slow down just a little bit. Now, they're not actually gonna be slowing, they're gonna be about the same length, if not even a little bit shorter length, but the progression is gonna slow a little bit, because these last couple of things before we go to the Ashlands, and once we get deep into the Ashlands, are gonna be really slow steps, because we're gonna be very far behind with the technology or the armor or the amount of damage that we do. We're gonna be very far behind, and everything has to be done very carefully to ensure that we don't lose all of our progress. If our portal gets broken in the Ashlands, or our body gets dropped in a stupid spot, we could be screwed for the entire series and have to go back a little bit. So I need to try and stop that from happening by going slow, doing this as much as I can and as smart as I can, as well as doing this stuff as, like I said, as good as I can, but it may seem like the progression's slowing a little bit, and while we're still taking steps forward, they may start to come to a crawl, because, yeah, these last sections are very hard. Now, I do have also a bunch more, like, iron and copper that are just dropped around because I couldn't carry all of it at once, so I'm gonna run around and grab that and get it smelting as well, but we're definitely not gonna have enough for Crom just yet, so I'll have to go back and grab that other Seeker Soldier. But we're gonna have a little bit of a shorter episode today. We got a decent amount through the Mistlands. We started in our dungeon that we were getting trapped in, despaired for 12 hours over getting absolutely destroyed, but eventually we got our cores, got our little Mistlands base set up, and we are working our way deeply into it. Next episode, we're gonna have to start talking about preparation towards the Ashlands, and if we have enough time, even maybe start heading there and talking about our strategy to get into the Ashlands, as I know that's something that a lot of you guys are fairly curious about, how we're gonna do this. But it has been a while because of recording that movie since I have been on, and the last thing that I remember doing was getting all the iron and stuff for Crom and all my other weapons, which I have, but I definitely need more of, and I'm gonna need more for any chance of upgrading them. So I'm having a Seeker Soldier break apart more of these ancient swords that I have marked out. I have a couple of the pieces of armor marked out too that it can break. It can break the Yggdrasil trees for me as well if I need any of those, and I think really the only thing I'm gonna have to go get is tin at this point, because I can get copper and iron from over here, so Crom and stuff like that is gonna have to come with tin. But on top of that, last episode I also got the Black Forge set up, we got the little Mistlands base set up, and all I really want to do is kind of push it out a little bit further, get a little bit more progress on it, and make it, if I can, a little bit safer. And then I need better food, because right now what I'm having is not going to cut it. While there is no death limit on this series, that doesn't mean it makes it efficient by dying every 10 minutes, so a little bit of food may go a long way here as well. And only a few minutes later, honestly, I've gotten it to break like 2 or 3 complete swords already. This thing absolutely rips through the swords. I've gotten it to break some black marble I have to go back and pick up later, as well as some Yggdrasil wood, but I know mostly where all of it's at because it's all been around these little structures and I have them all marked out on the map. I'm gonna get it to break this one as well as the armor piece, and I think I have one more nearby to get it to break, and then I'll either kill it and just run away and get it to de-aggro. I'll come back over here, pick it all up, run it all back to base, and then give you guys kind of an overview of what I got and what I'm gonna do with it. But I really think Crom is the first thing. This Carpus Spear is cool, and so is Arbalest, but it's just nothing compared to what Crom is gonna be for me. A couple deaths and a couple minutes later, and I do have everything back at base. So I have 11 iron smelted, some smelting right now, like 35 I think around this little base, as well as like another 45 copper, which means all I'm I'm gonna need, looking at this, is probably tin. Now I may need a little bit more iron and bronze to get it leveled up, to get it upgraded later, but for now I think all I need to do is go get tin to get this thing completely made. And like I said, I may get enough for it to be upgraded, but right now I'm not nearly as worried about that as I am getting it in the first place, because like I said, it is going to be one of the most important things that I make in this entire series. It's probably gonna be my highest damage weapon all the way up until the end of the playthrough, and I don't know, it's just gonna be one of the best things that I can make. So I need that, because after we get everything planned up here, it's gonna be almost time to go to the ashlands. I really think we could get there this episode if I try really hard. I do have a lot of things I need to go for, as well as I need to make sure I have my plan completely straight, because if I don't and I die out there in the ashlands somehow before getting a bed or a portal down, it's going to be a really big setback. So I need to make sure that that does not happen. I have a couple potions to make, I have a couple things of armor to make, a couple pieces of food to make, and then I need to get a bunch of resources as well as the second boat. But I have a couple ideas for that. So I'm going to get everything smelted up, make sure I have everything for Crom. I might need to harvest a little bit more scale hide too, but I also could have some at base I'm going to go check for. I'm going to go do all that stuff, and I'm going to come back. And like I said, I'm going to start planning for ashlands, because I know it doesn't look like I'm very far through the mistlands yet, but remember, there's not that much we can do for progression, and each biome that I get into, I'm going to be doing less and less of its progression because of the inability to harvest most of the resources or make most of the weapons due to my boss constraint. While I am bringing tin down to build the bronze for the Crom, which I'm bringing it down from my base because it's just really not that far of a thing. Like, the mistlands is really close to my base, honestly, so I'm going to sail this down there, and also I need this boat. But while I'm on my way down here, let's talk about the plan for how I'm going to get to the mistlands. I know I still have a couple things to do, but I do plan to get there this episode. So the plan is kind of a couple, like, I've seen a couple videos, I've seen a couple people do different things, and I want to try a little bit of it, kind of a couple of the methods going into it. As long as they don't get me killed, I'm fine. The first plan is get onto one of the, so I'm going to take this boat to the ashlands, and I know it cannot make it through, but it can make it part way into the ashlands with a bunch of stone, wood, as much stuff as I need to build, the stuff for a portal, just a ton of things like that, and that's all going to be on this boat. And then on myself, I'm going to carry enough stuff for a workbench, a couple floors, a portal, and a chest. The idea is to get as deep into the ashlands as I can with the boat not breaking. As soon as I land on one of the pillars that is part way into the ashlands water, I need to jump up on the pillar, put a workbench down, repair the boat so it doesn't break, and then place the chests and a couple floors, and that will give me the ability to pull everything off the boat, and the workbench I can sit there and repair it till I have enough time to get everything off. From there, I have two ideas that I want to try. So I'll have Lightfoot meads, Ratosk meads, the Fenris armor, and then a couple building supplies, and that should allow me to run and jump between the pillars, hopefully making it also possible for me to swim all the way to the ashlands, using the pillars to stop for stamina and to stop myself from boiling. Now, this is really risky, and I've never done it before, and I know this will seem really odd in like the timeline of events that you guys have seen videos in, but in a playthrough, this is actually my first time going to the ashlands, which may seem a little ridiculous, but it is. I took a long break when ashlands came out from playing Valheim, and as soon as I came back, I started making videos, and we were on the modded series, so I really have not been to the ashlands. This will be the first time I ever go, and I'm going to be swimming there, which is going to be a little insane. But that's the plan. Now, what I'm probably going to do is I'll probably jump out a little bit far and get an idea of where I want to go, like look for the direction, because I know like it's kind of going to be luck on how the pillars spawn and if it's even going to give me a path that's possible to jump to the ashlands on. But I'm probably going to jump out a little bit, get a really good direction of the path and which method works better. Is it going to be building or jumping? And then I'll come back, pick up everything out of the chest that I can carry, and make one final run for the ashlands. I'm also going to look for a spot that's fairly close to the land of the ashlands, that way I don't have to swim too far. But I mean, like I said, it's all going to be pretty much luck. There's going to be a lot of like different things involved, and it's really going to be down to, can I just make what I have work, and can I bring enough stuff to make it work? So that's going to be the plan. It's going to be really sketchy, it's going to be really scary, and it's going to take a lot of time. And like I said, it may take a couple tests. I may have to go out and back a little bit, out and back a little bit, but that's really the only way that I'm going to be able to do this. So I'm going to head down to base, get this tin made up, assess what else I need. Like I said, I'm probably still going to be in the Mistlands for a while of this episode, but I really do plan to go to Ashlands at the end of the episode. So that is the plan for now. I wanted to let you guys know that, and that's what I'm gearing up for. That's why the boat's being brought down here, so I can use this boat for it. That's why we'll probably have the Fenris set on later in the video, and that is why I'm going to be making a bunch of meads, because that is all of the stuff that I need for my plan. The boat has been pulled up. I've spent a couple trips running stuff back and forth, and I have a bunch of coal made up at this little Mistlands base. I'm going to leave the boat off over there to the side, because that's honestly probably where it's going to take off from to go to the Ashlands once I'm ready. But for now, it's just going to be smelting copper, smelting the tin that I brought, and just making a bunch of bronze, as well as making the chrome eventually, because all of the iron that we have, at least enough for now, is smelted. So chrome is very close. And like I said, that's literally one of our last steps. I honestly would like to bring another black forge with me, but I just don't need to, because I have portal portals, and I can come back here and repair pretty much anything. And there's really nothing from the entire ashlands that I'm going to be able to make. I will not be able to make the cooking upgrades for the food. I will not be able to process any of the metal from there, or really any of the resources. The only thing I can really do is cook the food. So there's not anything that I'm gonna need to bring down there as far as crafting stations, other than maybe some iron for the stone cutter. But other than that, I'm not gonna be able to craft anything. So there's no really purpose in having the crafting stations down there in the first place. Also, I can bring the black cores, black marble, and edges of wood through the portal if I really want one. So I don't need to bring one down there right now. But the only other thing that I can think I need decent stamina food. It doesn't have to be the best thing in the world, but probably the better, the safer I am. And then I need to, like I said, put my Fenrir set on, make as many of the movement potions as I can, both Lightfoot and Ratosk need, and maybe get a little bit more health, maybe take some arrows so in case I get attacked by vultures, or in a really bad case, a bone maw. But other than that, there's just not that much. I'm so used to the playthroughs where I've been like fully kitted trying to get through different parts of the game, and so this is going to be a little weird. I know I'm going unprepared, but that's honestly kind of the purpose of the series. So I'm going to keep pushing, get the crom made, keep taking stuff back from the boat, and making sure that I have not everything that I will need, because everything that I will need will be kind of impossible for me to obtain, but a bunch of stuff that will be helpful. And then I need to start figuring out which part of the ashlands I want to go for, which part is like closest to land, seeing if I can find a safe spot to land where the pillars are. Like I need to go start like kind of scoping it out and maybe make a portal down there. That way I can do my best to get there safely and at least get to one of the pillars and get something up. That way if I do mess up past there, I have the ability to go back and help myself. Okay, it's been quite a while of just sitting around making charcoal, harvesting wood, and waiting for a bunch of the metal to smelt, as I am on vanilla smelters, so it does take a really long time compared to what I'm used to on modded. But it is time. We had all the iron, we have all the bronze now, and I got the scale hide in the meantime. We now have a crom. Like I said many a times, crom is probably going to be our strongest weapon. Now I can upgrade it, and I probably will. I already upgraded the arbalist once as well as the carpus spear because they were both fairly cheap, but upgrading it once will be as far as I can possibly go. Because I cannot make refined iter and cannot process any materials from the ashlands, there is no way for me to upgrade the black forge past the level 2 that it is at. So level 2 for our arbalist, carpus spear, and crom is going to be where I sit at. And I know it may be surprising because of its distance purely from the ashlands itself, but the Draugr will not be that bad actually. The arbalist will be our long distance damager, and the crystal battle axe will also hit pretty hard. Also, our bronze axe can break the ashwood trees no problem, and our pickaxe can break through Groston just fine. So I have pretty much everything I need right now. I'm probably going to get a little bit more food, make up a bunch of stuff. I have some meads making. I don't know if I'll need them or take them, but I may keep them as backups. Again, reassess my plan to make sure that I'm in the best position possible with the stuff that I have right now. I need to make sure that I have the right armor on, the right potions on, the right food on, the right plan, and then I'm probably going to go start scoping it out. But I am pretty close to heading towards the ashlands, and while I am pretty scared, I am also pretty excited because that will mark the beginning of the end of our journey. Once we get there, there's still going to be plenty of stuff to do. We're still going to need to raid plenty of places, show off a lot of the endgame skills that, one, I've picked up from videos, and two, that I've come up with myself, and just try a bunch of these really cool tactics that are going to show you guys how to get past into the end of the game without having to beat any bosses, which is what this entire series has been about. I may even dedicate an entire video at some point to what you can do without the bosses, just because I've learned a lot along the way and haven't necessarily used all of it, because some of it I've learned from you guys, and some of it I just didn't find useful or the situation to use it in. But there's a lot of really cool stuff that I want to tell you guys about, but a lot of it is going to get shown in this episode and next episode, because this ashlands portion is literally going to be the most insane thing. If I don't use every single tip and trick that I have at my disposal, getting through the ashlands alive is going to be insanely hard. Like, I mean, it's going to be impossible. If I don't use every trick at my disposal, I mean, even just getting there, I'm going to have to use 2 or 3 different tricks, and then even coming backwards through some of the bosses, I'm going to need a couple little tricks, tips, and things that are not inside the normal progression of the game, even to just give me a chance of survival. So I'm excited to show you guys that stuff, but let me get everything ready, go over in case I need anything else, and if in that case that I do, I will bring you guys back and tell you what I figured out that I needed. I'll make that, and then I think we're going to go start scoping out the ashlands and moving towards the end of this playthrough. I ended up getting off last night after building crom and just looking at all the stuff, like all the food I was going to need, and I planted some crops as well as I had my meads finishing making. I have a couple extra ones as well, but I really do think it's time. I think I need to stop putting it off. So I made a bunch of food. I'll explain what foods I made in a minute and why I made them. I'm grabbing my Fenrir armor set, and I'm just going to kind of sit around base, make sure that I have everything for all the possibilities that could go wrong, because there's a few parts to this plan. So as I mentioned earlier, we need to sail out there. Perfectly fine. Get up on the rocks, set up all the stuff like I wanted to, and like I said, but I have to have the food that I have, because not only do I have to be able to swim fairly far between the rocks, but I'm also going to have the problem of getting burnt and drowning. So I need a little bit of health too. I could also be attacked by bone maws. I could be attacked by vultures, and I need to survive once I make it to land, because I need to get I need to clear pretty much the beach around where I want to make my my base at. I'm probably gonna make my base on the actual pillar itself, but that's gonna be a little difficult and it's gonna be a little scary. So yeah, being down there, I'm gonna need to prepare for a lot more than just the swim. I need to prepare for the actual first little bit in the ashlands as well, just to make sure that I get my portal down safely and can fight off anything that's targeting me. And I don't have the best weapons, so keeping myself alive and keeping enough stamina and health to do that is gonna be the best thing I can do. Arrows is also gonna be a big thing because hopefully I can fight stuff from afar. And I don't know, like I said, I have a couple more things to prepare, but I am getting really close. I think I'm gonna get the last couple things ready, and then we're hopping on the boat to go, because like I said, as much as I really don't feel prepared, that's kind of the point of this series. I'm not gonna feel prepared. I'm gonna feel like what I'm doing is really stupid. So that's why this series is what it is. That's why it's because we haven't killed any bosses. It's because I don't have anything to go there. And like I said earlier, this is my first time going to the ashlands in any playthrough, so I'm a little nervous, but I think we should be okay. We got the arbalist, we got the crom, we got the crystal battle axe to fight off stuff when we got there. We have the Ratosk meat and the Lightfoot meat, as well as a couple of okay foods to get us there, hopefully, and hopefully we'll be able to bring enough building supplies and have planned well enough to make this work. Okay, I'm at the point where looking on the map, I think I'm pretty far south, and I don't see anything south of me other than extremely far out, which I am guessing is the ashlands. I've got a little plain / black forest to stop at. I will probably put a portal here just in case anything goes horrifically wrong. I may even leave an extra boat here in case anything goes horrifically wrong. Probably go back to base to get my rested buff, because it's going to be a really big thing for jumping and swimming and getting my stamina back. And then I'm going to make sure that I have everything I need. Go ahead and sleep so I don't have to do this at night. And then I'm going to head south for that last little portion, and we will be in the ashlands, the final section of playing Valheim in reverse. Alright, this is why we check for things. I did forget the iron for the stone cutter, which I'm going to drag. Like, I need that. That's one of the most important things for on the way down here. So I am bringing that back on a carve. This will also give me my second boat that I was just talking about in case something goes horribly wrong. So I'm not actually that mad about sailing down here. And once I get down here, we'll hop back on the long ship again. May do another check to make sure I have everything, but this is, you know, this is what I was looking for. And then we're going to the ashlands. Well, guys, we have made it to the ashlands. The ship is about to sink, and most of the stuff is off of it, but we are here. I have a couple of building supplies, a couple of different things, enough stone for a stone cutter, and maybe another build or two, but not a lot. And all right, so what I'm probably gonna do. I wanted to like actually spend. It's gonna sound a little ridiculous, but I want to spend a little bit of time looking around the general area and finding the best possible path. I'm really stressed right now, but I need to make sure that I still make good decisions. So I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna build. I'm gonna like look at the pillar paths. I may actually build up a little bit and just kind of see like if I can see land and which way seems the best way to go, because I may have to go part way out and come part way back because I don't know which is the best way to go. So yeah, that's something that I'm like slightly worried about. I don't exactly know how this is gonna happen, and I don't have an exact path in mind, but what I'm gonna try and do is use building and use the waves, like the way that they're waving up over the pillars, to carry me onto each pillar as I swim. And yeah, it's gonna be a little terrifying. It's gonna be really risky. Our boat is completely gone though, and we have no way back to the mainland. So I'm gonna have to jump, keep myself alive, watch my health from both burning and drowning, and also the fall damage, and just take it. This is gonna be a bit risky here, but like I said, these waves should keep me up over these like spikes quick enough to carry me in. So like as you see here on the left side, there's like no chance of there being enough spikes to take me, but on the right side there is. So I'm gonna do a little bit of like jumping around and exploring, and I may have to like, I don't know, I may have to spend a little bit of time just looking for a plan, and then once I find what I'm guaranteed is like that's where I want to go, that's probably when I'm gonna make the final run for the ashlands. Okay, I've done my bouncing around, I've built out a little bit, and I've come back to where the boat was at before it sank and where our chests are at. So you guys can see on my minimap about how far out I went. I went out to the right, and I got to the point where there was pretty much no spikes left, and that sucks because that required me to come back. But what I did find out in that amount of time is that building is not going to be the way to do this, and that going that far right or is honestly, one, it did not like it, there was no more spikes to follow, but also looking at the map, that's really not going to help me get any closer to the ashlands. It's kind of just going to run me along the side of it. So there is a point up here where the spikes get really sparse, and this entire run could literally take hours because I'm going to try and take my time and be really careful with it. Also, we have our first couple enemies up here that I'm going to try and deal with, but it could get really scary and really sketchy. But I have our exploration, I have my plan. Because I know that building's really not the most efficient way and that more of the swimming is, I went ahead and dropped most of my building supplies off back where the boat was at in the chest. Maybe I'll come back for it at some point, but I really don't think I will. And all I have enough stuff for is a small platform of stone, a stone cutter, a workbench, and a portal. If at any point I need to go back to base, I can, if I can build that stuff up on one of these pillars, but otherwise I'm going to try and wait till I get to the actual ashlands to build anything. So it's time to start swimming, use a couple of the small amount of building resources that I did bring with me in case we have a really far jump, and yeah, hopefully we have enough food, and hopefully we have enough resources, and hopefully we don't get interrupted by anything too crazy, and hopefully we get the luck to swim all the way to the ashlands. Alright guys, I still cannot see literally any sign of the ashlands at all, but I am making it pretty far. I feel like, I don't know, it's very small, minimal effort on the map, but I'm sure you guys have seen there have been many a times where I'm out of stam, literally on the verge of burning and boiling, and I'm so close to death, and a wave just picks me up and gets me on top, or I find a new way to climb up. It's been really, really stressful, but we are making it. We are doing it. And the thing that a lot of people doubted, as well as myself, I didn't know if this was going to work that well. It doesn't, while it's not over yet, I feel like I'm getting pretty close. So I'm going to keep this like little montage going of like what it's looked like, all the very stressful moments. There's been obviously some moments where the pillars are just extremely close together and I can just literally hop between them, do a little bit of parkour, and I'm fine. But there have been plenty of times where I am literally, like I said, on the verge of drowning, praying for a wave to pick me up and take me over to the top of the pillar, or else I am going to die. On top of that, the bone moths and the vultures are terrifying because, like I said, I've never really been here before. I've never really been to the ashlands, so I don't really know how strong most of this stuff is. But I think as long as I keep making good decisions, a really big part of the decision making here is looking at the bottom of the pillars and figuring out which ones I can climb up on and trying to time with the waves. If I can keep making decisions like what I've been making, maybe a couple smarter ones than I've made because there have been some really close calls, then I might be able to swim all the way to the ashlands. And I know this looks freaking insane, and I actually was planning on building most of the way, but whatever way works, this is what I found on my little trial run, so this is what I gotta do. We're gonna keep running, we're gonna keep jumping, we're gonna keep swimming, and hopefully we're gonna keep surviving on our way to the ashlands. But we're not quite there yet. Guys, after almost an hour, over an hour, including the first exploration period that I had, we have made it pretty much to the ashlands, swimming the entire way there. There were many a times of burning, getting very close to death, and even times where I actually took the 50 tick burn damage while I was drowning, which was terrifying, but we are here. I can set up a portal, I can set up our stonecutter, and I know I'm not quite at land yet, and I don't plan to build quite this far out because I don't want to swim that far every single time, but for the time being, this is going to get me back to base so I can sleep and not have to deal with the nighttime. This is going to get me to the point where I can feel a little bit safer. I can maybe repair my tools and stuff because our arbalist is actually pretty broken from fighting 3 bone moths and a bunch of vultures on the way here, and then we can make our final push to where we're actually going to build that. But guys, we have pretty much officially made it to the ashlands, and like I said, the last portion of this playthrough. So there's still a lot to do. I still technically haven't killed a single boss in the playthrough, which I know is to you guys is the point, but I'm saying it's the last. To me, it's funny because I'm saying this is the last portion and I still haven't killed a boss. But we're gonna get through this. We're gonna get onto the ashlands. We're gonna get onto land, and I'm gonna start to deal with the ashlands for my very first time. Like I said, I know that doesn't really line up with a lot of the episodes that you guys have seen, but the way that this was recorded, when it was recorded, and how I pre-recorded most of it, that is where I am currently at right now. This is my first time, so I don't know how strong a lot of this stuff is. I don't know how to fight a lot of this stuff, but I'm gonna figure it out. So let's get over there. Let's move a little closer, but we're still gonna build on the pillars for now, get a little bit of a base built up, and then start to explore the ashlands. Hopefully, I'm really gonna hope that I can find a diverger settlement to help me though. I have pushed a little closer to land, and I found like these 3 spikes pushed together that are pretty much 1 spike off of being on the land, which is going to be exactly what I need here. The goal is going to be to kind of build up a stone platform around the inside of these like 3 sections, build it down and build a bridge across the land with maybe a break in it so nothing can run across it, and then start to get a couple of things set up here. But again, as I mentioned earlier in the episode, and as I will probably mention throughout the Ashlands, I can build kind of stupid and kind of weird because I do not need any smelters there, I do not need any metal there, I do not need any crafting stations there. I will not be able to process almost any resources from the Ashlands. Now there is one really important asset in the Ashlands to go after that we'll go after probably next episode or in the future, but for the time being, there is nothing that I need to actually build into a base. All I really need for each individual base is a safe place to keep a portal and a storage section for anything that I may want to keep in the Ashlands, whether it be building supplies. Maybe I do decide to build like a repair station here, but there's really not a reason to. I can just use the portals. So other than that, all my biggest focus on now is to clear the Ashlands as best as I can. And as many of you who have played know, and as I did not know, because remember this is my first time, I am voicing this over, so I know now, but I didn't know at the time how difficult that might actually be. But I did come up with some really creative plans to keep the spawning to the Ashlands at a minimum, get a bunch of the creatures to kill each other and help me out, and where I could eventually build almost a completely indestructible base with a ton of defense, as well as a decent amount of storage and area to build in if I wanted to, and have a pretty good chance at making myself get towards the end of the game. But like I said, for now we're here. But that is what the plan is going to be from here, is I have a couple of tricks I'd like to show you guys to, keep, like I said, keep spawning to a minimum, kind of clear the entire Ashlands out, and just keep myself pretty safe. But what I'm going to do now, get this platform as set up as I can. I have a decent amount of stone saved up at base to get this at least somewhat pushed out. Crossland will be easier because of the bigger floors, but for the time being, get some stuff set up, make sure that my portal is on completely stone and has a covered roof, and make sure that I am a little bit more safe than I am now, because I do not need my only portal burning, because I will probably never be able to get back here if it does. That swim was insane. There was so much luck involved, there was so much like risk involved, and it took me forever, and I never want to have to do that again. So let's make sure the portal does not burn, and then I will start to actually make land on the Ashlands. Alright guys, the portal has been set up under stone cover, meaning it should not catch on fire, and it has a stone floor, which means that should be pretty safe for the time being. But let's get on land now and start to talk about the strategies for the actual Ashlands now that I am here. The first thing is, obviously, like I said, I need a bridge out to that base because I do not want to go through this every single time, but I do want to have a break in it so that nothing can get out there. Another thing is I am going to be using the Arbalist for most of the entire Ashlands, not only as a weapon, but as to break things. The Arbalist does a decent amount of damage to structures, and things like the Monuments of Torment, as well as the structures that are around the castles and strongholds, are going to be one of the best things that I have. The Arbalist is going to be one of the best things that I have to damage the ballistas, the Monuments of Torment, and anything else that I may need to break, as well as damage enemies from afar, and it is going to be my best long-range weapon. Now, I'm also going to need to really get down like the timing for using Crom on a lot of the creatures. I haven't really been to the Ashlands before, as I've mentioned many a times, and so I don't really understand the timing for the creatures quite like I do the other ones, but I also will get used to it pretty quickly, hopefully. So that is going to be the plan, is use the Arbalist to break stuff, start to clear, and then at some point I want to build a base on this shore so I have a little bit of a safer landing on shore every time, because if not, all this stuff is going to start to respawn. Other than that, because this is my first time, I need to run around as much as I can, really get a feel for how stuff spawns. I've had some warnings from some friends that have done the Ashlands that this is going to be really difficult, and I believe them, but I need to get a feeling for how it works, what everything feels like around here, what I need to be watching out for, and like what things I should start doing. So I'm going to run around to get a good idea of the area that I'm in, but so far I can tell this is going to be hell. There are so many creatures, the Ashlands is so insanely full of stuff, and everything does such high damage, normally even compared to just the stuff that you should have, not to mention the fact that I have a Trollhide cape and Fenris armor on, meaning that I am not at all prepared for this. However, I do still stand the ability to find a possible Diverger village or two, which could save me quite a bit of heartache and pain, but it may not do too much for me because even the Divergers don't stand a chance against a lot of these really difficult enemies in the Ashlands. So I'm going to start to explore the area, get my feel for it, and be happy that I'm finally out of the water, maybe get a few of the Ashlands resources, and start to process the only couple things that I can, which is the food and the plants. So I'm going to start getting that. I'll come back when I have like a decent amount of the area mapped out in my head so I can tell you guys what I've found. And also, like I said, I'm just going to need to get used to this for a little bit because this is going to be quite a difficult transition, and this is going to be a hell of a time to try a new biome that I've never tried before. So I have to keep that in mind the entire time. It honestly really has not been that long. I've just been pulling everything back to the Divergers that I found in the last clip up, but in the far distance you guys can probably see the giant green beam marking our first stronghold, our first castle, and our first movement towards one of the craziest parts of this entire playthrough. This last boss is going to be insane, but getting through those castles is not going to be easy, and there are some parts of it that some of you guys may be wondering about, and you will see when we get there how we even get into those. But right now, all I need to do is clear the way up to there, so that way I can have a kind of a safe spot. I may be able to get up on the rock or one of these archways and kind of shoot down into it, because I need to break the spawners before I start to kill anything, break the ballistas so I don't have to worry about them, and break the monuments of torment and stuff around it, because that's going to be one of the best options that I have to stay alive. So far though, there is way too much shit here, and my first experience in the Ashlands is truly hellish, as I think the devs probably intended for it to be, but it is actually a little much. Like, I get the Mistlands difficulty, I get the Plains difficulty, I get all of the difficulty scaling in this game. It all makes perfect sense to me. The Ashlands is a little nuts. I get that it is supposed to be towards the end of the game, but holy shit, this is insane. Even in other playthroughs that I've played after this one, it is insane how difficult the Ashlands actually is. But I do have some tricks up my sleeve coming up very soon that I will show you guys to reduce the spawning in the Ashlands, or even completely eliminate it, that give you the ability to stay a little bit stronger, not deal with quite as many mobs, and make it a little bit more playable. But for right now, the only ability that I have is really to clear out the stuff that's in the area, break these monuments of torment, and start figuring out how I'm going to get into that castle, because the spawns are the least of my worries right now, because I still have to get all the way through this biome, all the way through to the progression, and start actually making progress here. I can sit here and die to as many things as I want, or fight as many things as I want, but it's not actually going to get me towards the last boss. So that is what I'm going to focus on right now, is trying to get up to that stronghold, trying to get into it, or even at least formulating a plan, and then I'll start to get to the point where I'm starting to stop the spawns. And while I mentioned in the last clip that the divergers might not be that much help, I kind of didn't give them enough credit, because these guys are actually helping a decent amount. They helped me get one of the fallen Valkyrie, as well as an Askavan and a bunch of the just charred creatures, so it is actually helping quite a bit. I've also gotten a decent amount of Grossin from their structure, which means I'll be able to make a little bit better of a portal spot when I get back over there. But yeah, I'm just going to keep pushing towards this thing, like I said, try and find a spot where I can shoot into it, and then start clearing that guy out eventually, because that is going to be our first chance at the boss, our first chance at some Ashlands progression, at least as much as I have access to, and our first chance at making progress here to where I can actually feel like I may have a chance at getting through this place. Much time later, still just processing it, breaking these monuments of torment, and trying to survive all of the stuff in the Ashlands. I'm gonna need to do something about these spawns though. Like I said, I don't know. It's been a little insane as a first experience, and I also don't exactly know. I have an idea of the progression. Obviously, if I'm doing a reverse series, I know I know what I should be doing and where I gotta go. This exactly how I'm supposed to deal with some of this stuff is still not engraved into my brain like it is with the other biomes. I know exactly how you gotta get through swamp, mountains, plains, even Mistlands is a little sketchy, but Ashlands is pretty new to me, so it's been a little crazy. I've died way too many times over here, an insane amount, to the point of where I'm running out of food every 15-20 minutes because I'm going through whole stacks. It's been crazy, but I'm starting to get the hit rhythm down for some of the creatures. Not too great, but enough to where I can at least fight them hand to hand, where I'm not just constantly using my arbalist. I'm able to make charred arrows and charred bolts, which is pretty helpful towards actually damaging stuff, but I still really have not made that much progress up towards the castle yet, because I've spent just an hour or two just getting killed trying to deal with these spawns, and I have a really good idea, but I'm gonna need to build kind of a little base on land first from the pillar. The main portal will probably still stay on the pillar, not to say there won't be more portals around the area, but building up a little stone structure, and I don't know, I may turn it into a base. I'm not quite sure yet. It kind of depends on the spawns around the area, but I may build up some sort of base on the land, whether I use it or whether it's just to block spawns for now, and then from there I have a decent idea to help me deal with some of this crap. But it's just been a little insane. It's been really difficult, and like I said, it has not made much progress, but that is how this last part of this portion is going to be for me. It's going to be hard, it's going to be difficult, and it's going to be a crawling pace at some points, because there are some very difficult things to accomplish here, even if you're already at this point in the playthrough, in a normal playthrough. So some of this stuff can be really difficult, but getting here with very under armored, very under prepared, very under amount of food makes it so much harder. So we may come to a crawl here a little bit, but I promise you guys I'm still going to keep innovating, still keep trying to find as many tricks as I can, still keep pushing to get through the Ashlands. It may just be slow on some portions, or you guys may have very large time skips tips for the videos and how long I'm actually playing, because there may be times where I'm just spending long amounts clearing out mobs, getting stuff built around the area, and trying to just figure this place out. It's been like way too long, but the base on the spire is a bit more upgraded now. It's got some gross and it's got a little bit more room up there in case I do want to put some storage or something. And I'm starting to build down here. Now I don't actually know if this is going to be a base or not yet. I kind of want to test a few things of like how far out stuff still spawns from it, but I'm going to kind of build it like a base in case I decide to use it like that. I've got a bunch of vultures still over there, a bunch of spawners to deal with on the other side of this beach, but I don't know if I will. I may just clear the path all the way up to that charred fortress just so that way I can, just because that's really the only thing that I need to worry about right now. I've also raised up the ground as a bridge all the way out to our little spire base, leaving that gap like I talked about. However, the only problem that I'm facing right now is most of my diverger friends are dead, and while a few of them do keep respawning, it is it's I don't know, it's not the best thing ever. They're not that strong compared to the ashland stuff like they are compared to the mistland stuff, so it's been a little bit more difficult here, but I am gonna start facing another plan soon to block the spawns that I will show you guys very soon. It's one of the best tricks that I found, and while I've seen a lot of people talk about it, this little base is testing for like something that may help a lot of you guys if you are having problems with the ashlands as well. So I'm probably going to expand the spire base a little bit. I do have some more Grossin and stuff to build with. I just need to bring it over here. I have a plan to make it a bit more flatter, move the portal, and make some more room over here, but there's more floor space for now if I really want to put anything down here. There's a staircase up, so it's a little easier, so I don't really face the chance of drowning trying to get back to base anymore, and it's getting a little bit more safer and a little bit more tolerable here in the ashlands, but it's still got a long way to go. Next step, like I said, I have a plan to block the spawns. I will show you guys. It just takes me a second to figure it out actually when I'm doing the playthrough, like to come up with it. Again, there are people that have said similar things, but I've never seen specifically this method. I made it from my own thoughts, but I'm not saying I'm the first person to do this, but I have reasons why my method is going to be a lot better than a lot of the other ones for blocking spawns, so I'm excited to show you guys that, whether you do know it or not. Like I said, it may probably help a lot of you guys that are in ashlands playthroughs yourselves. Besides that, there is just a constant respawning of stuff though. That is honestly like the biggest problem I'm having. I have made it up to the actual castle one time, but I've probably died like almost 100. I'm gonna be by the end of the series, I don't know, probably at about 1,000 deaths, maybe more. I want to show you guys at the end of the series what I'm at. I did find a way to like show you guys how many times I've died, so that'll be kind of interesting. But so at the end of the series, we'll see how bad I actually did. But for the time being, it's kind of just gonna be pushing, building more things, and getting towards that little method that I said. Like I said, in the actual playthrough, it took me a while to come up with it, but obviously in the video, I can just show you guys it pretty shortly. So we're gonna get on that pretty soon. Start blocking the spawn, start working my way up to the castle. I have popped a few shots at it, and there's another monument of torment on either side of it, which is going to be kind of a problem, but I should be able to shoot it with the arbalist. The only other thing I'm really having problems with is ammo, so I will probably spend a decent amount of time back at base getting feathers, sit here and get some more ash wood, and I have plenty of charred bones from killing stuff, so I'll have the best bolts, the best arrows, and actually do a little bit more damage. But for the time being, I'm just going to have to kind of run around, make little bits of progress at a time, and show you guys every time that I do, because that's really the only thing that I can do right now. But I'm getting, like I said, it's getting a little easier, it's getting a little better. I just have to spend my time carefully and make sure that I'm being smart, because otherwise I could die very far away from my portal and lose my body, or just have a really bad time here, which is not what I want at all, and it's not very good for you guys to watch if I am. It is time. It has been quite a while of just running around, but I decided just to screw fighting everything on the way up every single time I want to come up. I just put on a Ratosk meat in my Fenris set and just ran up here. Did not need my silver set for right now, and I honestly ran past everything. I only had to fight like one or two things by the time I got up here, so it's time to start shooting into this charred fortress. The plan is, like I said, to break the ballistas and break the spawners, but I cannot really find a very high point around this area, and I may actually have to build up in some wood. It doesn't really matter if it burns for right now. I just want to get as much damage on as many things as I can, and once the spawners are broken and so are the ballistas, I can start actually breaking everything inside and killing everything inside as well, and then I get to do the insane method of actually getting down to where the boss stone is and getting down to where everything else is, because the main reasons that I need this entire thing is the bell fragments, which is the only way that I summon the last boss. I could, if I got really good with dodging and had the right stuff, I could technically do the boss with just Crom and the Arbalist. It'd be a hard, long fight, and I'd probably have to make plenty of portals in case mine got broken, but it would technically be possible. The only thing I need at this point in time is technically the bells. Now, I have more methods. I have more things I'd like to get. I have things that I think I can get, but I'm not necessarily sure until I try it. I have a lot of things like that, but right now, the only thing guaranteed that I need for the rest of the playthrough is 9 bell fragments from these strongholds, giving me the ability to actually be able to like finish this playthrough out. Other than that, I have pretty much everything, all the boss locations for everything else. The only thing stopping me from hitting these bosses backwards is those couple bells and the location for where I need to go. So that is why I'm going to be breaking into these strongholds. I'm sure most of you knew that, but in case you didn't, there you go. I also still have a few monuments of torment and a few other structures around the area that I'd like to break, so that way I don't just constantly get spawns from them. And then after I do this, I'm going to worry about the spawning problem down below, but I may wait till next episode to address that. Other than this though, it's pretty much just going to be breaking into this. I need to put a portal inside of it and block and make sure that it doesn't respawn anything, and then that will kind of be the new base of operations or the new spawn point, and I just need to keep working my way deeper and deeper into the ashlands. Like I said, using a new method that I'll show you guys next episode to block all of the spawns and everything, pretty much just using campfires, but I'll explain why next episode and why that's such a big deal and why that's such a good idea. Like I said, all next episode. But we are going to continue from where we were last time when we finally made it to the ashlands, the last section of our playthrough, which will start our spiral backwards down the chain after we kill the boss. But I have a lot of stuff to do. I need to get the stuff to summon the boss, which is going to be a whole process, and I have to get prepared to actually kill the boss, because believe it or not, killing it with wolf armor and a sword is not going to be the easiest thing ever, and there's a lot of other plans that I have that may be able to help me. I found one of these strongholds last video, one of the charred fortresses, but I haven't gone into it yet, and on top of that, I need to find probably a few more, because there's no way that I get enough bell fragments from that first one to actually summon the boss. I also need the boss location, and I need to find a decent spot to put a little base in the ashlands. Where I have my stuff set up right now is not going to last for long. The bone maws, vultures, and twitchers throwing stuff at my base constantly up on the rock is going to get it destroyed very quickly. So moving inland, especially inside one of those fortresses, will give us a lot better of a living situation and a lot safer of one. So that's going to be the plan today. But first I need to get some food cooked up. I got a bunch of arrows made and then start working my way up there. I also started last episode blocking spawns with campfires, which I'm going to continue to do this episode because it is working greatly. Everything is kind of stopped spawning where I don't want it to be at, and if I can continue doing that all the way up to the charred fortress, I should be able to break in pretty much no problem. After doing a little bit more preparing, I am up at the charred fortress. I'm just going to try and break all the spawners, all of the like cogwheel things, all the ballistas on the side, and kill everything inside, and literally damage all the spawners, everything, all the stuff outside, everything inside, all with just crossbow bolts, because it's cheap and it's safe, and I don't have much of a fighting chance inside one of these fortresses with my current armor situation. Speaking of current armor situation though, I did decide to go ahead and switch to Fenris armor. The fire resistance plus the movement speed is honestly more useful to me, especially when paired with a Ratosk mead, that I was able to get up here a lot safer than I was running around with my wolf armor, and it's honestly a lot better. I'm going to try it out and I'll probably switch back and forth depending on what I'm doing, but these last two armor sets being all of my armor choices means that I'm going to have to lean on them very situationally to give them the max amount of what they can do for me, because otherwise these armor sets are extremely weak for being in the ashlands. After I break this in, I have 2 to 3 ideas for how I can get the bell fragments. Obviously you guys should know, but if you don't, I don't have the ability to make the battering ram, which means I can't get in that center tower, but that is where the bell fragments are. So I've seen a couple different ideas for how to get in. I've thought up a couple things, and I've even tested in a different world a couple of things, but I don't know like which one of them are actually going to be practical inside of a survival scenario like this and with the resources that I have available. So I'll just have to wait till I get in there, but for right now I'm just going to sit here and clear stuff with all the crossbow bolts that I have. I'll probably switch to arrows at some point. I'm just going to exhaust my entire inventory and place campfires all around the base of it so that when I do start to climb up to it, nothing respawns, nothing bothers me, and I can even break the spawners around it, because building down inside this one actually may not be a very bad spot for a base once I get it completely cleared out. Okay, so crazy little update. I've gotten campfires placed down almost all around the base, and I still have not broken all of the stuff that I needed to yet. I've built ladders up to try and see this last one, but honestly, I have been getting absolutely wrecked by everything. I'm trying to figure out right now, like, a good combination of blocking spawns, actually fighting things, and just running from things, along with getting divergers and stuff to help me, because I do still have a camp with a couple of them alive over here. But it's just, this has been a really crazy difficult. Like, I did not think it was going to be this hard. The difficulty, and I'm sure anybody that's played it knows this, the difficulty from Mistlands to Ashlands ramps up so insanely hard that it's just insane. But on top of that, remember, I'm down a gear set and that I'm going up without any possibility of improvement. So not only does it get harder for the base game, but it also just gets so much harder in terms of like dealing with it from my point of view with none of the bosses beaten. That being said though, I am making progress on clearing this thing. Most of the warlocks have fallen out, and one of the spawners is broken. The other one is severely damaged, so all I gotta do is shoot over this last wall and break it. But I've been trying to kill like like the warlock on top and stuff so it stops spawning more things. I know technically another one could spawn, but I'm not going to try and worry about it too much. And if I stay really far away, hopefully I can just kill the ones that are in there without triggering more respawns. But yeah, it's been probably 2 or 3 hours. It's been a long time of just, like I said, fighting off stuff that will not leave me alone. You can see the insane amount of damage to the rocks. If I go back down to the diverger place, you guys can see the insane amount of damage down there. It's been a lot of just like war going on in the ashlands. Died so many times, it's actually not even funny how many times I've had to run back and get my body. But that's kind of the challenge, you know? I'm here with just Fenris armor and an arbalest, so I'm gonna keep pushing. These should be broken soon, and I should be able to hop in soon and start figuring out my plan for how to get the bell fragments. But it's gonna be so many crossbow bolts and so many campfires if this is the way that we're gonna work through the entire ashlands, because it is, I've already probably gone through 5 crossbow repairs, like a couple hundred bolts, and a bunch of campfires because they keep breaking my campfires. I need to place them absolutely everywhere. You guys can probably see them all around down there. Most of them are put out now, but it's just been insane. And if I keep doing it this way, which I'm totally down to, then I'm gonna need a lot more of that stuff. So that's something to think about after I get this one cleared, because I either need to come up with a new idea or try and get enough stuff to make this feasible. Either way, it's gonna be difficult though. So I'm gonna keep clearing this, keep killing the stuff inside just from a distance like this. I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 things that I can't clear, and then I'm just gonna build up over the walls. Hopefully my stairs don't catch on fire, and hopefully I can get myself jumped on into there, put a portal down so I have a little bit better access and a little bit more of an indestructible base here, if you will. And also having more than 1 portal down is going to make me much more secure about never having to swim back here, because the more I think about that, the more it makes me sick that if I lose my portal, I may have to swim back again, which I really do not want. So let's get this broken, let's get inside there, and let's get a little bit of security placed down. Okay, after placing campfires, this really has not been that bad. Not very much stuff has respawned. Both the spawners are broken, and this is going to be one of our last guys right here, and I've built up to the edge, so as long as I don't get spiked by absolutely everything, I should be okay to go ahead and climb in. Just have a few more things to kill, but nothing really crazy, and there's nothing else that's like somehow spawned in here, which I promise you guys we will see later in the video, and I'm sure many of you guys have seen while playing the ashlands too. We don't have anything like a Morgan or a fallen Valkyrie inside of this place, which definitely can happen. Now, as far as what I'm going to find here other than the bell fragments, I need the boss location, but I'm not really worried about any of the materials or anything like that. Will I bring the flame metal back to base? Yes. I don't know why, but I will, or at least back till I'll at least leave it at this base, just because I mean I don't have a reason not to. But there's really nothing I can do with any of the like ashlands progression stuff. None of the gems are going to mean anything. Really, the only thing I can find that is useful in here is I can find the charred bones, and I can find the molten cores if I want to make stone portals. I just don't know that I'm going to want to make stone portals, or that I'm going to have a reason to. So those are the only things that I can think of that I would need out of here, but otherwise, like the flame metal, all that stuff, not going to be that useful. Let's get these last guy or 2. I don't think there's anything left on the back here. I think we just have this last warlock over here that's going to summon me a few more things to kill as well. But after we get this, we're going to try the first of many attempts to get into this middle tower without getting through that front door. What we're going to try and do is, I've seen it on Reddit and I've seen a lot of people talk about it. There is technically 2 ways to do this, or like a way to do it and then a way that you can get lucky. The way that I'm going to do it is that I'm going to dig down on one of the corners of the tower. Now, the way that I could get lucky is sometimes you can dig down far enough to just slide under it, and you can just go, you can dig right back up to the middle, break the bell fragment thing, and then you are solid as far as getting them. But sometimes you can't. Sometimes there's no point on the entire tower where you can actually get to the point where you are like, can slide under the wall. Now you can mine out the entire tower and it will actually start to break due to loss of foundation support, which is something kind of crazy, but I don't know if I'm going to do that. I think what I can do though, with an iron pickaxe, it'll take a ton of durability and probably a few repairs, but I think you actually can break the corners of some of these for some reason. For whatever reason in this game, you are allowed to, even though you can't break any of these walls, you can break the ones that are underground. Again, I don't know why. I don't know if it's to stop some bug or to as kind of a security for something, but for some reason you can break the ones that are under the ground. So I'm going to dig all the way down to the very bottom of this and then start just absolutely whacking with my pickaxe, going to town on the corner, if I don't get lucky enough to actually just slide into the wall. Either way though, hopefully we get enough bell fragments to make this worth our trip. Hopefully we get more than 2, but even if we only get 2, that's one thing, that's one fortress down for us to deal with, and hopefully we can turn this one into our base, and like I said, we can start having a little bit of a safer experience in the ashlands, because nothing can really get in here other than anything that can fly. So I'm going to get this cleared out. I still got a few ballista turrets to break, and then it's time to start digging to see if we can get down to the bell fragments. Next hour or 2 of my time spent was set gathering stuff for portals, gathering a bunch of fine wood, gathering a bunch of Grey Dwarf eyes, and then going through the ashlands and getting a bunch of food as well as resources, so that way I could both make better food more consistently and start to actually expand my base into the ashlands inside of that new place that was now cleared. After I get a little place set up though, and now that we have a new portal as well as a stone cutter, which luckily I remembered to bring the shit for. I know definitely last episode we had to use it as well, but I definitely am happy that I remembered to bring the stone cutter or the iron for the stone cutter when I swam here. And the only thing I have to do now, I dug down to the corner. I cannot fit under it. Like, I could fit under it, but I can't get to the point where I can break. Your pickaxe kind of hits above you in Valheim if there is something above you, and I can't seem to get it to hit the ground in front of me that would actually allow me to slide under it. So I'm just gonna sit here and whack this corner for as long as humanly possible. Now that I have a portal, repairing my pickaxe will be much easier, and I should be able to get through this. It's just gonna take some time, which I am not gonna make you guys sit here and just watch an up angle of me whacking this wall. So I'll be back as soon as it's broken, however long that may take. Okay, I've been mining for about 20 minutes and it is almost broken. I know just based on health and stuff that it is almost broken. We got it. Now this is not the end of the mining here though. I'm gonna have to mine all of this out and probably build up into the chamber, hopefully without breaking too much stuff. And we need a couple things here. We need obviously the bell fragments and we need the boss stone. If I want the molten cores or any of the other random crap out of the chest, I can grab it, but that's not the main of my concern. So I need to build up there and see what I can get access to, seeing as I dug in under the chest. Now after we get this done, after I get up here, there's gonna be kind of a pause in what I need to do with the ashlands, because I don't know if you guys heard me mention it last episode, but this is my first time here. As far as timeline goes of my experience, there have obviously been series and stuff like that where I'm in the ashlands that don't line up with that, but that's just the order that they've come out in, not the order that I experienced them in. So this is my first time in the ashlands, and I need to figure out how to actually go about navigating it and dealing with it and going through all of the things. Now I know that's a little insane to have my first run at the ashlands be in a reverse series, but that's just how it ended up. We do have the location for the boss, and it is not that far away, as well as we got 2 bell fragments, which means that if the boss is not that far away and we already have this one cleared, this is definitely going to become our ashlands home base. But what does that mean? What am I actually going to do here? Well, the main thing that I want to do at first is make more room in this place. There's not that much room, and I'm kind of close, like the walls are not that high because of just how they spawn, and they go really deep underground like this tower does, and the outside ones go even deeper. So the plan is going to be to dig all of this entire inside out and put Groston floors down, use maybe the tower for the blocker or the like ceiling for my portal, and then maybe I'll build an actual entire castle in here at some point. But out of all of this stuff, what I'd like to do is there's a couple things. First, I want to tame some askfins, which is going to be a crazy thing, and I need to find hopefully some good ones. And I know I can't ride them, but I do have an opportunity where I may be able to use them. And if I can't use them in that opportunity, that's totally fine, because I still have the opportunity to use them for resources and breed them in that way, and maybe a couple little base defenders. Though I know from reading stuff and looking at stuff and testing stuff that they're probably not that useful for base defenses. They will probably end up very far away. After I get this turned into a little base though, I need to start exploring more and finding more of these places, because with only 2 bell fragments, I'm probably going to have to go through 4 or 5 of these before I get enough. So let me grab some of the Groston that I got from the Diverger camp that kind of got destroyed from the Morgan and the Fallen Valkyrie. I think there's still some more down there that I can bring back up if I need it, and I want to turn this entire thing into a really big dugout base where my portal is safe, I am safe, and there's a lot more room in here to do things, because right now, like I said, I'm just too close. I don't feel like the walls are tall enough. It's making me a little nervous with the Fallen Valkyries flying around outside, and if I can dig down and give myself extra room, it's probably the best idea possible. So let me do that real quick, get it cleared out, and then I'll start worrying about the exploration and the progression of this entire thing. But right now, I have just dug the inside of the tower out, and there is a good reason for that. See, as I'm here, there's so much stuff respawning outside, so much stuff respawning that can hear me mining, and so much stuff that's just either outside or flying in and causing me problems. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and try and place as many campfires as I can. I've already been doing it for quite a while, but I'm going to start to run down the possible paths of where new stuff could be, start places where I've explored, and just run around everywhere that I can, everywhere that anything is spawning me and bothering me, and start placing campfires. I may even work my way towards the final boss and start putting campfires down that way, just to have it for later. But for right now, the campfires are doing their job and blocking all of the spawns. I just have to kill everything once, break all the spawners, and put the campfires down in a big area. That way they don't start respawning. Aside from that, I am still very bad at ashlands PvP. This being my first time here, I have no clue how any of the hit patterns work, and I'm getting absolutely demolished by most of the things. I'm sure this will become a thing later where I'm better at it, but just because I'm new to it, a lot of the stuff is kind of hard to gauge. I don't know the sound effects or the animations for when they're about to hit each attack yet, so that is leading to a lot of my deaths, as well as everything is obviously just stronger than me here. But like I said, I am getting a lot of stuff cleared. The base is getting dug out a little bit. I'm just, because of all this shit that's around me that keeps bothering me, I wanted to go ahead and do this first. There's a couple divergers around the base helping me, and I want to see if I can get some stuff to break the Groston structures around the base. That way I can use them for resources later. And yeah, for now I'm just gonna keep clearing, keep digging, and keep building until I have a proper direction to go, because like I said, for right now it's kind of just gonna be getting a safe place for me to survive in the ashland, because so far, even just existing to get trees or even just to walk outside the base, even inside the base, has been an extremely dangerous place at all times. Okay, so far a lot of mining progress has been made. It is taking longer than I thought it would, but I've spent quite a bit of time doing it, and stuff has pretty much stopped bothering me, which is making this go so much quicker than it was. But what I do also have is I went ahead and went down and made tons of trips. I ran down to the little diverger camp close to our first portal, kind of in between our two portals, and down there where all of the fights had taken place earlier, when I was trying to figure out how to fight my way, whether to fight my way through the ashlands or to just run my way through the ashlands, or a combination. When I was dealing with that earlier, a lot of stuff had killed a lot of the divergers down there, and in the process it had broken a lot of their crates, giving me flame metal, and it also broken almost the entire structure for Groston. I've filled almost an entire chest up here with Groston from that little encounter down there, which means that once I get all of this dug out and built out, I should be able to make the entire floor Groston, make the entire thing perfectly flat, and store so much stuff down here. Now, I don't know if I'm ever going to even use that amount of storage, seeing as how close I'm getting to the end of the playthrough. At least I think close in my mind, and so I don't know necessarily how much of that I'm going to use, but we're going to have so much room down here. It's going to look so much cooler, and I can start getting areas sectioned out for portal room down here. Maybe we'll make this our own portal hub. We can get the Aspen taming somewhere around here, and I can work on taming those soon. But for the time being, I've gotten so much Groston and stuff and everything's kind of cleared around the area that it's going to be just quiet building mode for honestly quite a while, and I should be able to just kind of hang out, store up some ashlands resources like I have been, and continue digging this thing out. And once I do, it's going to be time for some more exploration, because I am in desperate need of more of those bell fragments if I want any chance of getting this playthrough done. The entire ashlands base has pretty much been dug out. There's a decent amount of storage over there, and there are stairs going up to the top, as well as plans to build a second level. But after I got partway done with this, the Groston was getting kind of hard to harvest, because I just can't go out and mine. I just get absolutely destroyed by everything. I tried my best to extend the campfires further away, keep getting resources, and keep getting more food, but I honestly got to a point for multiple hours on end, and even multiple real-life days, where I was starting to feel really lost with what to do, and I knew the progression where I had to go, but actually doing any of it was just a little I don't know, I don't want to say I didn't feel like it, I just didn't know which thing to do and how it was going to help me, or if I could even do any of it. It was feeling honestly really weird, and like I said, that was multiple real life days and a lot of in-game hours that I just kind of hung out around the base, tried to get Groston, died a bunch of times, got a little bit of exploration, and really didn't do much. I think part of it is that I'm scared to die in a place where I know I can't get my body back, because that will put me so far back in all of this. I don't have any resources or anything that will enable me. Even in the hardcore, I had some stuff saved up and a bunch of metal and stuff. I don't have that stuff. I don't have extra stuff to be making extra stuff. I don't have the ability to lose my kit. And I think that being a possibility is scaring me a little bit from going out and doing anything that's too far away from the base of the portal. And placing campfires got really old, and while it is working, they do start getting broken and stuff does start respawning, and it's not a permanent fix. I'm going to be in an area for a short amount of time, such as taking over one of the charred fortresses. It's a really good idea. But if I'm not doing that, if I'm actually trying to live in an area and constantly explore it, it's not going to work for that long, and you do still have to clear out everything in the area at least once, which makes it for exploration not very good. So what I'm going to try and do is place a couple portals. I'm out getting the stuff for portals right now. I'm going to try and place a couple portals down around the ashlands and put some back at base and just kind of run as far as I can. I'm not going to be completely naked. I'm going to have this set on, but I'll still have my silver set, and I'll try and leave some of my good weapons at home, but I will risk possibly losing my Fenris set, which is a little terrifying. Now, I do have more hair and stuff, and losing it's not the goal, but it's going to be a little scary. And like I said, I just need something though to break out of this gap in time of not knowing what to do, not knowing where to go, and being just a little bit, like I said, pretty much just unproductive for multiple hours. So I'm gonna try and get some of that stuff ready. I'm gonna go out and start exploring, and hopefully we find another charred fortress. But other than that, I don't really know what to do. I can tame the Askvins like I was talking about to help me out in certain facets of the ashlands, but it's not the most important thing. I need the bell fragments more than anything, and if I can't get them, or if I can't seem to find them, this playthrough is gonna come not to a halt, because obviously, like I said at the beginning, we're finishing it this episode, but me in the game I'm gonna be very far behind. I'm gonna get kind of stuck. So hopefully we can find one. Hopefully I can figure out what to do, and if not, maybe we will go start taming stuff. But right now I've just been kind of stuck for a while, kind of messing around, and honestly kind of just dying a lot in the ashlands, trying to figure out what I even want to do. Okay, after multiple more hours of in-game time, and being lost for honestly quite a bit longer, I have a new way of exploring, and it does work. However, I do have quite the problem. I ran around this entire island, which I would have showed you guys if it was important, but the problem is there was nothing. I found maybe one or two of the putrid holes, and got one or two portals set up around the edge of the island after running and dying and running and dying and running and dying over the course of multiple hours, but there was nothing. There was maybe one more more diverger settlement, but there was nothing of use as far as progression. There is literally nothing on this side of the ashlands that I ran on. There is another side of the island part that I am on that I can go to, but besides that, if that doesn't work, we may have to swim to another ashlands, which is not anything. When I planned this entire playthrough, or started to plan it in the middle, when I realized that it may actually be possible, nowhere in my mind did I think that it was going to be a thing where I would have to swim twice, or swim maybe even more than twice, to find the part of the ashlands. Again, I hadn't really been here, and I am actually really far. If you're looking at a map of the entire world, I am really far on the right side of the ashlands, which means that I am probably on a very small island with not enough charred fortresses to do this entire thing, which put me down a lot as far as mood towards the series. Again, it doesn't mean I'm quitting, it doesn't mean I'm stopping, but it may mean that I'm redirecting for a minute, because that put me down a lot. I died so many times, spent so many hours, and put down so many portals. Like I said, I just felt like a huge waste of time, because there was nothing, and all of the exploration that I did was for nothing, except for one thing. I came up with all of this dying and all of like the portal placing and all of the just running around and trying to deal with the ashlands. I did come up with a method that was extremely effective to help me explore the ashlands. Now, it's only effective in a world where you're okay dying, but this one is one of those ones. So me being okay dying, what I was doing was, towards the end of it, I was running around naked with just the stuff for a portal and a hammer. That way, if you die, you don't lose really much at all, and if you are about to die, you can just throw a portal down and name it something random, and you can get back to it later. But that was the idea of what I tried to do, and I kind of just developed that after almost losing my stuff in an unretrievable place multiple times, and so that got a little terrifying there, that I could have lost my stuff, but I did end up getting it back every single time. Some of them took me like an hour or two to get the stuff back, just because of where I died at, but like I said, none of that was really important or pertinent to the entire playthrough, because none of it was really good for progression. So because I'm aware that I may have to swim somewhere else if the other side of the island does not reveal that I am going to be able to get anything from here, after doing that run, I'm pretty sure that not all 5 of them are going to be on this part of the ashlands, which kind of sucks, because I'm going to need probably 4 to 5 more of the charred fortresses and a bunch more resources. I decided to take a little break and try and test out the Askven taming. Now, we're going to come back to the exploration very soon, because as I said, both are really good things that I'm going to need. But at this point in time, I started developing an idea that I didn't know if it would work, but I thought it might work. Long ago, when Valheim was first coming out, I watched a couple videos of people beating the entire game as a pacifist, or without breaking anything, or without killing anything. A whole bunch of playthroughs with like different challenges like that. And one of the biggest things that I noticed that was absolutely possible in most of these playthroughs was the fact that wolves, especially 2-starred ones, and other tames were definitely viable to kill bosses that were out in the open. Now, for something like Queen, it might not be necessarily possible, but for something like the final boss, it is definitely possible, and with the tamed Askvens, it may be possible as well. Now, with a tiny bit of testing and stuff just to see how much damage they do and how much health they have, it is clear that it's possible, but due to the lazy NPC programming, or maybe it was purposeful, but in my mind it was pretty bad, that the fact that the Askvens stack on top of each other when they just can't walk past each other, it could be a little bit hard to do so. But I think that using them to at least assist me in the boss fight is a really good way to put really heavy damage on in the very early beginning of it. So that's kind of going to be the plan, and now that I have made them a big part of the plan of beating the final boss, I can kind of justify it to myself of taking the time away from finding the bell fragments to actually tame a few of them. So I've never tamed Askvens before. I've never been to the Ashlands before at this point in time. I actually don't know if I've tamed anything at this point in time in this playthrough. As we'll talk about in a minute, you'll know why, because obviously I tamed stuff in the hardcore series, but we'll go over that here in a second. So, but yeah, for now I'm going to try and tame those. We didn't find anything on the first exploration, and after I tame a couple of them and kind of get them breeding where I have some downtime, I'll probably explore the other side of the island in hopes of at least finding one more charred fortress to go to. Well, I messed up a little bit. So the last Askven was pushing up against the wall of the charred fortress, and it was in too small, not flat enough of an area, which was a problem because then it was not taming at all. What I didn't know, and I looked up on Reddit, was that apparently if they don't have a super flat spot to stand or your area is not big enough, you cannot tame them. They just won't start eating, they won't do any of that stuff, and that one was fairly damaged from the wall, and there was another one on the other side of the charred fortress, so I just decided to go ahead and kill that one for me and go ahead and start taming the other one. And while I could have tamed both of them to breed, ideally I get at least one of them with a star or two, probably not two, just because I know how rare they are, but at least a star one, and then I can breed out some more 1-stars from that. But what I'm doing is building a giant pen on the back of this place. There's one over by the lava for me to get in here, and the idea would just be to build this up around it. Once it runs in, I'll close off by building up more, and then hopefully this will be a big enough, flat enough area for it to tame. I have plenty of food for it to tame, and honestly, it's probably just gonna be a long sitting game. Also, sorry, it's extremely dark. I know my videos can be dark sometimes, but the ashlands on top of it with the nighttime is terrible. So it's gonna be dark for just a second. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna build this up, get this a little better set up for taming, and this honestly may be where they stay and breed. So if I can make it as safe as possible and as hard for other stuff to get in as possible, that would probably be in my best interest. And then I will throw some food down and just sit inside the charred fortress while it tames, because as long as I stay in range of it, it should be perfectly successful tame. But unless this one goes south like the other one did, we should have our first Askman soon and be on our way to taming our second one, which will allow us to start breeding them, and then we can start exploring the other side of the island, which hopefully has a charred fortress. Okay, this one is almost tamed. I've been sitting here for I don't even know how long. It's at night. I jumped down there and it was at 98%. The problem I'm having is it seems to be either on fire or running into the wall of this. But as long as it'll tame, I mean, it's at 98%. Once it's tamed, I can run down there and just throw some of the walls up. Yeah, it's on fire and running into the walls. Please just survive for 10 more seconds, you idiot. It's so close to being tamed. If, like I said, once it's tamed, I can run down there and place walls over it, but I really didn't think that as part of it, and I didn't want to put anything that could aggro or break because I thought that that would maybe interrupt the taming process. So hopefully this guy will tame up. Been sitting here for, I think like 35-40 minutes right now, which means it should be very close. And like I said, I just jumped down there and it was at 98%. So let's go. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? It just, all right, well, yeah, it just died. It just ran into the wall until it died. That was really annoying. So we've lost 2 Askvins, and I don't really know what I'm gonna do about that. I know that I have to just cover up the wall, but my feeling right now is not great. I don't feel great towards Valheim right now. I'm quite angry at it. So maybe let me go alter the pen, and then I will come back and see what I'm gonna do. But that we just lost another one to the stupid charred fortress walls. So after that last clip, an interesting thing happened. I got off for the night because I was quite frustrated with the fact that I had just lost yet another one, and that the exploration earlier in the day had led to nothing. It was a pretty rough day as far as getting anything done, and it felt like a lot of wasted time and energy. So after this, like I said, pretty frustrated, decided to hop off and just take a break for a little bit. In that amount of time, I recorded the end of modded season 2, or actually maybe all of modded season 2, which I know it hasn't been out yet. That's coming out after this because this is the last episode of this, and the first 300 days of the hardcore series, which you guys have seen 250 of, obviously. Meaning that I took a fair break. I took about, obviously videos on this series have been a little slower, and they were already pre-recorded, but you guys are pretty much caught up now because I took almost a month from recording this series. It wasn't all just an anger and frustration. I did have a lot of fun and enjoy putting a lot of time into the other series that I was recording. But from this point after the Askvin died, I had beaten the game on modded, and I had also been in the ashlands on the hardcore series because, as I mentioned, I went past when the last video was done. So I actually, from now, have a little bit more experience with the ashlands, have a little bit more knowledge of the hit patterns, and while I do still have a lot of stuff to get used to, as well as I need to figure out how to deal with all of the problems that come with this series specifically, I do technically have a little bit more experience now. Came back refreshed and ready to finish the series, but I did take quite a long break after that last clip. After coming back after a 27-day break from this series, I was completely ready to deal with everything that could possibly come my way, and armed with a lot more knowledge of how I wanted to do this. The first thing was make an inside pen, because if I go through the portal, they are not going to aggro any of my buildings or anything like that, assuming that they have been unrendered, which I learned from other series. So as long as I build this pen up right again, they should not have a problem taming it all, and I should be able to get a few of them in here to start breeding. On top of that, in the process of getting Grossin on the little structures outside of this place, I killed a Morgan, but next to it, that didn't get aggroed somehow from all the noise of fighting, there is a 1-star Askvin, very close to this taming pen, which means if I can get this set up properly, make sure that it's fairly safe from at least the first layer of spikes, and get that thing in here, I should have a 1-star, meaning that all I need to do is grab another random one after that, breed them together till I have some 1-star eggs, raise those eggs, and then I should be able to have an entire family of 1-stars that will be able to produce me as many eggs as I could possibly want for the final boss fight, and for anything else like base defense or even just exploration. Obviously, though, I cannot ride them. But anything that I could want Askvins for, that will be all able to happen as soon as I get 2 of these. And I have one right outside the base that is a 1-star. I just have to go get it. That being said, I need to go make sure I have enough food for it and that I don't have anything else to do before I do this, because I'm going to have to sit here for just a little bit of time and finish building the pen, because I need walls and stuff and maybe even a ceiling after a while. But once I get all of that built, it is going to be time to lure that boy in and get it tamed up, because that is going to be, like I said, one of the best things that I have found. Seeing that 1-star when I got back on the first first day was honestly one of the best things that I've seen in a long time. Made me extremely happy and hopeful for the series, and I don't know, it gave me a good boost after coming back after a bit of frustrating time. All right, guys, the walls are up. The food is ready to be thrown down. It's not full walls or a full pen yet, but it's just the backside blocking the spikes, and while there are a few sticking out that may be concern for a couple of Askvins, having one is not that big of a problem because it's not gonna be able to stack on top of itself or really climb the walls. At least it shouldn't be able to. So let's go grab this guy, get it aggroed, hopefully not pick anything else up along with it, and get it in this pen. And then as soon as I get it in the pen, I'll build up the section of the wall that I broke out, assuming that he fits through it. I really hope he does. And then I have a way to de-aggro it that should make it fairly effective in a quick taming process, at least as quick as taming an Askvin can be. So I'll get it in here, climb up the wall. I got stone and stuff on me, as well as a workbench set up nearby perfectly on the edge. Let's go, we got it. All right, we got it stuck inside, built some Groston walls up, as well as just kind of building up the earth around it. And while it's gonna get a little angry and jump around for a second, that's where the second part of the plan comes in. If I go through a portal and unrender it, the way that the game kind of renders everything and how this is gonna work is I should be able to just come back. The Askvin will know it's in there, but it won't know that I'm anywhere nearby, as it's kind of reset when it's reloaded back in from me going through the portal. After I do that, I can sit on the stairs along this wall, and I'll be completely out of sight, but able to kind of third-person pan over the wall and see if the yellow hearts are coming out, and I should be able to hear anything that goes wrong if it starts getting poked by the spikes, which this time I will intervene because this is a much more important tame having the 1-star on it, and I should, given that focus and the pen setup this time as well as the plan, it should go a lot better than the last two have. And also something to mention that has happened since the last bit of this series of me trying to tame that last one, that long break that I took, I have actually tamed some of them now. So I know what it takes to tame them, I know about how long it takes to tame them, and I know that all you gotta do is leave them alone. You don't have to check them, you don't have to go look at them, you don't have to do anything to them, you just have to leave them food and leave them alone. So that's what I'm gonna do. I got through the portal, I came back, it was perfectly good. I'm just gonna sit on the stairs for just, I think it's like 35 minutes probably. I'll see the little, hopefully I'm close enough to get the little notification that says it's tamed, but if not, I should be able to look over the wall and see it, and that should be all that I have to do. Now after I get this one, the plan is to get another one, start them breeding, and then start exploration again, but that all has to come after a successful tame. And 35 minutes later, and just hanging out and watching YouTube videos, it is tamed, and it is like, that was the most boring tame ever, which is exactly what I could have asked for. Now all I gotta do is I want to build roofs up and put it in its own section, so that way it will not stack on top of another one that I'm trying to tame and either break one another out or run into the spikes, because I definitely don't want this one dying, and I really don't want the new one dying too, assuming that I can find another one, which I'm sure will be no problem. Again, I don't care what I find. If I found a 2-star, I'd be extremely happy, but a 0-star, a regular one, is going to work just fine for my plan. So I'm gonna get this one boxed in, get a roof on it, and then head out to find another one, and hopefully get another one trapped in exactly the same way that I just did, and then I'll sit for another 35 minutes and get that one tamed up as well, in which case we can start breeding some Askvin. Alright, our next victim has been spotted. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of clapped this one with the Arbalest a little bit. I did a little more damage than I expected, but we got it in the pen. All I gotta do is close it in now, and hopefully not get myself killed, but even if I die, it doesn't really matter. Climb up here, I got meads on this time, so it's not really hard to run away from it, and I got plenty of the food that it needs to be able to throw in there and just sit behind this. Once again, I'm gonna run straight through the portal. It should de-aggro, and it will not aggro my tamed Askvin. Obviously, yes, they are on different, like, what you would call, like, teams within the game, like stuff that you see fighting because one is on my team and one is not, but they're not gonna fight each other. They won't hurt each other in there, and the other one can't even see the first one technically because it's behind the wall. The only reason I did that, like I said, was to stop them from climbing on top of each other. So I'll go back through the portal, I'll sit on the stairs for another 35 minutes, and then we should have 2 up and ready, assuming that this tame goes as smooth as the last one did. That tame was just as boring as the last one. Pretty much just sat and watched YouTube for 35 minutes. I got them both. I kind of broke like where the other one was at, where the 1-star was at, and pushed them into a little pen, where once I get them covered and I get out of sight, they should start breeding with each other, seeing as the food is already in there. I will need a bit more Groston to actually build up the roofs around it, and I may need to build them in a specific way because I did see them already stack up on top of each other once and hit the spikes, and I do not need that happening, especially once there's going to be more than one of them in there. So building the roof short enough for them to not be able to do that is probably going to be the best plan possible, but it may take a little bit of research and development of figuring out how I want to build it before I get the perfect Askvin breeding pen. Other than that though, once I get these guys breeding in this pen set up, they can start breeding. They'll breed me out a couple of 1-star eggs. I'll pick up the 1-star eggs, and then I'll raise a couple of 1-stars, and then we'll kill this one or get rid of it somehow. And then we'll have purebred 1-stars, just as many of them as we can use. It'll be pretty much the perfect setup for like AFKing whenever I need to go do something in real life. I can just sit here and get eggs for whatever purpose. And I should, like I said, be able to use it to help me with not only the last boss, but maybe even some of the other ones just to speed it up, seeing as they don't take very long to tame and they don't take any resources bosses at all to breed or raise. So, I mean, all I need to do is throw some of the food in there. I'll get this, like I said, figured out, like finished up, and get the pen set up to make sure they can't hurt themselves or each other. I'll build up the walls around it, like raise them back up so that nothing can get in here, and then hopefully this should just be a nice chill spot where they can hang out, breed, and I can AFK and watch YouTube or do something else in real life, and they will just make me eggs. So I'm gonna get this set up so I can do that, make sure they're all set up and safe, get them breeding, and then we should be back on the road of exploration because I need to get those bell fragments still desperately. I have been AFK for about an hour, not really AFK, but just kind of hanging out at my PC, making sure that I don't hear any weird noises coming from the Askven pen, and I've just been hanging out over here. They have plenty of food. I may have died falling off the wall, but that's besides the point, and they should have bred me up a couple of 2-star Askven eggs. I've made a chest out here to collect them, and I've already collected them once or twice, but I should have, yeah, I have a couple of 1-star eggs over here, and all of these 1-stars will be hatched, and once I hatch them, like I said, I'll probably kill this other one and not worry about the no-star eggs that were produced. I'll just leave them in the chest for now, and then I can start breeding them to an absolute insane amount. I'm kind of thinking, just like, what if I brought like 100 of them or something like really crazy to the boss fight, just an insane amount. Now, knowing again like how the NPC mind of them works against the last boss, they're not gonna kill it because the boss is gonna, the way the last boss works and the AI for it works is that it is going to absolutely rip everything apart with its fire breath that comes out of the ground, or its fire attack that comes out of the ground. Once it does that, all of these will probably die. But if I get 100 of them, how much damage do I really think it can do? I think it could do a decent amount. I do really think it could absolutely rip the beginning of the boss apart. So maybe I'll sit in AFK for some crazy number of eggs, like 100 or like 50, or maybe even like 20 of them would be a lot of Askvens to be managing over there. But besides that, I mean, it's just gonna be some more AFK timing. I'd like to get those bred up. I think I have to stay in the area, but I'm not sure if I do or not. And then we will get back to exploration at some point, but I'm not in too much of a hurry. I have a lot of stuff in real life to do, and like I'm editing videos and stuff, and while just kind of sitting here and responding to your guys' comments and stuff. So I don't mind just sitting here for a little bit. I do have to get back to exploration at some point, but it's not the biggest thing for me ever right now. And honestly, waiting to make sure these get raised correctly and making sure that nothing happens to them probably is not a bad idea. So I'm going to sit here and do that, get them raised up, and I promise we will be back on exploration soon. But looking in the distance and kind of just walking around the area as I was earlier in the episode gives me the feeling that I may be going for a swim as well. Update, all of the hatchlings are hatched, and I went ahead and killed the no-star one, hoping that these will all grow up. I mean, they're perfectly in here. Nothing's been disturbing them at all this entire time, and I've just been kind of hanging out at the base and running around and doing a couple of other things back at the other base while I wait. I did look it up. I don't need to be in the area for this, though at some point I'm pretty sure you do have to come back and let the egg hatch. Like if I left for the entire hour and 10 minutes it's supposed to take from beginning of hatching to fully raised, I have to come back at least some point after the 20-minute or 30-minute mark for the eggs to be considered hatched, for them to load and hatch, and then once they do, I can leave again. So I don't have to be here the whole time. I'll probably be here for most of it, but I will run around and do some other things. One of the biggest things I've been doing is getting portals ready and the stuff for a bunch of portals. Now, all of these portals likely will not go down, but the idea is going to be to establish a couple of other ones around this island. That way I can easily traverse around and get my body if I do end up dying in some place that's hard to reach. Head over to the last boss's arena and start setting up just a little thing over there. That way, whenever the time comes, I'm ready for it, and generally just kind of get things ready for that like method that I was talking about earlier, to be able to run around with nothing on me other than a hammer and the stuff for a portal, place some of them around, and have a couple of extras just in case I lose a body or two, make a couple of Lightfoot meads as well as some Ratosk meads. That way I can run and get around quite a bit better and make a decent amount of health and stamina food. Nothing too crazy, but just something to keep me alive and running, as I'm probably going to be eating a lot of whatever it is and the multiple deaths that I will probably have. But all of that will happen after these get raising up and after they start breeding their own eggs as well, which I may wait for that to happen before I start exploring as well. That way I have all the Askven stuff done and I don't have to worry about it at all. I could just throw all the eggs in this chest, probably 100, which is going to be insane. I don't know. We'll see how fast they make eggs, but if I can get 100, then that will be the plan for now, and hopefully that'll be enough to help us out with the beginning of the boss fight. And then after that, I'm gonna, like I said, place portals all around this island, and if there is nothing else on this island or this section of our ashlands, I have an idea of a direction that I could run to start swimming to the next one. Pretty much I just need to run south and west. I need to just run more towards the middle bottom of the map, and I should find more ashlands there, but who knows how far that swim's gonna be, how much stuff I'll lose in the process, and how many tries it'll take me. I decided on letting them breed out for eggs, as I was going to be AFK for quite a while, and there was no reason not to just sit here and at least get part of them done. It's been about 2 hours, and I've been down here for part of it, I've been away for part of it. It's been kind of bouncing around, and I did forget food for part of it, so it's not as effective as it could have been, but I have 32 eggs so far. Something that did happen, though, I got up to like 50 or 60 eggs, and then my power went out, and yeah, it did not, I don't know, my autosave did not autosave very well, and yeah, so that happened, which kind of sucked, but other than that, it's been okay. Other than my power going out, which has been a thing that's happened a couple times this series and on other series, as technical difficulties are just something that we got to deal with here. So that happened, so I'm kind of back on waiting for more and more eggs, but even though I kind of already waited for all of them, but I'm just going to continue to sit here and wait. I'm going to have to be AFK for a little bit longer, and I figured, like I said, if I'm going to be AFK, if I'm not going to be playing in real life, why not just go ahead and let stuff run and get as many eggs as I possibly can? Maybe we'll even go over 100. I don't know at what point that becomes just complete overkill, and it's not going to matter how many more I add, but you know, why not go ahead and get 100? Like I said, for now, I'm gonna sit here, wait while I'm away from my computer doing other stuff, and then hopefully when I get back there will be enough eggs, but so far it's taking, I think about an hour will yield me about 30 eggs, if I'm 30 or maybe even 40. We have 5 ashlands in there, they're all breeding, they're all laying eggs. Sometimes it's kind of hard to get to them, so it's hard to keep account for exactly how fast it's happening, because I can't see all of them considering how stacked they are in there. Other than that though, I'm just gonna sit here and wait, get those 100 eggs or however many happen while I'm gone, and then we are going to start placing down portals and getting this entire island explored. Okay guys, close to 100 eggs have been out, and it is time to just start running. I am completely have nothing on me. I'm not even bringing the stuff for a portal on this one. I am bringing literally nothing. The idea is just what is on this island. I don't want to lose anything at all. Just want to figure out where the edges of this island are, if there's another charred fortress on it, and if so, how many of them, and then what can I set up around that area. And I also want to see kind of what the safest path to get to the boss area is, just because I need to get over there at some point and put a portal down. But this first run, I'm not even taking a portal, because the unexplored area is so close to my current charred fortress. I really don't have to worry at all about like what I'm getting over to a new area or anything like that. I really don't think there's going to be too much over here to put a portal down for, and if there's a charred fortress, I can just come back fully prepared rather than trying to run back naked. But so far, it doesn't seem like there's much, and it seems like, yeah, I'm already hitting water, so I can see the spikes out in the water. I'm going to be up to it very shortly, and it seems like, I don't know, it just seems like there's not much on this island. I'm going to go around the edge of it and see what I can find, but if not, I'm going to start looking out into the water and trying to figure out which direction the closest next like piece of ashlands is, so that way I don't have to swim very far. And then I'm gonna start getting the stuff ready to swim, because I don't know, I'm not that ready to swim. I'm really not excited to swim again. Like I said last episode, I think that was like the plan for the series was I swim once, I boat, I swim, it's extremely stressful, I barely make it, I barely get a thing up. There was many a times where I got way too close to drowning, and then now I have to do it again, which is really not what I planned to do at all, and not part of like I said, it was not part of the plan. It was not what I expected I was going to be spending my time doing today. So hopefully I don't have to swim too much. Hopefully I don't have to swim too far, but I am going to definitely need portals with me if I'm swimming, and who knows, maybe I'll even have to swim multiple islands away. I can hope not, and I hope I'm not jinxing myself by saying that, but I don't know. Yeah, that's just part of the risk we're going to have to take, and part of the bridge we're going to have to cross when we get there. For now, I'm going to run along this island, find the nearest ashlands, keep running around the edge of it and looking into the center, and finding the path to the boss so that I can get to it later, and then I'll head back to base and prep for either a journey to a charred fortress or a journey to the next set of the ashlands. Alright, run number 2. I went back to base, made some more stuff for portals, and I have the stuff this time to actually place a portal down close to the boss. I died last time, but I got a decent amount of the coast explored, and looking at the map and based on how the coast is shaped right now, we have 0 charred fortress left on this island. We have the one we're living in and the boss arena, and that's it. That's all we have on this section of the ashlands. Now, I did kind of in the distance, I could see where I'm gonna have to go next. Not excited about it. Not excited about swimming there, but I did on my map get a bunch of like the diverger settlements marked out, a bunch of like points of interest like the putrid holes marked out, a whole bunch of different things marked out on our island, which isn't, I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. I'm not that mad about the run, and again, I didn't really waste much or lose much because I was completely empty on stuff. This time I do have the stuff for portal on me, so I'd like to not die. I'm gonna run over here to the edge and get a portal set up where I do see the further ashlands. I have one set up for, I have enough stuff to make one for the boss too, but I may just use it to swim across for right now. I gotta figure out, I'm also trying to like look at what the safest path is. I already found the path path to the boss, and I don't know that I need a portal there right now nearly as badly as I need the bell fragments, so I may just decide to run it over here into this other ashlands that I see in the distance. I gotta make it over there first though, because right now I have so much stuff chasing me, and there's an insane amount of stuff that wants me dead, and not a lot of divergers to help me. So the goal is to make it over to this diverger camp, get everything off my back, put a portal down, go back to base and get the stuff for either another whole portal set or figure out, like, this is gonna be, the way that I want to do this is gonna make me need to make like 10, 15 portals, and I'm not used to playing, I've been playing modded where you have the target portals and you only need one at each location, and now I need one at location and one at base, which is a little like, I don't know, it's a little different, and it makes the resources a little bit more difficult. So I'm gonna get this down over here. I'm probably gonna have to go back and get the stuff for way too many freaking portals, and then I will be ready to swim over to the next set of ashlands, because this one is completely empty and has nothing of value to me. All right, guys, this first swim, I'm gonna be 100% honest, it does not look, it's literally like 2 or 3 spikes away. It's not that bad. I do still have the extremely high risk of drowning or burning to death if I can't make it on one of these pillars, but I'm not like so far from land that I could never get my stuff back. It's just a little bit risky. I have enough stuff on me for a, oh shit, I don't have enough stuff on me for a portal. Well, that is a problem. Oh my god, I just got out and realized I don't have enough Grey Dwarf eyes. Well, that sucks. I have the food and almost the stuff for a portal, but I don't. All right, that is not what I thought I was gonna have. Okay, well, I'm gonna, because I'm already over here, I'm gonna just make it onto the island and die somewhere accessible. Maybe I can get my stuff into like a putrid hole or something where it could be a little safer, or one of the structures, and I guess I will just let myself die over here and then come back with the rest of the eyes and get a portal set up. But I mean, in the meantime, since I'm over here, I might as well try and figure out as much stuff as I can, get as much exploration as I can, and like I said, maybe make it to somewhere somewhat safe. That sucks though. I can't believe I literally made everything for a portal and did not bring the eyes for it. That is terrible. There is so much stuff over here that wants to kill me too. This could be really bad. Okay, yeah, if I can get inside this putrid hole, that would be, I'm not getting inside anywhere apparently. That's fine. All right, I'm gonna go back and get the eyes. That body is right there. We made it to the other ashlands. I just need to be able to actually get the resources to make something over there now. So I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be back to make another portal over there. But also something that I can kind of see from just this does not look like that big of an island, and I have a feeling we may have to swim even further, but I'm gonna hold out hope that maybe it gets a little bigger and that there's a charred fortress on it. Okay, so good news. On my last run, I was able to get the eyes and build a portal on that island, name it, and connect it back to base. But I have another problem at this point in time. That was a very tiny island. Now, while it did have a ton of diverger outposts, if I ever did need flame metal for any reason, I could go there, though I can't process it, so it doesn't really matter. And I was able to set up a waypoint for this next swim, as that portal is there, and I should be able to use that in case I do die, or in case I do drop my portal stuff along the way. I have a swim into the complete unknown. This is going to look a lot like when I swam to the ashlands, if not worse. But again, I am only running with the stuff for a portal and a little bit of food and some stamina potions, so I can make it across this easier. That being said, I literally cannot see where I'm going, nor do I know where I'm going. I'm just going towards center of map and down into the ashlands as far as I can, and I'm trying to just stay on as many pillars as I can, like stay on the, kind of like how I had to go out and back when I first swam to the ashlands. I kind of have to find a good little path to make it on. That way I have even a chance of getting my body back if I die, and of making it to the next pillar. Now, there's no 100% chance that I make it to any of these pillars, and there's a good chance that I do die along the way here, but right now I should be able to swim fairly far when it comes to getting over here, as long as I get lucky with the waves. Again, as long as I have a not the most unlucky swim ever, I should at least be able to find the direction of a nearby ashlands, but I'm still probably gonna be faced with quite a bit of problems, so we'll see as I come over here. I've been swimming quite far. I still cannot see the nearest ashlands on this side, and I'm kind of questioning anything at all, but at this point in time I have different problems. I've used some of my stamina potions, and there is a bone maw right behind me, as well as this is my farthest swim to any pillar so far, and it requires luck with the waves. This is insane. Having a bone maw out here is bad. I don't have any like way to kill this thing. I didn't even bring I didn't bring anything to kill this thing. This is a problem. So I may die here. Swimming with this behind me is gonna be a problem. I'm definitely not, if I can't even see the ashlands yet, gonna make it anywhere going too fast or too far, but I do have a plan. Oh my god. Okay, I do have a plan that I think might work, but I don't know for sure, and I don't know. I just gotta keep pushing at this point. I want to make it as far as I can with this bone wall behind me, and I have a plan to come back and kill it at some point and also retrieve my stuff without risking too much of my actual gear that I don't want to lose. Okay, I may have died and I may be out of the stuff to make a portal, specifically Grey Dwarf eyes, but what I do have is a plan now. So I made it pretty far, and I was able to spot the next ashlands, though it is really far. It is a swim and a half for sure. There is like no way that I'm gonna be able to do this easily, but I'm getting the stuff for another portal. I have stuff for a second portal on that body, so once I get there I'll have that stuff, but I also want to plan kind of, if I can't get that body for some reason because it was kind of down between the pillars next to the bone maw, that I can still continue and get a portal down. The plan is going to be put a portal here back at base, and then I should be able to bring a finewood bow with me as well as some arrows. Now, is a finewood bow going to kill that thing quickly? No, and it's kind of hilarious fighting a bone maw with a finewood bow, but I don't really care if I lose it. I can make some wooden arrows, it doesn't matter, but I should be able to, if I make 100 wooden arrows, I got 200 durability on that thing. There's no way I don't kill it from that, especially if I get the backstab bonus and all of that stuff from the bow. I should be perfectly fine to kill it, but it's going to take quite a few arrows and a bit of time. So I'm going to bring that with me. If I die and lose it, it's whatever. One, I can make another one, and two, I don't really care if I lose it, and it's not my Draugr Fang, so I don't have to worry about making any more gear. And if I am able to kill it, I should be able to swim to that next ashlands. It is going to be, like I said, though, a very far swim. So I'm going to get the stuff for a portal ready, another set of portals, and then I'm going to start swimming again, try and get that body, and try and get a portal down, try and kill the bone maw, and then see how far I can get towards that next ashlands. But I do see one in the distance, so hopefully it's a good one. Alright, I'm out here. I have my finewood bow and I have plenty of arrows. I've done quite a bit of damage to this bone maw. I just need to make sure to finish it off, and hopefully I do not run into another one. I also have the stuff for a portal, and I'm on the same path that I was when I died last time, so I should be able to get to my body fairly easily. Now, again, like I said, it's down between some pillars, and it's not going to be the easiest body to retrieve, but given some luck, I should be able to grab it. Also, when I kill this bone maw, I definitely am going to grab the meat from it if it's close enough to, and try and have that back at base. However, right now I have a different problem. As I pull up about halfway, maybe not even quite halfway, but pretty close to halfway to the swim as far as I can tell it's going to be, I am running into another bone maw, and I definitely don't have the arrows to deal with the second one, and it's getting kind of close to night, so I kind of want to go back home, sleep, make a couple more arrows, and then I'll come back here and finish this one. Hopefully I don't run into any more, but I don't really get a choice, so I'm going to try my best to stay on the spikes, close to the spikes. That way, if I do run into another one, I have a chance of surviving and getting up, and then I'm just going to keep swimming and trying to pick the absolute best path, because having to swim back is just a bunch of risk that I don't need on top of this already very risky activity. Alright, so I'm closing in on this next ashlands, and it does look like it is pretty decent size. I cannot see the end left or right, and I can see a bunch of structures and lava up deeper into it, so I feel like this is a bit better than the one that we just landed on. The plan is to get over here and set a portal down, but I'm not done there. Because my body is already pretty much empty, and all of this stuff was stuff that I was willing to lose. Also, just a side note, I did get my other body and kill the second bone maw, so I have a decent amount of meat and stuff that I maybe could bring back. But after I get the portal set up, I don't really have anything on me that I would be too sad to lose. So what I should do is try and get another run in, see what I can find on this island, and just take this little kit that I have that I'm not afraid of losing, and see how far into the ashlands I can get, see what I can find, and start marking out this new island as best I can, and who knows, maybe we'll even find a charred fortress or two. This little run of mine with nothing on went a lot further than I thought it would, and I survived through so much more than I thought I would. And I also mapped out an insane amount of this new island that was absolutely giant compared to the other two that we've been on, and even the one that we were living on. Though there were many points through it where I got extremely close to death, and I honestly probably should have died. Times where I was one hit or stunned, fighting other things, running past endless enemies was kind of insane. But not only did I find one fortress, but I found 5 throughout the entire almost hour that I was alive running. The fact that I survived an hour of running through ashlands naked was insane. Now, there was plenty of diverger settlements and other really situational things that allowed me to get lucky and make it through, but this singular run set me up for success for the rest of the playthrough. This would for sure be enough to get all of the bell fragments with a minimum of 2 in each place. This was enough to get all of them, even if we hadn't gotten some from where our base is built at. So, after finishing this run, I dropped obviously my stuff when I died. I will head back to base, look at the map that I've marked out, and figure out which ones to target first. Probably set up a bunch of portals in our ashlands base to get almost like an ashlands portal hub going, and then start moving towards getting these done. I should be able to do it with just a bunch of bolts and sitting on the outside like I did for ours, and as long as I don't run into anything too troublesome, the bell fragments and the end of the playthrough is going to be in sight very, very soon. You guys won't see a lot of it because it's going to take me a ton of time. There's a lot of preparation that has to go towards even just getting all of the bell fragments, let alone the last part of this entire game. A really big part of it is going to be like what I was doing earlier, setting up the portals completely naked and doing all of that stuff, because I have to go back. I didn't bring portals or anything when I just did that run in the ashlands. I mean, there is no portals set up over there yet. So getting the stuff for an entire portal hub, getting the food ready for a bunch of runs like that, and getting enough portal stuff to where I can afford to die a few times without spending spending hours recovering my body is going to be one of the smartest things possible that I can do. On top of that, some more meads and an insane amount of crossbow bolts and arrows are going to be absolutely needed to get through any of those charred fortresses. And on top of all of that, I need enough resources and stuff to block spawns while I'm doing it like I have in other places. Now, something that I may resort to doing, I may do a mixture of campfires and workbenches, and while the workbenches will burn, I'm not nearly as worried about it because I'm not living there permanently, so I don't really need it as much. But after I spend about an hour and a half to 2 hours making food, getting portal resources, and making all the bolts that I could hopefully need for this entire thing, it was time to set out and start making portals and start making headway on the ashlands in the new island that we have found, because as I mentioned, while that run was extremely useful, nothing was placed and no progression was done there, and so I have to rerun portions of it with portals for now. Okay, after way longer than I'd honestly like to admit and a bunch of mishaps of dying, I am over here finally with portals and armor, and I feel a little bit safer than I did before. This is next to the first and closest to the shore or closest to our other portal charred fortress that I will need to be doing. Now, there are a bunch of other ones that are actually much closer, but this is the first one, and I figured while running to the other ones, I should do this one first. This one's set up pretty well because there's a bunch of ruins around the outside that are decently high up to where I should be able to build up on top of them and shoot into it, breaking everything in all the spawners as well as killing everything inside. Once I get inside, I have a new method or two that I'd like to try to get into the middle because I think it'll be faster and just honestly much more efficient as far as resources and time, so I honestly want to try that once I get in there, but I gotta get in there first. The biggest thing I need to do is clear the area of all this random crap around here, start placing campfires and workbenches just to get the general area blocked off, and then I will actually start shooting into there because in a perfect world, there is nothing around me while I'm doing that and nothing bothering me in the process because the stuff that's inside the charred fortress will be plenty of a challenge by itself. I haven't put up too much to block the spawns yet, but I am in a position where I can at least break the first couple ballista turrets, which will allow me to sit below the wall and not get shot by them while I'm dealing with other stuff. I also want to see how much stuff I can lure to fall out of the fortress because any warriors that fall out of the fortress, or honestly any of the archers, just things that aren't warlocks, are going to be pretty easy to just run around and climb back up into the fortress without them being able to get back in. The more stuff I can get knocked out, probably the better. There also seems to be an Askven or two inside of the fortress, which is really odd to me, but I mean, I guess that's just how they spawn, and we'll see plenty more of that later when we deal with the other ones, I promise. But for now, I definitely have not blocked any spawns. I'm not in a really good spot. There's so much shit under me throwing stuff at me, but I'm just trying to get as much damage as I can. The only thing I'm worried about at this point is this seems to be the highest point around the entire thing, and I really can't see the spawners from here. So unless I can build up a lot on this, my chance of being able to see any of the spawners is actually going to be quite low, and then from there I have to make sure that nothing breaks these stairs while I'm standing on them. So I'm going to try and get the spawners broken, but getting the point of view, especially for the one that's on my side of the fortress, the closer one, is going to be a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, and so hopefully I can do that before climbing up there, because otherwise I'm going to have a hell of a fight of climbing up there and hoping they don't break my stairs so that I can get my bodies back. Workbenches and campfires are down, and a lot of the spawners as well as some of the ballista turrets on the side that I plan on entering are broken, as well as also there's a lot of spawners for the charred skeletons that are all around. I try to break the ones that seem like they're going to be a problem, but there are going to be a lot of them still out there along the edge that I'm not going to worry about breaking too much because there's just way too many of them around the area. Aside from that though, I'm going to start breaking in very soon as long as I do not get fucked up by this Morgan, but I want to explain the plan for what I want to do for this one. See, last time I dug under, and while that may be part of it, I want to try and build into the top. Now there's spikes all over the top of this entire thing, but there is technically a tiny little hole at the top. And while even in testing and a lot of other people are trying, it's almost impossible to get through that little hole because it's not that your character won't fit, but it's more that the spikes bounce your character around every time that you try and move or any time that you miss the hole perfectly. So what I'm going to try and do is build a little tunnel down into that, like directs my character into the hole. That way I hit it perfectly every single time. And even if I do get bounced around by the spikes a little bit, I'll be held in by the walls where I can fall down. From there, I don't know if I'm going to be able to dig out or have to build back up, but one of those two will be the option. So I want to try and build in and see if that's quicker, because last time it took me so long to break the corner of the tower that any way that's faster than that is honestly probably really good for me. While it did take me quite a while and building up in multiple different places to even get sight on the other set of spawners as well as the other set of ballistas, it was much smoother than the previous one had gone, and I felt like I had a bit more of a chance at getting through this one efficiently and getting through it quickly. That being said though, there was still a lot of things. There was definitely Askvens inside of it somehow, and there was a bunch of, I felt like there was more warlocks than normal, as well as I couldn't see one of the ballista turrets, meaning it was shooting me while I was trying to do things. But after spending just trying to take my time, going slow and breaking as much of it as I could, it was time to see if I could build into the tower, because that was how I was going to get through this. I did have to go back to base and get a bunch of wood multiple different times just to make sure that I had enough, because I didn't really know how I was going to get out, if I even was able to get in. But after building stairs up to the main tower, the only thing that I was noticing was you have to be really, really careful of these spikes, because if you're not, they will knock you off, knock you all the way back down, and if you don't have enough health to deal with that, it can be really, really dangerous. After setting up the contraption to launch myself into the hole, the way it was set up was a bunch of walls, like kind of not quite snapped together to where I could make almost a 1x1 hole, get caught by the spikes a few times, and fall perfectly down into where the bell fragment was. Because we're so far away from our other base, I actually was able to get another location for the final boss, even though I'll probably and obviously be doing the one close to my base. The problem came when I tried to get out. I tried to use my pickaxe to break the corner, and in the process kind of thought, how really useful is it to climb through the top if I'm just gonna have to break out anyways? But then my pickaxe broke, which made it pretty much impossible for me to get out, and the only chance that I had was to build back up to the top of the tower and try my absolute best to jump through the top by placing like all sorts of random crap under my feet to get me slightly higher through that hole. And while it's really hard to tell because I was in such a confined space and the game's camera really doesn't like that, it's kind of hard for you guys to see what I was doing. I pretty much, like I said, I built a 1x1 hole all the way back up to the top. Luckily, I brought enough wood with me to do so, and then jumped and placed ceilings under my feet till I was high enough to sprint out. But that was a really scary thing, and I got kind of close to being completely stuck in there. Had I been stuck in there, I would have had to find a way to make another iron pickaxe, which was not going to be happening if you guys remember how long it took me to get this first one, and I would have been completely stuck or had to dig somewhere from the outside. So that could have been really bad. But armed with that knowledge of how that worked, as well as what I did on the last one, what I think I can do from now on is dig on the outside corner of one of the, like, pick a corner and dig down on the outside of the tower, jump through the top, and then dig down on the inside of the tower, and I should be able to walk through. If it's the same corner where I dug on the outside, I should be able to just slide under the wall without breaking any of the wall. That will be by far the fastest way to do this, and that will be the new method that I try onto our next one. But first we got to get over there, get a portal down, and start moving. But we have more bell fragments, and the only hope that I can carry now is I've only gotten 2 from each of the last ones. The only hope that I need is I need at least 3 from one of them. You can get 2 to 4 bell fragments, but if I get 3 from one of them, we only have to do 2 more fortresses. If I get 2 from both of them, we have to do 3 more. So that's the only thing. I'm gonna get set up for the next one, and then we're gonna head over there because I pretty much have all of the resources ready. I just gotta go back to base and grab. I may have been severely wrong about resources. I forgot that I had used them to make the portal hub back at the ashlands base, and that I did not have any more for a portal, as well as a couple of more bolts that I needed to make. So I went ahead and took the time to go ahead and do those, but I promise nothing too exciting happened in the process, and I'm now headed over to the next one. What's good about this, and also kind of bad about this, is by far the longest run that I'm gonna have to do between any of the charred fortresses with my actual gear. So this is gonna be the riskiest part, but if I do make it over here, which I'm getting pretty close now, I should be able to set up and be pretty safe. And the next one is not that far away, as well as there's plenty of diverger settlements and stuff along the way to help me get over there. This one, again, looks fairly easy. It looks like there's enough area around it that is raised up enough around it that I should be able to shoot down into the charred fortress and break everything with the same amount of bolts as I did last time. All I have to do is clear the area again, put down workbenches and campfires, and just kind of make sure that I have the room and ability to do so and not getting bothered constantly by other stuff. So I got the portal set up on this big archway. It's probably the most precarious portal position that I've ever had, because the chance of me falling off that every time I come through is gonna be pretty high, but that's all right. I'm gonna break the spawners around the area, get everything cleared out, and start to just place workbenches in all the places that I can, hopefully in places where they won't get too burned too quickly, and then I will head up to that one and start setting up a ladder so I can shoot down in. Hopefully I can shoot them all from the same spot and just clear it out really quickly. We can get our bell fragments and move on to the next one, because there really isn't much more for me to do. Literally any grinding that I'm gonna do, any amount of time I'm gonna spend is on these bell fragments. I have the aspen ready, I have most of my armor and weapons as far as I'm gonna be able to get them, and the only thing I need to start playing through this backwards is to get these bell fragments and start getting stuff summoned. I spent nearly 2 hours clearing the area around this and just placing basic workbenches and other blockers to make sure that no more stuff would spawn. I spent quite a bit of time doing, I spent so much time doing it, but none of it was really interesting stuff. The only thing I really got broken on the entire fortress was the 2 ballistas on this side. Now, after spending that insane amount of time, I tried to build up to see the spawners, because from this side I couldn't, none of the buildings were tall enough for me to build up on and see over either of the walls for either of the spawners. But eventually I figured that it was easier to go on the back side of the fortress from where the portal was. There was a much higher hill back there, and I could see pretty much everything I needed to break. The one spawner on my left side is a little hard to see, but you can see it, and it is possible to hit. So that's really the only problem I was having. The other part about this one, though, that's crazy, there was like 2 times the amount of skeletons in this charred fortress. There was a Morgan on the inside, a Morgan on the outside, and 2 Askvens inside, as well as I'm pretty sure 3 3 warlocks inside. It's just like, I felt like this one was like stupid hard. Now, luckily because of the position that I got myself in up on this hill with plenty of bolts and arrows, there was a couple things under me that were just throwing stuff at me constantly and shooting arrows at me constantly, but I had my better armor set on, so I wasn't too worried about that stuff. And I kind of just stood up here and sniped for as long as I could, breaking both my arbalist and partially breaking my bow and getting most of the stuff in there killed. But the biggest thing I needed to make sure was that I had all of the spawners broken. Aside from getting all the spawners broken though, there is, like I said, an insane amount of stuff in here and a lot of stuff that's not normally inside of these that I had to kill. And that was honestly just an uphill battle the entire way, because fighting a Morgan inside of a charred fortress is just not the play, and dying means that you may lose your stuff over the walls, which is not at all what I wanted to do. But I spent a ton of time farming this out, getting everything killed and getting as much stuff as I could before approaching the last couple things just by sword and getting closer up on that first set of stairs that I built. And after I do that, it's going to be time to get back up there, build up, and try and get myself down through the middle and try and do, like I said, the modified version of what I did last time, making it much quicker for me to get the bell fragments without having any way to break the door. Okay, this is what is left after about 2 hours, I'm gonna say an hour actually, of shooting stuff down. It's just been a lot of like grindy, not very entertaining for at least you guys. I mean, it's not been terrible for me, but just a lot of grindy, not super entertaining resource gathering and just sitting in one spot and shooting things that walk in front of me, which hasn't been, like I said, it's not the most interesting thing that's ever happened, but it is definitely giving me progress towards this fortress. I think I should be able to clear everything else from the stairs. Definitely want to clear the warlocks so they stop spawning more charred tweakers, and then I should be able to take out the rest of this stuff. There is a fallen Valkyrie that does not seem to want to leave me alone that I will obviously have to deal with, and it'll probably kill me a few times just like everything else has. And then I still have the Morgan that's down inside of that, but I honestly may be able to just build over it and not worry about it at all, because it's not going to be able to break into the tower or climb up to break anything that I make. I also could use it though to roll and kill everything that's in there, so it's kind of hard to say. I'll probably try and use it, but I don't know. I'm just going to be back up on that tower probably, or back up on these stairs. I've had to go back and repair the arbalist and make more bolts about 3 or 4 times, which means that I've probably spent about 300 or 400 bolts doing just this one fortress. And I know it seems like I'm skipping over a lot of stuff, but like I said, it's not interesting things. It's just me sitting in one spot, literally shooting at a corner of the fortress for an hour, which has not been the most, it's not been the most engaging thing ever. I have been able to get stuff to fall out of the fortress as well, which is a really easy way of dealing with stuff like the archers, because I can actually run at them with my sword. So I'm just going to continue trying to do that, continue trying to snipe stuff from the top of the hill, and just get down to the last couple mobs, and then I'll figure out how to deal with them and get inside that tower. Okay, Morgan is almost cleared. I only got 2 more warriors left to poke at, and I think that's pretty much it, and all of the ballistas are destroyed, which means that this is going to be easy sailing here in just a minute. So let's talk about what I'm going to do differently this time to not let myself almost get stuck inside the fortress, because I don't plan to bring nearly as much wood as I did last time, because I don't think I'm going to need it. The plan is to dig down on one corner of the fortress, just like I did on the first one that I ever broke into. But I'm not going to sit there and try and break the corner. As I mentioned in the first one and in the last one, you can actually slide under that wall pretty easily. The only problem is that the way the pickaxe works in Valheim is it hits over your head. This means that if you have to be significantly further below the wall than you can ever dig to actually be able to break under it and walk under it. But what you can do in order to break both sides is I can dig down on the corner, break all the way down under the wall to where I could walk under it if I could break the inside, and then I'm going to build up and jump down through the little hole in the top, and then I'll mine down in the same corner, and I won't have to worry about mining under the wall or mining past the wall, because it'll already be mined out for me. So I'm going to get down here, I'm going to start digging the outside out, and then I will go back. I think I have to go back to base and get more wood because I don't have nearly enough on me. I'll build up on top, but I do not plan to build my way out this time, nor do I plan on getting stuck with my pickaxe. Could this be a little foolish? It could be. If I get stuck down here, it could really suck, and it could put me in quite a time delay. But if I do this right, this is now going to be by far the fastest way to get into any of these fortresses, at least for me. And honestly, this isn't even a bad way to do it in vanilla Valheim. If you don't feel like bringing the battery ram to the fight, you could just do this easily too. So that's something to think about. I mean, a lot of these methods in this entire playthrough are not just for this playthrough. You could use them to speed up certain aspects of your normal playthroughs as well. So think about that as you guys see me start to do some of these tricks. I'm going to get this fully mined out. I'm going to go get wood, and then we're going to build through that top. Okay, I didn't show how I set this up last time, so this time I'm going to. You first got to place like something to stand on. You can't really place it on the spike strips, but anywhere up here that to stand on, it could be anything, but I'm just going to use a wall for this. Then I'm trying to like see where the wall actually starts to fall into the hole, and from there, that's where I'm going to place the first one. The other two can be snapped to the outside because it doesn't really matter too much, but then you don't want to snap the last one like in a full square. You want to place it a lot closer to the first wall. You want to place it in a way that gives you a very tiny gap that you can barely slide through. And it may take a few tries. You are still going to get bounced around by the spikes a little bit, and you definitely want to make sure you have enough health to both get hit by the spikes and take the fall damage that you're gonna get hit by, at least 50 fall damage and probably 10 to 15 damage from the spikes. So at least have 100 health if you're going to be doing this, but any more than that is honestly going to keep you safe. We've gotten locations in every single one of these fortresses, which is kind of insane, but this is the same one as the last one, and I definitely don't need any more because, like I said earlier, I'm going to be keeping the one that I am built next to because there's no reason not to, and getting the ashlands over there, getting a base set up over there, it's just going to be easier, so there's no reason to try and go to a new one. So I'm going to dig down. This is the same corner. I can see it. Like, if you dig deep enough and like far enough towards the wall, you can actually see it from the inside which direction or which corner you already mined out. But just in case, try and make sure that you know which direction it's in. That way you don't have to mine out the entire bottom of the tower. I do know that it's possible to break the entire tower by mining out the entire bottom of it, but it's not, in my mind, it's not worth it. If you can do this method, this is by far the fastest way that you can do it. You can get in and out of the tower in like 2 or 3 minutes. You don't have to make a battering ram. You could do this at any stage in the game. You could literally do this as long as you have a antler pickaxe. You can do this method and a little bit of wood. But yeah, that is it. We got out of that super quick, and I think we got, I didn't look, but I think we got 3 bell fragments from this one, meaning that we only need 2 more from our last one, and the last one is very close by on the map, so there's not going to be too much to worry about there. I'm going to get the stuff together for another set of portals and another set of blocking stuff like campfires and workbenches, and then I can run over there. It's literally, it's almost visible from here. It's very close, and it's not going to be very hard for me to get over there and set one up. And if I die on the way over there with my gear, it's not going to matter because I have this portal nearby too, so this one should be a fairly low risk as far as getting there at least. Okay, getting over to this one was much more hellish than I expected. There was so many things and so many ruins on the side at least that I was coming in from and the side that I thought I would build up on, but I decided to be a little bit smarter this time. There was a much flatter and much more empty as far as mobs were, higher area that I could build on, and it was on the other side of it. So once I made my way around there, I realized there's divergers over here. There's only a couple monuments of torment spawning stuff over here that I can destroy pretty easily, and not only is there an arch for me to build up on over here that I should be able to shoot directly from into the fortress, but there is also a flame metal node right next to it that as long as I don't break anything on, I can sit up there and shoot really easily into the fortress the entire time. This one should be the easiest one to clear from this entire thing because I am on the high ground already, and the high ground is built up so much higher around the rest of it, and I have my method that I know now works as the quickest way to get into these. So I'm going to clear this monument of torment, go back and make some more bolts because I am running out from just running over here as well as from the last one, and then start shooting into that fortress because, like I said, literally from my portal I should be able to see the spawners, and this one should be probably the easiest one so far. Yeah, as I knew it would be, this flame metal node is perfect. There's also a blob hopping around in there, one of the magma ones that I should be able to blow up in there and get it to kill most of the stuff as well as break any other structures that may be in there. But I mean, realistically, and like I was talking about, this is going to be the easiest one to break into. This one also seems fairly devoid of anything inside of it. There's not anything crazy inside of it, and there's just not a lot of mobs in this one. I know that it's probably supposed to be a consistent amount of mobs in each one, but this one definitely does not have that, and the last one had way too freaking many. So that being said, I'm gonna get the couple that are in here cleared, but I've already cleared most of them from just being up here and then walking up to the wall. I can see both spawners from this side, so it's not gonna be very hard for me to break into it, and I'll probably do the same stair method that I did 2 of them ago, where I built up to the side of it and just cleared stuff with a crossbow from the edge. So once I get that built, I'll probably come back and show you guys what's left, but this is going to be a really easy one to break into. We're gonna guaranteed get enough bell fragments unless there's some bug or something, and we are gonna be able to move towards actually preparing for the boss, which is gonna be its own thing entirely. Because I want to use the ashlands, and I probably will raise them over there because there's no way to like get them over there. There is going to be a whole building thing, a whole like pen system, and a whole way to try and keep them in the fight the entire time that I'm over there, which is gonna be a lot of preparation. So after this, don't worry, we are not out of the woods yet. There is still a whole bunch of stuff to do. I'm gonna have to prepare for the insane amount of ashlands, the actual fight itself, and get the bells set up, as well as clear anything in the area that might interrupt us, get the portal set up in a safe spot, and then start to also make 1, plans for the bosses after that, and 2, backup plans in case something goes wrong with this first one. But that is all gonna come after I get the bell fragments from this one, so let me continue to clear out this. There hasn't been too much interruption other than this fallen Valkyrie, and once I get this killed, I should be pretty much good to go. I'm not gonna say this fortress was devoid of life, but there really wasn't a whole lot in here. On top of that, a lot of the stuff fell out of the backside from the spikes or trying to walk around. I don't know if they were aggroed to something on the other side like a diverger, but there is a settlement over there, so I would not doubt it. But they all fell out on the backside and are no longer my problem. The only thing I'm really having a problem with is for some reason the angle on this corner ballista is really hard for me to hit. I can't seem to get an angle where I can actually shoot it without it shooting me, so I may have to jump in here and kind of trade shots with it for a little bit, but I have the stairs to get up here and get get my body if I need it, so that's not too big of a problem. There's only 1 or 2 warriors left in there, and it's not going to be very hard to kill them, and they may even knock themselves out with the spikes anyways. After that, I have enough wood, so I'm going to mine out on the outside just like I did last time, build up there, drop inside, and I should be able to grab my last 2 bell fragments before progressing to the final boss. The next step after grabbing these is going to be quite simple. We need to go start setting up the boss arena for what I want to do with it. There's a lot of things that I want to do, and not being able to build in the boss arena as well as where I saw it positioned earlier is going to make it quite a bit harder. 60% of it is located on the edge of the lava, which is going to make it very hard to raise the ground up and have any building around the edge of it. The rest of it is going to be built in Groston houses for the Askvins to raise, where I will be able to put all the eggs in there, put hearths on the outside, raise up the ground around the edges while I wait for them to raise, and then I should be good to go ahead and get them hatched, get them raised, get them out into the arena from those houses. They shouldn't be able to escape, at least not too many of them, because there will be a raised up ground around the entire edge of it that they can't get out of unless they stack on top of each other, which they will, but you know. And then I will be able to summon the boss because we now have the bells. I'm going to try and let the Askvins do most of the work, but I do have my Crom as well as I will have my fire resistance potions and a bunch of crossbow bolts to finish the job is the plan. I have done a decent amount of like fighting with that boss now in the modded series as well as in a couple of other series, and even practicing in single player for this exact moment, so I know that it's possible even without the Askvins, but I really am curious to see how much they're going to do. We have our last bell fragments, we have everything we need, and I'm going to get a portal set up over there so we can actually start doing stuff, and there is going to be a lot of preparation that goes on outside of the arena too, as far as what gear I need, what things I need, and all the food that I need, as well as any armor upgrades or weapon upgrades and things like bolts. So there's going to be a lot of stuff to do. There's still a long way to go, but we have the bell fragments. We are pretty much done exploring the ashlands, and fuck this island that I've been running around for the past multiple real life days and tons of hours, because I am done over here. Now let's get the first look of the arena. There's a big rock coming into it, and like I said, lava around most of the edges, which is going to make it just more difficult for me to raise up the ground around it and to make these buildings to contain everything in. However, the backside of it seems pretty empty with a lot of open land that I should be able to raise up, flatten, and make these houses that I'm talking about in the design that I'm thinking of. Apart from this though, you cannot build inside the actual arena at all, which means everything that I want to build and all of the things that I want over here are going to have to take place outside of the arena, and I'll slowly have to move them in. Now, how hard is it going to be to position that many Askvins in the arena after grazing them in tiny little houses? I don't know. We'll see when we get there, but I have a feeling it will take quite a long time for them to come out of their houses once they're raised and actually get into the arena. But if the edges are all raised up, I shouldn't have a problem with that because I won't have a time constraint and they won't wander away, which is, I mean, that's the plan at least for now. Apart from that though, like I said, there is a lot of other preparation that goes into this. I have to clear all the spawners around it, clear all of the mobs, block some of the spawns so that way nothing bothers the Askvins and pisses them off while they're trying to raise or anything like that, because then they'll start running around and possibly getting stuck in places. And I also need to start preparing for the other bosses as I do for this one. I know this one is the first step and the biggest step in a very long working of our way backwards, but the Queen and Yagluth are not going to be easy with this gear set either. In the situation of Yagluth, I could probably use Askvins to finish his entire health bar, but the Queen is going to be a different story, as she is locked in the infested citadel with no ability to bring tames in. So that's going to be a whole thing that I also start to worry about, but we got to get through this first. So I'm going to get all the Groston I can, go over there and start building the structures, flattening the ground, and clearing the mobs, and then I will get over there when I am starting to raise the Askvins, and then figure out, as well as share with you guys, what all I have left to do, but there really is not much left. After a very long time of gathering up Groston and clearing the area, like literally another hour and a half, which is not as long as I was expecting this to take, but I have tons of Groston now. Anyways, we're going to build little houses like this around each arch. Now, I know this doesn't look huge, but with the ceiling and then being able to stack on top of each other, something that I will complain about the entire time, but it will give them a little bit more efficient storage space. I will be able to store a ton of them in here, probably like 20 to 40 in this little area. Now, if I think the goal is going to be 20 in this one, 20 in another one, and then 40 to 60 in the other one. The plan is to use the big one, the one of 60, to release into the arena, and to use the other ones as 2 backups if I think that's going to work. Now, I know that the last boss has the ability to hit pretty much everything that's rendered in an area that's on your friendly team. I know that from doing the modded series when I had me and a couple other people doing it, that attack happens everywhere. So I do have to be careful and think about if they're going to get hit inside their cage while they're completely defenseless and not helping. It's definitely something to think about, but it's not the main concern. The biggest thing is just getting as many of them out there as I can without them stacking up and picking the boss up on top of them. Something that I've seen in a lot of testing and looking and talking to other friends who have tried stuff like this and who have even just messed around in like a creative world with stuff like this, is that the Askvins really like to stack on top of each other when fighting anything. And in the case of something like a boss like this, the boss maybe just be carried to the top of a very big pyramid where it can hit down and kill everything. And I only have one shot at this because I'm sure as hell not raising another 100 Askvins while there's a boss spawned in next to them. It's not going to be easy and it won't be fun. So with that being said, I have to be very careful and make sure to get this right the first first time. But I'm going to build a couple houses like this, get a whole bunch of Groston because I'm going to need it. I may even start demolishing the inside of this little base that we have over here because I don't use it for anything other than the portals. And then I'm going to go ahead and go over there and build up 3 of those like I mentioned and start raising up the ground around the edge so that once they are raised they can escape and that during the fight they won't leave. The first house is almost done. This has taken an absurd amount of Groston and I don't even know that it's going to be big to hold even 20 Askvins. I mean, I know if they stacked all the way on top of each other that it would be good, but the idea is to have them run out this little archway, and having them all stacked up is not going to allow them to run out at all. So I don't know how getting them all out is going to go, and it may take them a while, but if I have the ground raised up around, I may just release them as babies because they will get out a lot easier in that scenario. But it's time to start figuring out where I want to build the other 2. I want to keep them fairly spaced apart so that they can attack from all angles because, again, they can stack on top of each other, but spreading them out will get rid of some of the risk of them doing that, and also, I mean, it's just going to be better for them to be able to hit. They're going to be stacked behind each other, and I don't know how many of them are going to be able to hit at a time, so I need to worry about that as well, but I am going to build up the second one coming soon. I have a bunch of Groston stacked up, but this has taken way more of my reserve than I thought it was going to. I definitely need to head back to base to get more. That being said, I will have to spend the time to go to pretty much all of the charred fortresses and have something or myself break literally every single one of those little ashen structures all around the edge of it, because there is going to be so much used in that one that is for the 60 Askvins, which is the last one that I'm going to build. Yes, getting Groston in the Ashlands, one of the easiest things to do that is not frustrating at all. No, in all reality, this Fallen Valkyrie actually did help me a lot in clearing out a bunch of these stone structures around the edge of a bunch of the charred fortresses I was at, allowing me to build not only the entire second house, but the foundation for the third house, which is going to be the setup for all of our Askvins. Now, I have to go back there and finish the third one in a minute, but soon here I'm going to start bringing the Askvins over, putting them in a chest, at least the eggs, and starting to separate them out into each individual area, raising up the ground and worrying about the hearths to warm them up. But that is all going to come in a little bit because things will target the hearths and I have to raise up the ground around those too, that way they won't get targeted, and there's going to still be a whole bunch more work, and there are so many different things making this so difficult. For all of this, I want you guys to remember when I talk about it's been 2 hours or it's been 3 hours of me doing something that doesn't look like it would take very much time at all. Remember that I am in silver armor, not even made to go through the plains with, and I am sitting here in the Ashlands with that and an arbalist that does not do that well and is quite slow to run with. So my ability to keep myself alive is very low. So there's a lot of times where I am just running back to get my body or struggling to do very basic things just because of this. But no matter the struggles that are happening, I am going to push forward. Just know that when I give you time frames like that, that might be why they seem a little odd sometimes. The raising the ground is going to become a lot bigger of a thing here, and I've gone up to the mountain to get stone golems to break a bunch of stone for me already, and I have it all in a chest ready to go. I don't know how high I'm going to raise the ground up yet or what I'm going to do about this rock sticking through the edge, but everything is pretty much done. I got to extend the third house is fairly built. I just need to extend it back further because I remembered that how many I was going to put in that one, and that's going to be the best one for me to fit stuff in, and I am going to be completely ready to bring the Askvins over here, and while they're hatching I can worry about some of the other stuff that I need to prepare for. And quite a while later, this is the third house that is completely expanded back. It was partially built before, but now this is as far back as it's going to extend. In the meantime of doing this as well and all the stone that I've collected, I've started to build up, as you can probably see in some of the archways, I've started to raise up the ground with a hoe around a ton of the different areas, as well as I may place even Groston walls or just I gotta find some way to deal with the lava over here. I can build basalt bombs and stuff though to stand near the lava to deal with it, and I may have to burn some workbenches in the process, but I'm gonna try and get all of this raised up and walls placed around the edge. I just gotta experiment a little bit with what works better and just find out a way to get around this lava. But I'm gonna try and raise up the entire thing around this entire area, every single bit of it other than this rock right here, because I don't know that the rock is gonna do much. If that rock gets destroyed, I'm gonna be kind of fucked in a whole bunch of other ways anyways, so that doesn't really matter that much. But all I need to do from now is get this all raised up around the edge, get the hearths placed down, and get the Askvins hatching, as well as continue to clear this area, because obviously stuff keeps wandering in here no matter how much I block the spawns. There's always stuff coming out of the lava and crap like that. I'm also worried about things targeting the hearths and stopping certain eggs or some of the eggs from hatching, so I have to worry about that too, and I will have a process to stop that from happening, but I'm not there yet. I need to get all that stuff finished. I still have a bunch more things, but progress is happening, and I'm getting very close to where I think I can throw the eggs down and go for maybe 1 or 2 more adventures out in the world outside of the Ashlands just to get a few things that I may need, and then we're gonna hunker down, wait for everything to raise up the ground around the edge while I wait and finish this boss fight. The ground is continuing to be raised. It has been almost 5 hours of building these entire structures, but the hearths are protected, the eggs are getting split, and they are about to get dropped on the ground, meaning that there is only 1 or 2 things left to do before I can go on my last adventures and just wait for these to raise. Now, I know, like I said earlier, I feel like I'm going kind of quick in this video, but it's a longer video, first of all, and second of all, the thing that I kind of realized in the amount of time that I took between making this episode and all the other ones, that about month break that I took earlier in the episode, I realized that this this series is not about the grind that happens and all the stone that I gather and the gross and structures that I build. And while that is a really big part of it and how it advances what I'm doing, it's not the main focus. It's how do you overcome the fact that you haven't killed any bosses. And so I wanted to take a little bit of the pressure off those moments where I'm just harvesting stuff, or where like earlier in the series I was just breaking iron gates, and put a lot more of the focus on the progression parts of it, the parts of it that are different from a normal playthrough. You guys can watch me build stuff and grind stuff all the hardcore playthrough and a bunch of the other movies, but this one is special for that reason. And for this last episode, I wanted to put as much emphasis and attention as possible on that idea of it rather than the entire grinding part. But like I said, it was about 5 hours of building these structures and raising up the ground, and there's still a bit more to do. These are going to take an hour and 10 minutes to raise, and even longer to probably come out of these little structures, seeing as how small the holes are and the fact that I can't make a saddle, so I'm just going to have to sit here and wait. In the meantime, I have a couple things to do. I need to go wander around the plains for a little bit. Reason being, I don't have fire resistance meads. Now, am I going to need them? I don't know. As I put these eggs down, I don't know if I'm going to need them. I also have my Fenrir set that I could just wear. I don't know if that's just me being lazy or if it's just me being hopeful that the stuff I've collected might be enough so far, but I really do think these are going to be extremely strong, and I'll only know their power once I actually summon the boss. But for now, this looks absolutely insane, and I can only imagine what this is going to look like when they're raised. But I may go look for barley and cloudberries just for fire resistance in the case that I decide that I'm going to need it, which I probably should if I'm not being lazy. And apart from that, I'm going to need food and to raise up the ground a bunch more. I'll give you guys one final look of the arena before we get started, and maybe what the baby aspens look like when they're running around everywhere. And then it's going to be time to let all the adults come out, continue to raise up the edges and get a bunch of stuff prepared. I want to try not to sit here and AFK while they're coming out, but I may need to, or else they may not move. But otherwise, I want to try and spend all of my time as well as possible, whether it's moving towards the queen, getting stuff ready for the other boss fights, or just generally getting better food and other things prepared for this one. It doesn't matter. I'm going to have to spend a lot of time here. These are still multiple hours away from being ready and being spread out into the open, but for you guys, it's only going to be a few minutes before we start off that first boss fight and the last boss of the game. Holy shit, guys, I hear eggs cracking. Oh, here they come. There's about to be so many aspens in here. The babies are actually really tiny, and this is giving me hope that they will all fit in here. The biggest thing that I'm worried about is they get so crammed in here, and then they grow up like all stuck in a corner or something, and they pop through the walls. I don't know if that's what'll actually happen if they do, but I'm used to playing Ark where everything's very buggy, so I can only hope that that doesn't happen. Aside from that, though, I've been spending the entire time making food, crossbow bolts, and getting a shit ton of stone to throw at trying to raise the walls up around the edge as much as I can. The lava has been causing me quite a few problems, so I decided to make basalt bombs to throw in there where I could place my workbench in the lava, raise the ground up a few times, and then just place another workbench, as the workbench doesn't burn for about 10 seconds and it gives you a decent amount of time to raise up some of the ground. There's just a lot of edges where I can't place the workbench inside due to you not being able to build inside the arena, and there's literally lava on the edge where I can't build it out there either unless I'm willing to let it burn. So I've just been burning a ton of wood into coal by doing that, and that's really one of my only options, but it is going pretty well. I think the last thing that I want to do is I want to run to the plains. Maybe I can grab some totems whenever I do Yagaloth, but I also need to go there and try and get some barley and cloudberries to make a fire resistance mead. After that, I don't have anything else. I have a bunch of bolts in a chest at my Mistlands base that I can use. I've just been kind of keeping them away so I don't use them now because I have a certain amount designated for the fight. I have my Crom, and I could go with upgrading it, but I don't know if I'm really going to need to. I'm going to look at all the aspens when they're all done and see how, like, actually seeing it, how is it actually going to look? How am I going to feel about using them to fight the boss, and how much help do I really think I'm going to have to give them, or how much help are they really going to give me? And then other than that, I don't really have that much stuff left to do, so I'm going to sit over there. I'm going to let them raise. I'm going to raise up all the ground around the sides. I already made the 3 bells. We had exactly 9 fragments from all of the charred fortresses. We had a set of 2, a set of 2, a set of 3, and a set of 2. So that was our 9, and I'm pretty much ready at this point. I'm kind of scared. It doesn't feel like I'm ready, but I know that that's how this playthrough is supposed to feel, and I've gone all the way up to this point. Nothing I've felt ready for at all, because that's what the point of the playthrough is. To you guys, it's not going to look like I'm ready. To me, it's not going to look like I'm ready, and maybe there are better things that I could use for it, but there are a certain amount of trust that I have to put in my ability to fight it in my aspens where I don't have to have the absolute best stuff that I can make. If I don't have a certain meat or something like that, I'm not going to spend an hour getting it. I can probably go for it and be okay, and if I fail or something like that, then I'll go back through and reassess the situation. But first, I really just want to try with what I have available, because I have mostly everything that I would ever be able to craft in my current situation. So I'm going to continue to raise up the walls around, sit over there AFK for a little bit and let those guys raise up, as well as take a little trip to the plains, which I will probably show you guys, and then I will have to await the very long, what I'm assuming is going to be a very long process of them all exiting their buildings and hopefully not running away, and then we will summon the boss and get started, and hopefully they will be strong enough combined with me to tackle. While they are raising, I've decided on taking one last journey to the plains in any attempt to get the fire resistance. I'm okay doing it with just this armor, as I don't think I'm going to get hit very much because, I mean, honestly, any amount of hit that I have from that boss is probably going to kill me. But I do still have the opportunity to try and get it while everything is still raising, and I figured why not, because it's not going to take me that long. So I'm going to head into this plains. This is at the bottom of Armada Mountain, and see what I can find. Hopefully, a village with at least at least 10 barley, so I can make at least one set of them, and if we get more than that's good, but if not, then I will probably be okay. And unfortunately for me, this plains only has one village, and this is one of the only plains that I know about other than the one next to the Mistlands, which I don't have a portal anywhere near the edge of. And unfortunately for me, while there was a nice big village over here, all it had was 2 sets of flax, which is not anything that I can use right now. Processing flax or any other things from the plains are literally impossible in this playthrough, at least till I'm halfway done, and by that point I really don't need anything else, so I'm not really going to need it. So I'm going to head back to base, and here's the final plan of what I'm planning on doing. The ashlands are going to take a while to raise up, and I don't really want to do anything else. I don't want to waste the food I have or any of the resources that I have, any of the bolts that I have, by just running around aimlessly. So the plan is going to be to pretty much AFK until they are done, go stand over there and AFK for longer as they slowly flow out, and I will probably spend a bunch more time raising up the ground as best I can around the edges, put the bells in their place, and we should be ready to go. Now, the only thing that I can see myself doing is starting to prepare for the other bosses. I may sail over to Queen while I'm waiting for stuff to happen. I may try and find Yagloth because I still don't have that boss location while I'm waiting for stuff to happen. But other than that, I'm pretty sure the next time you guys see me, we are going to be ready to start this boss fight, because all I need is for those guys to raise up and get out of those little houses. It is time. It has been about 8 hours since the last clip, and getting the ashlands raised up was honestly the easiest thing I've had to do the entire playthrough, but getting them out of those little houses was not. If you guys want to try this same method, which in a minute you guys might want to think about it, you definitely need to do a couple things to get them out of those little houses. See, because I built up the entire edge around, there was no just letting them in. So what I had to do was build up the entire edge around the entire stadium pretty high. I mean, that's what I spent almost the entire hours waiting for them to come out to doing. But I broke one little section of it, and I let a bunch of charred twitchers run in, as well as a bunch of vultures fly over. Them getting aggroed, they ran out through the door that I had set for them, but even doing it that way made it take so freaking long. That being said though, in the meantime, I got some bone maw meat, I got some cooked aspen meat, and I got some ice cream. The bells are hung, and it is time to get over there, show you guys the ashlands, and get ready to do this fight. Now, if you're wondering why it doesn't look like I'm that prepared, once I saw the sheer amount of creatures that I have over there, there's almost no way that I'm gonna even have to do anything. So let's get over here, let's hit that bell, and let's see if I'm really right. Let's see if I can navigate around this absolutely humongous crowd of creatures. And yeah, let's get these guys, let's get these guys going. Hopefully they make it through the fight. I don't even know how to feel right now. I wasn't even here for most of that fight, and I don't even think it killed a single one of them. I will say, the fire resistance would have been nice, because I would have gotten to at least watch the fight, but holy shit did they demolish that thing. As soon as that pillar broke, they just pushed it out into the lava pool and absolutely demolished it. Now, how am I going to get that head? I'm probably going to have to make some basalt bombs and go out there, but that was insane, dude. That was like the easiest part of the playthrough. I just killed the last boss with not even touching it. Alright, well, that's not the end of the playthrough. playthrough, because I still got to get through Queen and Yagluth, and now after that, it's going to be pretty smooth sailing, in my opinion at least, but that was actually insane. Now, I do want to tell you guys this. After this entire playthrough was over, because it's pre-recorded, I had a feeling that I had gotten, I don't know, I didn't really expect it to go that well. I figured they would all die at about it being at a quarter health, and I would have to fight and die and fight and die and fight and die through that last quarter of health. So I went through and tested it in single player, and I didn't just test it once, I tested it 25 times, because like I said, I felt like I had gotten really lucky, even though I had died, as far as how much damage they did and how they didn't really stack on each other. They didn't really all get like group hit. Nothing really crazy happened, and even most of them didn't even aggro. There was only like 20 of them that actually did that entire fight. After going back and looking and trying it in single player and trying to figure out what had just happened, I was right. In single player, I tested it 25 times, and only 10 times did 100 perfectly placed ones win, which means that not even half the time did they win. So I got very lucky here. If you guys are trying to do this on your own, the thing that I found from solo testing after the series was that the way that the meteor landed on me, like I said, fire resistance would have been good, better armor would have been a great idea, but the way that the meteor landed on me and how it started hitting the close range attacks on me, that is exactly what you want. As soon as it starts pulling the fire out of the ground and shooting the spikes out of the ground, every single one of them is dead. It does not matter. Unless you have 2 stars, they might be able to survive one of those attacks, but otherwise you are screwed. So that is like, I don't know, that's something to think about, and that's something for you guys to like, if you want to try this method or if you want to do this method. And I have a feeling that's why it's not a widely spread good idea to do this. I figured that's why this is not the meta. I mean, it also took me way too many hours, way too long, such a complex setup that you don't need to have. But if you're doing something like this, a reverse series or something similar where you're trying to do, I saw someone the other day talking about a couple of different challenges where different weapons and stuff wouldn't be used. This is a great way to do that. But the fact is, like I said, you have to get lucky. And if you're gonna do it like I just did it, if you want to get that lucky, you're gonna have to, one, take the chance and be prepared in every direction that might not be how it goes, which I definitely really wasn't. I don't know how this fight would have gone if it did not go that well. But if you do want it to go that way, you need to be taking the front of the damage, and you need to make sure to stay close to the boss the entire time, because if you don't, the second it goes long range, that fire will start coming out of the ground. It will target every single one of them, and it will kill them. Now, in this scenario, some of them had climbed over the walls already, some of them had escaped. I could have definitely done a better job of containing them before the fight, but I mean, all in all, that went about as good as it possibly could have. I really don't think I have much more to ask for, especially after watching what happens in a single player when I was testing it out. And yeah, that was literally insane. The Ashlands is going to be ridden with these tames forever now. It's going to be pretty much safe for me to walk around the Ashlands because nothing is going to be able to kill me because I have way too many friendly things. And honestly, I don't know that I'm ever going to come back to the Ashlands in this playthrough. I've got the head. I'm gonna go out there with the basalt bombs here in a second and grab it. And I don't know, like other than that, I should be fine to get this back to base and start worrying about Queen. And honestly, my outlook now of how to do Queen has changed a little bit. I have a little bit of a different idea, as well as getting into the Queen's infested citadel is not as simple as you guys may think in this playthrough. So let's get over there. Let's start worrying about that. But holy shit, I could not have gotten luckier. And I can't believe, I'm also sorry for you guys. I was dead for like half the fight, but I didn't want to cut it too much. I cut out just the portal sequences because obviously, you guys don't need to watch the orange thing spin for 10 seconds, but other than that, I tried to keep it completely uncut just so you guys could see how actually quick that went. It was literally less than a 3-minute battle. Alright guys, I am over at the Queen. I did not take too long to sail over here from my Mistlands base, but I'm going to be 100% honest, most of the rest of the playthrough is going to be a little bit sped up as far as progression goes, because once I started that first boss fight as far as video making goes, I know that everyone is eager to see the rest of them and for me to complete the playthrough. But I do want to show you guys how I got into Queen. Now this was something that I saw in a YouTuber Scales video. He mentioned another YouTuber, I'm pretty sure, that also put out this idea or a more detailed explanation of how to do this. But because you need the Yalder table to craft the seal breaker, you actually cannot get into the Queen without a glitch. So what you have to do is place a portal set outside of where you're going or outside of the Queen's area, and then connect the other side of the portal set to the Queen's door with it facing into it. What will happen then is when you go through the first set of the portal, you will be able to just pop right through the door, and from there you can set up a second portal set back to your base, and then every time you want to come to the Queen, you can just go back and forth between that portal set. The one used to get through the door is probably never going to be used again. But I want to tell you guys about my idea for what I'm going to do to get through the Queen. Now, the idea was just going to be make some of the bile bombs, make some of the poison bombs, and just fight it. But I have an idea. Now, this is one that I have never tested, nor have I ever seen anybody really talk about outside of a couple subreddits, so I don't even know if it's really possible. But I know for sure that you can place campfires in here, as well as there's a little room in the entrance that you kind of can't get hit by the Queen or anything else during the fight. So the goal after I get the portal set down is going to be to set up campfires in there, and set up 40 Askfin eggs to hatch. Now I'm gonna have to do a couple different things to make sure that this works. Well, the eggs take I think an hour and 10 minutes to hatch and to raise completely. You have to be there when they hatch, or you at least have to come back once for it to load that they have hatched. From there, you kind of want to leave and try and destroy the campfires if you can, that way they don't light themselves on fire as babies. But if you unrender the area, say I go back to my base and AFK for a little bit, they should just raise by the time I get back there, and because that area of the map wasn't loaded, the queen shouldn't attack them and they shouldn't really move. They should be right next to that entrance area or a little outside of it. I'm going to try and throw the eggs outside so they don't all get stuck and so I can actually get in the door, but there's no guarantee that that's happening. From there, once I actually get them all raised, they should kind of raise and like they did the last time, like kind of fill the entire arena inside the infested citadel, in which the queen will aggro them and start fighting them. I will try my best to help them, but I think 40 of them after seeing that last fight is going to be a little insane, and seeing as how the queen doesn't have an attack that actually targets every single thing in an area, it's probably going to be pretty easy to do that. And while I'm setting those eggs up and waiting for them to hatch, I need to go try and find Yagluth. I have all of the totems from running around the plains earlier in the episode, as well as other plains adventures throughout the entire series, but what I don't have is the location for Yagluth. I have the idea of where there's a bunch of the Stonehenge structures, as well as where there is a bunch of large plains, both ones that I've partially explored and ones that I've not even touched. So the idea is going to be to just kind of go run around all of those while I have an hour or two waiting for the queen's Asphyns to raise. So let's get over here and set this up. I had the 40 Aspfin eggs as I've been AFKing at that Ashlands base for quite a bit whenever I'm offline or whenever I'm going to do something in real life, because I knew that I was probably going to do this, and even for Yagluth, if I can. The idea is going to place 2 campfires in here, and hopefully they don't smoke themselves out, and then I already split most of the eggs, and start just throwing them into the citadel as far as I can without them getting necessarily stuck in the entrance. But as long as some of them pop through, I'm not going to be too worried about it. As long as I also don't get stuck in the entrance, I'll be fine, but even if I do, I can come back with a butcher's knife and kill all the ones that are stuck. The idea though is, like I said, leave for 20 minutes. The eggs will run their hatch timer down, and then I'll come back and render them in so that way they actually hatch. Once the babies are all hatched, I will leave again for 50 minutes where they will completely raise into adults. I'll come back, render them, they'll raise into adults like spontaneously, and then I will be able to just let them run free at the queen, as either the queen will start to break this black marble that's trapping them in, or they will start to slide through the cracks of it. Either way though, these campfires should be good. The only thing I kind of want to try and make sure I do is break them, but even if I don't, they should be able to survive a little bit of fire damage. And as long as the queen doesn't aggro me right now while I'm doing this, which she shouldn't, because you kind of have to go into there a little bit and find her first, then I will be good. Aside from this, like I said, finding Yagluth is the next thing, and getting this same kind of setup going over there will be the next move as well. I only need 20 eggs, and I think I already have those from AFKing at the Ashlands base, so it should not take too much time for me to get that going. But if it does, I mean, I'll just sit over there and wait. I'll go do something else in real life while the Asphyns lay eggs, and I will be ready to go at it at some point. But for now, let's head back to base. We got all of our eggs down, and kind of just wait for these to hatch while I look for Yagluth. Alright, I kind of lost track of time while running around the plains, and I know that I definitely am way overdue to go back and let the eggs hatch, as it's been over an hour of me running around, but honestly, making progress like this is kind of worth it. The other thing I kind of wish I would have done is gone back and let them hatch. That way they would have been almost done raising at this point, but nothing can be perfect. The idea is going to be to set up the exact same kind of setup over here, maybe with just some walls. I don't even think I really have to raise up the ground. I'll set up a portal, and I will kind of do the same thing while I'm doing the queen fight. Now, I do still have to go over there, get the eggs hatched, and worry about getting them raised up, but a lot of this is going to be AFK at this point. And also, I was completely right. This is next to Bone Mass. This is not that far off of where our swamp is at, and it was one of the really big plains I remember sailing by while the entire playthrough has been happening. I kind of kept track of where different things may be, and as this was probably the biggest plains that I remember seeing, I was very happy to see that the Yagluth structure was over here, as none of the Stonehenge things that I found had the location. From this point forward, as soon as I get these Asphyns raised, I'm going to probably make a couple bolts to do Modder with, but I'm not even going to start setting up that boss fight yet, because I don't necessarily know how the queen's going to go, though I'm pretty sure, knowing the success of the last boss fight, that it's probably going to go pretty good. So let me get my portal set up over here. Let me get the Aspfin structure set up over here. I already have the eggs, and then we'll go back and get the ones hatched at queen. Alright, let's go check on these ones in the entire queen area. They are finally hatching. Let's go. They are going to be stacked up. I hope they don't, like I said, flow into this main area. Oh, okay. The queen is upset. Hopefully the queen upset does not do anything to them. But I'm just going to head back through. I have a timer set on my phone, and in the meantime, I'm going to go start setting up the structure for the Yagluth ones. They should finish. They're going to be about 20 minutes behind the queen one, and assuming the queen fight takes at least 20 minutes, which it probably should. I don't know with the tames how it's going to rock, but I know normally it would take about that long. So I'm going to set it up over here, set up some campfires, and get some of these guys hatching while I wait the 50 minutes for those other ones to start raising or to finish raising. We'll do the queen fight in just a minute, but I'm going to get these set up and going alongside them. That way, when we're done with the queen, we can AFK again and get these going, and maybe in the meantime, I'll go start setting up for the other bosses, because those last three, there is one thing about them that I'm a little concerned about, and I know it seems like it'll be a really easy kill, but but just wait, because there might be one kind of thing that throws a wrench in the entire plan. The Yagloth ones are completely set up. We're ready over here. For some reason, the fires keep going out, but I'll figure that out. I'll build something over them here in a second, and I just gotta go get more wood for that. But they are set up. They'll be hatching in just a moment. The queen ones have about 30 minutes left, and I really don't think I'm gonna set anything else up other than grabbing a couple of the charred bolts for Mater. I'm gonna fight Mater with the Arbalest because why not? And other than that, I'm not gonna set up any of the eggs or anything like that. There's eggs around that. I have everything for the rest of the bosses except for one thing that I'll talk to you guys about in a minute. But other than that, I'm pretty much ready to get through this entire playthrough as soon as we start that queen fight. But it's still going to be, like I said, a little bit of time. I got to fix the plains campfires, but for the meantime, I'm going to fix those campfires, sit at base, and just wait for the ashlands to be raised, and then I will run over there and check on them every once in a while. Hopefully, I don't get them killed by the queen. I kind of want to just wait the entire time just in case that would do something wrong if going in there when they're still babies, and then I will come back to you guys when they are raised, when they are ready to go for queen, and when we can try and take it on. Alright guys, everything is pretty much ready as far as the Yagloth setup goes. All the campfires are going, and the queen ones should be about ready by now. I've AFK'd for quite a while. These are going to be hatching soon, and those other ones should be completely raised. So let's get over there and see how this fight goes, but I can only hope it goes as well as the first one. Well, that was fairly anticlimactic. I didn't even get to see the fight. I don't even know that I'm gonna be able to get the head. I think I'm gonna have to go get my butcher knife to even look at what happened for the entire fight. But I was completely right. They absolutely ripped through that. The Askavins are kind of insane. I don't know that they should have given. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know that Valheim should be doing tames or mounts at all. But Askavins are extremely underpowered when it comes to riding them and stuff like that. But when it comes to something like being able to bring an egg anywhere in the entire game and hatch it anywhere, you can get pretty overpowered. And I know the entire point of the game progression is that you wouldn't have these at this point in the game to where you could do this, but now that you technically can get them up until then, and it's actually not that hard. You wouldn't have to be in the ashlands that long to get one of these. You'd literally have to have a couple pieces of stone structures to just tame a couple and then bring back eggs. So I don't know, that seems a little overpowered on that front and then really underpowered on the front of it being an actual mount. So I don't know if Valheim should be doing mounts, but that's a whole conversation for a different video. In the meantime, I'm gonna chop these boys up with my butcher's knife. Honestly, I'm gonna have a bunch of food now, so I don't really have to worry about that for the rest of the boss fights, and that was the entire queen fight. Sorry if these first two were a little little anticlimactic, like I said, a little boring, but that's just how it went. That is just how the entire series culminated, and actually fighting them would have been something I could have done, but why would I when I could do something this easily, when all it involves is a bunch of AFKing and throwing some eggs down. So let's get over to the Yagloth fight and do the same thing. For some reason, when these things grow up, when you first load them in, they are babies, and then they just start spontaneously exploding into giant ones, but these are already over here as well. A bunch more just AFKing at base. I don't really have much more to do for this entire playthrough. All I'll do is I'll summon Yagloth, run him over here, and then I will open up their cage and let them go at him. I only had 20 over here, and honestly, even that is probably overkill because of the way that the boss's health scales. These are going to be insanely easy. Now, after this, I am going to be fighting the rest of the bosses normally, but having an Arbalest and Krama is going to make it extremely easy, with Bone Mass really being the only exception that might not be that easy outside the normal one. The only thing that I notice is that I did not move my portal, and while these guys are going to destroy Yagloth quicker than I will probably be able to die, if I do die, this is not anywhere near anything else other than I could probably run from my swamp portal. So it's probably a good idea for me to go ahead and put this back just a little bit from the fight in case this goes not exactly how I plan it to. But let's put this down, let's get these guys going, and let's see how these guys can do against this boss. I don't know how one of them got out, but it seems to be completely soloing Yagloth by itself, and honestly, I kind of want to go check its health. I don't want to get hit by any of this stuff because I didn't even make fire resistance because I don't really plan on getting hit, but I am also wearing my Fenris armor is set, so I don't really need it. I'm gonna break these guys loose in a second, but honestly, that one over there is kind of doing work by itself. These are so overpowered when it gets to these mid-game bosses, and honestly, a pacifist playthrough with these, like I've seen many people do in the older set versions of Valheim, is honestly possible. I don't know that I do it because I'm kind of already doing it right now, obviously, as far as at least the bosses go, and I don't know how entertaining that would be for you guys, but if you had 2 stars of these, it would be so easily possible to do an entire pacifist playthrough of the entire game without killing anything, just because of how easily and how strong these tames are and how mobile they are to be able to be moved all the way around the map. It's kind of awesome and kind of insane. But yeah, these guys are absolutely cooking it. I'm not even sure if one of them is going to die other than the one that decided it was going to solo it, and as long as I don't get myself killed, which I don't think I'm going to, it should be a pretty easy down and we can be on to the next one. As far as the next fights go, there's only one roadblock that I'm going to explain right now, and then I'm just going to show you guys those last 4 fights because they go by pretty quickly. The only thing that I was not prepared for, and I honestly was not, like, it kind of put me down quite a bit just because I was ready to be done, was the fact that Bone Mass needs Withered Bones to be summoned, and that requires either a 5.9% drop for one of them from a chest anywhere in the swamp, which is fine, it is possible, or muddy scrap piles, which I don't have a wishbone to find yet. So I actually had to run around for about 6 hours and to delay this for a whole nother day because I was not ready for that to be a possibility or anything that was going to happen. This video was supposed to be done a day or 2 ago, but after I found that out, I had to spend the time to go look through all of it, go find a bunch of muddy scrap piles, which was way harder than I thought it would be. I swear I dug out like 2 whole swamps just finding 10 withered bones, and then rummaging through every single chest that I could find for that 6% chance that I could get a single one from the chest. After the entire withered bone fiasco though, and I was able to obtain them after going through multiple swamps, these last 4 boss fights were fairly easy, so let's get to them. And that was how I beat Valheim in reverse. reverse. If you guys enjoyed the movie, thank you guys so much for watching it all the way to the end, and let me know, do you guys like the episode format that I originally did this in, or would you guys like just these movies? Because I am totally down to do either. Obviously, there are more support on the movies, but the episodes have views and more support spread out throughout them. So let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys thought of the entire movie and these movies with all of the episodes edited together. Thank you guys so much for watching and the support on this series, and a lot more are coming very soon, so please stick around for those. As I mentioned at the beginning, I'm currently trying to make it to 5,000 subscribers, and if you could help me get there, that would mean a lot to me, and thank you guys so much for watching.